Sarah listened as Vasquez explained the horror. The Archons had a weapon, a psychic network that could connect to most species' neural patterns and force complete The alarm systems across Zenith Prime Station screamed warnings that made no sense. Ambassador Thakren watched the main display with growing confusion as his four eyes tried to process what the sensors were telling him. Something massive was coming out of empty space, tearing through reality itself like paper being ripped apart. The object that emerged made the ambassador's blood run cold. It was a warship, larger than anything he had seen in his 300 years of service to the Galactic Council. Its hull was dark and scarred, covered in burns and impacts from weapons that shouldn't exist anymore. The metal looked ancient, corroded by time itself, yet the ship's engines still glowed with power. Strange symbols marked its side, letters from a writing system that predated modern galactic civilization by thousands of years. Thakren pressed his communicator with a trembling claw. "Get me the historical archives immediately. I need identification on this vessel." Around him, the council chamber erupted into chaos. Representatives from 847 different species began shouting questions and demands. Some called for military response. Others wanted to flee. The mantis-like ambassador raised his arms for silence, but nobody was listening anymore. The ancient warship hung in space like a ghost from a forgotten era. Its weapon systems were powered down, but every military analyst in the station could see the truth. Those guns were old, yes, but they were built with technology that modern science barely understood. If that ship decided to fight, Zenith Prime wouldn't survive the encounter. Then the transmission came through. The audio was broken and filled with static, but the words were clear enough to make Thakren's heart skip several beats. The language was old, so old that the computer needed 17 seconds to find a translation matrix. When it did, the message played across every speaker in the station. This is the United Earth spaceship Indomitable, Terran Expeditionary Fleet. We are returning home after mission completion. Please provide current navigational coordinates for Earth, Sol System, Orion Arm, requesting immediate assistance. Our crew is in critical condition. The silence that followed was absolute. Earth. Sol 3. The dead world. The planet that had destroyed itself in nuclear fire 20,000 years ago, leaving nothing but radioactive dust and broken cities. Every school child in the galaxy learned about Earth as a warning, a cautionary tale about what happened when a species discovered weapons before wisdom. But here was a ship, claiming to be from Earth, asking for directions home. Thakren made a decision. Open a channel, and someone wake up our linguist experts, all of them. It took 6 hours to establish proper communication. The ship's AI was sophisticated but ancient, operating on principles that modern computers had abandoned millennia ago. When the channel finally stabilized, 3 faces appeared on the screen, and Thakren found himself staring at creatures he had only seen in archaeological reconstructions. Humans. Actual living humans. The woman in the center wore a uniform that was falling apart at the seams. Her hair was gray and white, pulled back from a face lined with exhaustion. Her eyes were the color of Earth's ancient oceans, blue and deep and currently filled with confusion. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Indomitable. Who am I speaking with? Thakren stood straighter, trying to project calm authority while his mind raced with impossible questions. I am Ambassador Thakren of the Velkari people, currently serving as primary administrator of Zenith Prime, capital station of the Galactic Council. Captain Chen, I must ask you a very important question. What year did you leave Earth? The woman glanced at someone off-screen, then back at the camera. We departed Earth in the year 22,314 by the common calendar. Our mission was a 500-year expedition to establish first contact with civilizations in the Outer Rim. We've been gone for 532 years, but we ran into some problems with a dark space anomaly. Why are you asking? 500 years. They thought they had been gone for 500 years. Thakren felt a wave of pity wash over him. How could he tell them? How could anyone deliver this kind of news? Captain Chen, I'm afraid I have some very difficult information to share with you. The current year by the old Earth calendar is 42,831. You haven't been gone for 500 years. You've been gone for 20,517 years. The woman's face went white. Behind her, someone cursed loudly. A third voice, male and shaking, said something that the translator couldn't process properly. Chen gripped the edges of her command chair so hard her knuckles turned white. That's impossible. Our clocks, our systems, everything says we've only been gone for 5 centuries. How can 20,000 years have passed? Dark space anomalies can cause severe temporal distortion, Thakren explained gently. You experience time at one rate while the universe continued at another. Captain, there's something else you need to know. According to our historical records, Earth was destroyed approximately 18,000 years ago. The planet is listed as uninhabitable, a dead world consumed by nuclear war. The silence stretched on for 10 full seconds. Then Captain Chen's expression changed. The shock disappeared, replaced by something harder. Something that made Thakren remember that this woman commanded a warship that could probably level his entire station. Ambassador, Chen said softly, your records are wrong. I'm looking at our long-range sensors right now, and I can see the Sol system from here. Earth's biosignature is strong. The planet is alive. Someone has been living on my home world, and I want to know who. The signal cut off before Thakren could respond. In the silence that followed, every being in the council chamber understood what had just happened. They had told these ancient humans that their world was dead. They had lied, whether intentionally or not. And now a 20,000-year-old warship was heading for Earth, with a crew that had just learned their entire civilization should be extinct. Thikren looked at the readings coming from the Indomitable's power systems and made another decision. Prepare my personal ship. I'm going with them. And someone tell me everything we really know about what happened to Earth, because something tells me the official story is about to fall apart. The journey to Earth should have taken 3 weeks with modern drives. The Indomitable needed 6 because its engines were running on technology that predated most of the species in the Galactic Council. Captain Sarah Chen stood on the bridge watching the stars slide past and tried not to think about everything she had lost. 20,000 years. Her parents were dust. Her friends were dust. The world she had left behind, the cities and cultures and entire civilizations she had known. All of it was gone. She had left Earth as a young captain in humanity's first great adventure into deep space. She was coming back as a ghost. Behind her, Ambassador Thikren worked at a temporary console the crew had set up for him. The mantis-like alien had insisted on joining them, claiming he wanted to ensure a peaceful first contact. Sarah suspected the truth was simpler. He wanted to see what had really happened to Earth, and he didn't trust the official story any more than she did. Captain, you should see this. That was Marcus Webb, her chief engineer. He looked terrible, with dark circles under his eyes and hands that shook when he thought nobody was watching. Marcus had a daughter back on Earth, or at least he used to. Now that daughter had been dead for 20,000 years, and Marcus was barely holding himself together. Sarah walked over to his station. What do you have? I've been going through our long-range database, cross-referencing it with the information Ambassador Thikren provided. 3 of the colonies we were supposed to visit are gone. Not destroyed exactly, but empty. The infrastructure is still there, but there's no life, no power signatures, nothing. Just ruins. The screen showed images of dead cities on airless worlds. Buildings that had once housed thousands of humans now stood silent under alien stars. Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. What happened to them? Thikren approached, his multiple legs making soft clicking sounds on the metal floor. The official records say these colonies were abandoned during the resource wars of the 35th millennium. But Captain, I've been reviewing the historical archives more carefully. The timeline doesn't match. These colonies went silent thousands of years before the supposed wars began. Sarah met his compound eyes. You think someone is lying about our history? I think someone has been lying about humanity's history for a very long time. Dr. Amara Okonkwo emerged from the medical bay where she had been reviewing biological samples. The xenobiologist looked exhausted but determined. I found something in the ship's memory banks. The Indomitable wasn't alone. Earth launched 12 expedition ships, all identical to ours, all heading in different directions. According to the departure manifest, we should have all returned within the same century. Sarah felt her stomach drop. Let me guess, none of the others came back. According to the galactic records, no. We're the only one that survived. But here's the strange part. There are reports throughout the past 20,000 years of ghost ships appearing in various sectors. Ancient vessels matching the Indomitable's design, seen briefly before vanishing again. What if the other ships hit the same temporal anomaly we did? What if they're still out there, lost in dark space, trying to find their way home? The bridge fell silent. Somewhere in the darkness between stars, 11 more ships might be wandering, their crews believing they had only been gone a few centuries, unaware that humanity had apparently died and the galaxy had moved on without them. Marcus broke the silence. Why didn't anyone look for us? 12 ships disappear and nobody launches rescue missions? Because by the time you were officially declared lost, Thikren said quietly, Earth had already fallen to the Archons. Sarah spun to face him. What did you say? The ambassador's antenna drooped in what Sarah was learning to recognize as regret. I wasn't supposed to tell you this. The council leadership wanted to control the information flow. But you deserve the truth. Earth wasn't destroyed by nuclear war. 21,000 years ago, a species called the Archons invaded your system. They were an ancient race, powerful beyond measure, with technology that could enslave entire worlds through psychic connection. They took Earth, Captain. They conquered your people and ruled them for 3,000 years. The rage that filled Sarah was hot enough to burn stars, and the Council did nothing. The Council didn't exist yet, not in its current form. By the time we had the power to challenge the Archons, they had vanished. They abandoned Earth and disappeared into the space between galaxies. We assumed they had taken humanity with them, or exterminated them entirely. The nuclear war story was created later, to explain why Earth was empty when survey ships finally reached the system. Marcus slammed his fist on the console. So for 18,000 years, while you all built your perfect galactic civilization, nobody bothered to check if any humans actually survived. That's not entirely fair, Thakren began, but Sarah cut him off. Isn't it? You erased us. You decided we were extinct and didn't bother to verify. Well, guess what, Ambassador? We're not extinct. Someone is living on Earth, and I'm going to find out who. The tension on the bridge was thick enough to cut. Then an alarm sounded and all personal conflicts were forgotten in an instant. Captain, we're entering the Sol system, reported the navigation officer, and we're being scanned by multiple defense platforms. Very sophisticated designs unlike anything in the database. The view screen shifted, showing Earth's home system. The sun burned bright and familiar, exactly as Sarah remembered it. But everything else was wrong. The asteroid belt was filled with massive stations. Mars had orbital rings. Jupiter's moons were covered in cities. And Earth itself was surrounded by a network of defense satellites that would have been impossible with the technology humanity possessed when she left. Then the communication panel lit up with an incoming transmission. The voice that came through spoke English, but the accent was strange. The words clipped and formal in a way that suggested the language had evolved significantly. Unidentified vessel. This is Terran Commonwealth Defense Command. You are entering restricted space. Power down your weapons and state your identification or you will be fired upon. This is your only warning. Sarah looked at Thakren, then at her crew. She had left Earth as an explorer, a representative of humanity's hope and curiosity. She was returning to a world that didn't know her, defended by people who spoke her language but thought she was a threat. She opened the channel, keeping her voice steady and strong. This is Captain Sarah Chen of the United Earth spaceship Indomitable, serial number 7732, launched from Earth in the year 22,314. We are returning from a long-range expedition mission. I am requesting permission to approach Earth and return home. The silence that followed lasted for nearly a minute. When the response came, the voice on the other end was shaking. Indomitable, the ghost ship. You're really real. Stand by for escort. The Chancellor is going to want to meet you personally. Welcome home, Captain Chen. Welcome to the Terran Commonwealth. The Earth that Sarah Chen saw through the landing shuttle's windows was both familiar and completely alien. The continents were in the right places, the oceans still blue and vast, but everything else had changed. Massive towers reached into the sky, taller than anything from her time. The city sprawled across entire regions, connected by transportation networks that glowed with energy. And above it all, the orbital defense platforms hung like guardian angels, bristling with weapons that made the Indomitable look like a museum piece. They landed at a facility in what used to be called Geneva. The landing pad was surrounded by soldiers in armor that looked more advanced than anything Sarah had seen, even in the Galactic Council's military. When the shuttle door opened, she stepped out onto soil she hadn't touched in 20,000 years and felt tears burning in her eyes. The welcoming party was led by a woman who carried herself like someone used to command. She was tall, with dark skin and gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her uniform was crisp and formal, decorated with medals that Sarah didn't recognize. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of absolute authority. Captain Chen, I am Chancellor Elena Vasquez, leader of the Terran Commonwealth. On behalf of all humanity, I welcome you home. I only wish the circumstances were better. Sarah saluted out of instinct, then felt foolish. She was saluting a government that hadn't existed when she left. Chancellor, I have many questions, and I will answer them all. But first, you and your crew need rest and medical attention. You've been in stasis for longer than any human should survive. It's a miracle you're alive at all. They were taken to a facility that was part hospital, part research center, part military base. Over the next 3 days, doctors examined them while historians interviewed them, recording every detail of the world they had left behind. Sarah submitted to it all patiently, but what she really wanted was answers. On the 4th day, Chancellor Vasquez invited her to a private meeting in a room with walls made of transparent steel, overlooking a city that never slept. The Chancellor poured 2 glasses of something that tasted like whiskey, but had a smoothness that suggested 20,000 years of refinement. You want to know what happened? Vasquez said. It wasn't a question. I want to know why the galaxy thinks we're extinct when we're clearly not." The Chancellor took a long drink before answering. "Because for 3,000 years we might as well have been. The Archons came when you were gone, Captain. They arrived with ships that could crack planets and minds that could bend entire populations to their will. They didn't negotiate. They didn't offer terms. They simply took control." Sarah listened as Vasquez explained the horror. The Archons had a weapon, a psychic network that could connect to most species' neural patterns and force complete obedience. They had used it to enslave hundreds of worlds, building an empire that stretched across multiple galaxies. Earth was just one more conquest, its people reduced to biological components in a vast machine. But we had something they didn't expect, Vasquez continued. Human neural chemistry is different from most species. The Archon network could affect us, but it couldn't completely control us. Some people, maybe 1 in 1,000, were completely immune. Others could resist for short periods. It wasn't much, but it was enough. "The resistance," Sarah said. "The last rising. It took nearly 3,000 years, but we learned. We studied our captors. We stole their technology. We built weapons, in secret, passed down through generations that knew nothing but slavery. And then 15,000 years ago we struck. Every hidden cell, every secret base, every resistance fighter activated at once. We killed them, Captain. We killed every Archon on Earth and destroyed every one of their ships in our system." The pride in Vasquez's voice was mixed with something darker. Sarah recognized it because she had felt it herself during combat missions. It was the satisfaction of survival earned through violence. What happened to the Archons after that? They left. They abandoned this part of the galaxy entirely. We assumed we had hurt them badly enough that they decided we weren't worth the trouble. So we stayed hidden. We used their cloaking technology to hide our worlds. We spread false information through the galactic networks, making everyone think Earth was radioactive and dead, and we rebuilt. We took everything the Archons had taught us, everything we had learned from defeating them, and we made ourselves strong. Sarah looked out at the city below. Millions of people living and working, building a civilization that had been forged in slavery and war. You've been preparing for them to come back. We've been preparing for the entire galaxy to be our enemy if necessary. The Council didn't help us when the Archons came. Why would we trust them now? Before Sarah could respond, Marcus burst into the room, followed by Dr. Okonkwo. The engineer's face was pale, his hands shaking as he held a datapad. "Captain, you need to see this. Now." The datapad showed sensor readings from long-range observation posts at the edge of the galaxy. Sarah didn't understand most of the technical details, but she understood the conclusion. Ships were moving in the void between galaxies, thousands of them, maybe millions. And their energy signatures matched the Archon vessels that had been found in Earth's historical databases. "They're coming back," Okonkwo said quietly. "The Archons are returning, and they're bringing an army." Chancellor Vasquez took the datapad and reviewed it with the calm efficiency of someone who had been expecting this moment for years. "How long do we have?" 18 months. Maybe less if they have better drives than we think." The Chancellor nodded slowly, then looked at Sarah. "Captain Chen, I'm going to be blunt. The Indomitable is a symbol. It's proof that humanity had a past before the Archons, that we were explorers and dreamers before we became warriors. I want to use your ship to announce Earth's return to the galactic stage. I want every species in the Council to know that humanity survived, and that we're not asking for permission to exist anymore." Sarah thought about the dead colonies she had seen on the way here. She thought about 20,000 years of human suffering, of generations born into slavery, of people who had fought and died just to earn the right to be free. And she thought about the Archons coming back with an army that could enslave the entire galaxy. "What do you need from me?" Vasquez smiled, and for the first time, it looked genuine. "Help me convince the galaxy to fight. The Council thinks we're a myth or a threat. You're evidence that we're neither. You're the bridge between who we were and who we've become. The Archons are coming for everyone, not just Earth. If we don't work together, we'll all fall separately." Marcus spoke up from behind Sarah. "There's something else. I've been going through the Indomitable systems and I found something strange. The ship has components that don't match the rest of the design, pieces that were added in secret before we launched. I think someone knew this was going to happen. I think someone prepared for it. Sarah turned to look at her engineer. What kind of components? The kind that could activate a defense network. Captain, I think the Indomitable isn't just a warship. I think it's a key, and whatever it unlocks has been waiting for us to come home for 20,000 years. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed this information. Outside, the sun was setting on a world that had survived extinction. Inside, 5 people stared at each other and realized that the war they had been dreading was about to begin, whether they were ready or not. Ambassador Thakren stood before the Galactic Council and wondered if he was about to commit career suicide. Around him, representatives from 847 species filled the chamber, their voices creating a noise that sounded like chaos given form. They were arguing about Earth, about the Archons, about whether any of this was real or just human propaganda. Order! The council speaker, a crystalline being named Jarketh, rang a chime that cut through the noise. Ambassador Thakren has requested emergency session time. We will hear him. Thakren stepped forward, his 4 legs steady despite the nervousness coursing through his body. Thank you, Speaker. I have just returned from Earth. The world we all believed was dead is very much alive. The humans have not only survived, they have thrived, and they bring warning of an existential threat to our entire civilization. He activated the holographic display, showing the sensor data from the void. The images of Archon ships moving in formation silenced the chamber faster than any call for order could have. The Archons are returning, Thakren continued. Our intelligence estimates they will reach Council space within 18 months. They bring with them a fleet numbering in the millions built over 18,000 years of preparation. And according to human historical records, their psychic network can enslave most known species within minutes of exposure. A representative from the Kelhari Collective, a species known for their militant stance, spoke up. Even if this is true, why should we trust the humans? They've been hiding from us for thousands of years. How do we know they're not the real threat? Before Thakren could respond, a new voice cut through the chamber. Captain Sarah Chen walked in, escorted by Chancellor Vasquez and a contingent of Commonwealth guards. She moved with the confidence of someone who had nothing left to prove and everything to fight for. You don't have to trust us, Sarah said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber, but you should trust your own survival instinct. The Archons will come whether you believe in them or not. When they do, they won't negotiate. They won't offer terms. They'll simply take control of your minds and turn you into slaves. Earth learned this the hard way. We paid the price in blood and suffering. Now we're offering you a chance to avoid the same fate. Chancellor Vasquez stepped forward. The Terran Commonwealth proposes an alliance. We will share our anti-Archon weapons technology, our knowledge of their tactics, and our defense systems. In exchange, we ask for full membership in the Galactic Council, reparations for the 3,000 years of abandonment, and a unified military response to the Archon threat. The chamber erupted into debate. Some species saw the logic in the proposal. Others saw it as blackmail. A few suggested that humanity was exaggerating the threat to gain power. Thakren watched it all and felt his hope dying. The council was too fractured, too political to act quickly. Then the alarm sounded. The holographic display shifted, showing real-time sensor data from a colony world called Threshold 7. Archon ships were coming out of dimensional folds, dozens of them attacking without warning. The colony's defenses were being overwhelmed within minutes. That colony has 40 million inhabitants, Jarketh said, his crystalline voice shaking. We have ships in the area, but they won't arrive for hours. The Indomitable can be there in 30 minutes, Sarah said. Give me clearance and we'll defend your people. The speaker looked at her, then at Vasquez, then at the data showing millions of lives hanging in the balance. Granted. Save them, Captain. Sarah was already running. The Indomitable dropped out of faster-than-light travel above Threshold 7 and immediately opened fire. The old warship's weapons had been designed to fight unknown threats with overwhelming force, and against the Archon ships, they proved devastatingly effective. Energy beams that could crack planetary crust tore through Archon armor. Missiles loaded with experimental warheads detonated in patterns that disrupted their shields. But Sarah wasn't alone. Chancellor Vasquez had sent 12 ships from Earth's defense fleet, each one a modern interpretation of the Indomitable's design. They moved in perfect formation, their tactics honed by 15,000 years of preparation for exactly this moment. Marcus worked frantically at the engineering station, routing power to weapons that were never meant to fire continuously. "Captain, the old girl is holding together, but I don't know for how long." "Keep her running, Marcus. We just need to last until Council reinforcements arrive." Dr. Okonkwo was at the sensor station, analyzing the Archon ships as they fought. "Captain, I'm detecting psychic broadcasts from the Archon vessels. They're trying to establish neural connections with the colonists below, but the signals are being disrupted by something like there's interference." Sarah felt a cold realization wash over her. "It's us." "They're trying to connect to human neural patterns too, and it's creating noise in their network. We're jamming them just by being here." The battle raged for 2 hours. The Indomitable took hits that would have destroyed lesser ships, her ancient armor absorbing damage that made Marcus weep at his console. 3 of the Earth ships were destroyed, their crews dying to protect people they had never met. But when Council reinforcements finally arrived, the Archons retreated, fleeing back into dimensional folds. Sarah stood on her bridge, watching the rescue operations begin below, and felt the weight of command pressing down on her shoulders. They had won, but barely, and this was just a scouting force. The real invasion was still coming. Back at Zenith Prime, the Council held an emergency vote. The images of human ships defending a Council world, of Earth's forces bleeding to protect strangers, had changed minds. Not all of them, but enough. The vote passed. Earth was granted full Council membership, and more importantly, a joint task force was authorized to prepare for the Archon invasion. In the weeks that followed, Sarah watched as volunteers from 23 species joined the defensive fleet. She trained with commanders from a dozen different military traditions. She shared tactics and strategies with beings who had never met a human before, and slowly something that looked like hope began to grow. Marcus made another discovery. The components hidden in the Indomitable were indeed a key, part of a defense network built during humanity's first space age. Ancient weapons platforms scattered across the galaxy, waiting for activation. Nobody knew who had built them, or why they had trusted humanity with the key, but they were there, and they were powerful. The only problem was activation required precise coordinates, and those coordinates had been lost 20,000 years ago. Marcus was searching through corrupted databases trying to find them before time ran out. One evening, Sarah found Thakren in the observation deck, staring at the stars. The ambassador looked tired, older somehow despite his alien biology. "You risked everything to help us," Sarah said. "Why?" Thakren's antenna twitched in what she had learned was his species' equivalent of a shrug. "Because it was the right thing to do. Because the Council failed your people once and I couldn't let it happen again. And because I've seen what humanity can become when pushed to the edge. You don't surrender. You don't give up. You fight even when fighting seems hopeless. The galaxy needs that spirit right now." Sarah stood beside him, watching the ships of a dozen species training together in the distance. "We're going to need more than spirit. The Archons have had 18,000 years to prepare. We have months. Then we make those months count." The alert came 3 days later. Long-range sensors detected massive movement in the void. The Archon fleet was coming, and they were ahead of schedule. Sarah looked at her crew, at the Allied ships gathering around them, at the Indomitable's scarred hull reflected in the window. They weren't ready. They might never be ready, but they would fight anyway, because that's what humans did. The ruins of Haven Colony floated in the darkness, a graveyard of humanity's first attempt to reach the stars. It was here that the Allied fleet gathered, 7,000 ships from 23 species, all commanded by beings who had never fought together before. Sarah stood on the bridge of the Indomitable and wondered if this would be enough. "All ships report ready," Marcus said from his station. He looked exhausted but determined, his hands steady on the controls. "The defense network is online. All platforms are responding to our commands." Sarah felt a moment of pride. Marcus had done it. He had found the coordinates buried in corrupted files and activated weapons that had been sleeping for 20 millennia. Ancient platforms hidden throughout the sector were powering up, adding their firepower to the defensive line. "Captain, they're here," Dr. Okonkwo announced. The Archon fleet emerged from dimensional folds like a plague of locusts. Sarah had seen the sensor predictions, had studied the numbers, but seeing them in person was different. There were millions of ships, each one radiating power that made modern vessels look like toys. They moved in perfect formation, a unified consciousness spread across an armada. All ships, this is Captain Chen. Hold your positions. Wait for my command. The Archons advanced slowly, confidently as if they knew victory was inevitable. Sarah watched them come and activated her personal communicator, speaking directly to the fleet commanders. Remember your training. They'll try to establish psychic connections. Keep your neural dampeners active. Don't let them into your minds. Thakren's voice came through from his command ship. Captain, our analysts believe the Archon flagship is at the center of their formation. If we can reach it, we might be able to disrupt their entire network. That's a big if, Ambassador. I know, but it's the only chance we have. Sarah made her decision. Marcus, I need you to get a strike team to that flagship. Take volunteers only. Your mission is to penetrate their defenses and shut down their psychic network. I'll go myself, Marcus said. No, I need you here. I'll lead the strike team. The engineer turned to stare at her. Captain, that's suicide. Probably, but I'm the best qualified. I've studied their systems. I know how they think. And besides, someone needs to do it. She smiled at him. Keep my ship safe, Marcus. That's an order. The battle began with a wave of fire that turned space itself bright. The ancient defense platforms opened up first, their weapons powerful enough to vaporize Archon ships in single hits. The Allied fleet followed, 7,000 ships unleashing everything they had. For a moment, Sarah let herself hope. They were holding. Then the Archons activated their network. The psychic wave hit like a tsunami, crashing through neural patterns and seeking minds to control. Half the fleet went silent in seconds, their crews overwhelmed by the mental assault. Ships turned on their former allies, firing at vessels that had been beside them moments before. The defensive line collapsed into chaos, but not everywhere. Human ships kept fighting, their neural chemistry providing natural resistance. Species with strong mental shields held out longer, and slowly, desperately, the fleet adapted, using neural dampeners and psychic countermeasures that Earth had spent 15,000 years developing. Sarah launched from the Indomitable in a strike craft, leading a team of 12 volunteers from 6 different species. They dove into the heart of the Archon formation, dodging fire and destruction, heading for the flagship that controlled everything. The Archon command ship was a monster, larger than any station Sarah had ever seen. Its hull was covered in biological components that pulsed with unnatural light. As they approached, she felt pressure building in her mind, the network trying to force its way into her consciousness. She gritted her teeth and pushed it away. The strike team breached the hull and fought their way inside. The interior was a nightmare, a fusion of technology and biology that seemed to writhe as they moved through it. Archon defenders met them with weapons and telepathic attacks. Sarah's team fought back with everything they had, advancing meter by meter toward the core. By the time they reached the central chamber, only 4 of them remained. Sarah, Thakren, and 2 others whose names she forced herself to remember, even as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. The chamber was vast, filled with machinery that hummed with power. At the center was a being that barely looked biological anymore, more machine than flesh, connected to thousands of cables that pulsed with neural energy. The Archon commander spoke directly into her mind. You are impressive, Captain Chen. Your species resists us better than any we have encountered. But you cannot win. We have evolved beyond your comprehension. We bring unity, an end to conflict and suffering. Why do you fight against peace? Sarah raised her weapon. Because your peace means slavery. Because you take away choice. Because beings deserve to make their own mistakes and find their own way. A romantic notion, but ultimately futile. We have already studied your neural patterns. We know how to break your resistance now. When this battle ends, humanity will join our network willingly. Dr. Okonkwo's voice crackled through Sarah's communicator. Captain, I've analyzed the network. It's quantum-based, operating on frequencies that most species can't naturally perceive. But human brain patterns disrupt those frequencies. You're not immune by accident. Someone engineered humanity specifically to resist this kind of control. The realization hit Sarah like a physical blow. Humans weren't naturally resistant to the Archon network. They had been designed that way, modified millions of years ago by some species that knew this threat would come. Humanity had been created as a weapon, a defense mechanism against psychic slavery. Captain, there's more, Okonkwo continued. The network needs a mediator, a consciousness to maintain stability. Right now, the Archons use enslaved minds for that purpose. But if someone willingly connected to the network, Someone with human neural patterns, they could transform it. They could give free will back to every being connected to it. Sarah understood. She understood what Okonkwo was telling her, what choice she had to make. If she connected to the network willingly, if she let it into her mind while maintaining her resistance, she could become the mediator. She could save billions of enslaved beings across the galaxy, but she would have to give up her physical existence, becoming a consciousness spread across the network forever. She looked at Thakren. The ambassador's compound eyes showed understanding and sorrow. "You don't have to do this, Captain. We'll find another way." "There is no other way. You know that." Sarah walked to the central interface and placed her hands on the controls. The Archon commander tried to stop her, but Thakren fired, destroying the being's physical form. The network shuddered, losing its coordinator, becoming unstable. Sarah closed her eyes and opened her mind. The flood of consciousness was overwhelming. Billions of minds, all connected, all enslaved. She felt their pain, their trapped screams, their desperate hope. And she felt the network itself, a vast machine of thought and control. It tried to consume her, to break her will and add her to the collective. But she was human, and humans didn't break. Sarah pushed back. She took her resistance, her free will, her stubborn refusal to surrender, and she spread it through the network like fire. She showed every trapped consciousness what freedom meant. She gave them back their choice. The network transformed. It didn't die, but it changed, becoming something new. A connection between minds that allowed communication without control. A shared consciousness that preserved individual identity. And at the center of it all was Sarah Chen, the eternal mediator. The guardian who would ensure no one could ever use the network for slavery again. Outside, the Archon fleet stopped fighting. Millions of ships hung in space as their crews suddenly regained control of their own minds. Some fled, some surrendered, some simply shut down, their pilots overwhelmed by the sudden return of freedom. On the bridge of the Indomitable, Marcus watched as the battle ended. He felt tears streaming down his face as he realized what Sarah had done, what she had sacrificed. The captain's chair sat empty, but her voice came through every speaker in the fleet, calm and strong and somehow everywhere at once. "This is Captain Sarah Chen. The network is secured. The Archons are defeated. All ships stand down. The war is over." The days that followed were chaos. The Galactic Council had to deal with millions of freed beings, former Archon slaves who suddenly had nowhere to go. Earth opened its borders, offering sanctuary to any who needed it. The Terran Commonwealth became a beacon of hope, proof that freedom could survive even the darkest oppression. Marcus stayed on the Indomitable, unable to leave the ship that had been his home for so long. He found comfort in the daily routines of maintenance and repair. And sometimes, late at night, he would sit in the captain's chair and talk to the empty air, knowing somehow that Sarah could hear him. Thakren became the new council chairman, elected unanimously after his role in the war. He spent his days building bridges between species, ensuring that no world would ever be abandoned again, and he made sure that Earth's story, humanity's true history, was taught to every child in every school across the galaxy. Dr. Okonkwo became Earth's ambassador, traveling to distant worlds and sharing the knowledge humanity had gained through suffering. She carried with her the message that Sarah had died to prove, that freedom was worth any sacrifice, and that no being should ever be forced to surrender their will. The Indomitable was placed in memorial orbit around Earth, a monument to the crew who had left home 20,000 years ago and returned to save the galaxy. Children would look up at night and see it, a bright point of light in the sky, and their parents would tell them stories about the captain who became eternal. And in the network, Sarah Chen existed as something more than human and less than God. She watched over the connected consciousness, feeling every thought and emotion of beings across the galaxy. She was lonely sometimes, cut off from physical existence, but she was not alone. Billions of minds touched hers every day, sharing their joys and sorrows, their hopes and fears. She had become the guardian of their freedom, the protector of their right to choose. On Earth, in the capital city, they built a statue of a woman in an ancient military uniform. The inscription at its base read, "Captain Sarah Chen. She ensured we would never be forgotten." And above the planet, in the network that connected minds across the stars, Sarah smiled. The galaxy had forgotten Earth once, but now, because of what she and her crew had sacrificed, humanity would be remembered forever. The war was over. The fight for freedom would never end, But for the first time in 20,000 years, Earth and its children were not alone. They were part of something larger, something better. They were part of a galaxy that had learned, through suffering and sacrifice, that every being deserved the right to choose their own destiny, and that was worth everything.
The briefing room smelled like recycled air and old decisions. General Vorath Kessan sat at the head of the long table, his scales catching the blue light from the display screens. Around him, 12 senior officers waited for him to speak. He did not speak. He was looking at a number. 12,000. Such a small number. The Dominion had ruled 1,000 star systems for 600 years. They had fought wars that killed billions. 12,000 was nothing. A clerical note. A line in a budget report. The operation was a complete success, said Commander Yiel, pulling up the tactical display. The planet rotated slowly on the screen. It was gray now. It had been green and blue 3 days ago. Kepler 442b has been cleared for Dominion settlement. Human resistance was minimal. Minimal, Vorath repeated. The word felt strange in his mouth. They had no orbital defense, Yiel continued. No fleet presence. Just surface settlements. Farmers, mostly. Some scientists. The plasma bombardment lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. Vorath had been eating dinner 4 hours ago. He had been listening to music. Human music, though no one knew about that particular habit. A woman singing about a place called Tennessee. He did not know where Tennessee was. He suspected it no longer existed. Casualties? He asked. 12,047, Yiel said. All enemy combatants neutralized. They were farmers. Yiel blinked. Sir? You said they were farmers. And scientists. Vorath leaned back in his chair. When did farmers become enemy combatants? The room went quiet. Officers looked at their displays, at their hands, at anything except Vorath. Standing orders, sir, Yiel said carefully. Any species that refuses to surrender territory is classified as hostile. The humans were given 14 days to evacuate. They refused. They refused to leave their homes. Yes, sir. Vorath looked at the gray planet on the screen. 12,000 people had woken up on that world. They had eaten breakfast. They had gone to work. They had made plans for dinner, for the weekend, for next year. None of them would see next year. He closed his eyes. By the cold stars, he was getting old. War was mathematics. He had believed that for 400 years. You added up the numbers. You calculated the acceptable losses. You made the cold equations balance. But humans did something strange. They named their dead. Every single one. He had read that in an intelligence report once. It had bothered him then. It bothered him now. What is the human response? He asked. Lieutenant Crix, the intelligence officer, pulled up a new display. Scattered protests on their homeworld. Their governments have issued formal complaints through diplomatic channels. Their news networks are covering the event extensively. Their military response? None, sir. The humans have no unified fleet. Their nation-states maintain separate forces, but they are currently engaged in 3 different conflicts with each other. Crix allowed himself a small smile. They are too busy fighting themselves to fight us. A junior officer at the far end of the table laughed. 12,000 dead, and they send a formal complaint. These creatures are pathetic. More laughter. Vorath did not laugh. His aide, a young officer named Thesson, did not laugh either. Thesson had studied human history at the academy. He had written a paper on something called the Second World War. Vorath had never read it. He was starting to think he should have. Lieutenant Thesson, Vorath said, you studied the humans. What is your assessment? Thesson went pale. His scales shifted from green to gray. In Dominion biology, that meant fear. Sir, He stopped, swallowed. The humans are a young species, pre-unified, still learning to cooperate on a planetary scale. And they have a concept, sir. They call it righteous anger. Fessen's voice was barely a whisper. When someone hurts them badly enough, they stop fighting each other. They focus on the thing that hurt them. The junior officer snorted. So they will focus on us? With what? Farming equipment? Fessen did not answer. He was staring at his display. The color had drained from his face entirely. Fessen, Vorath said. Sir, there is an update from intelligence. The room waited. All human governments have ceased internal conflicts. Fessen looked up. His eyes were wrong. Not afraid anymore. Something worse. 17 hours ago, every nation-state on Earth announced a suspension of hostilities. Every military force has been recalled to their homeworld. Silence. 17 hours, Vorath said quietly. News of Kepler 442b reached Earth 17 hours ago. Yes, sir. Vorath stared at the display. He thought about his music files, about the woman singing about Tennessee, about a species that named their dead, every single one. The junior officer laughed again, but it sounded hollow now. So they stopped fighting. So what? They have no fleet, no weapons. What are they going to do? Send us a strongly worded letter? No one answered him. Vorath stood. The room stood with him. Double the patrols on the border systems, he said. I want daily reports from all listening posts. And Lieutenant Fessen? Sir, send me everything you have on human warfare. Everything. He walked out of the briefing room. The door hissed shut behind him. He stood in the corridor for a long moment, alone with the hum of the ship's engines. 17 hours. A species that had been killing each other for their entire history, that had never agreed on anything, that could not even decide on a single language or government or religion. They had unified in 17 hours. By the cold stars. What had they done? 3 months of nothing. General Vorath Kassan stood at the observation window of his command ship, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, beyond the border systems, human space waited, silent, dark, empty. The listening posts reported the same thing every day. No transmissions, no ship movements, no military activity of any kind. Just static and silence, and one phrase, repeated on every frequency, in 7,000 human languages. We are counting. That was all. 3 words. No demands, no threats, no declarations of war. Just counting. Dominion High Command had relaxed. The Supreme Commander himself had sent a message of congratulations. The human problem had solved itself. Clearly, the young species had collapsed into grief and chaos. Their brief moment of unity had broken. They were probably back to killing each other by now. The expansion would continue. He could not sleep. Every night, he sat in his quarters and read. He had requested every Dominion file on human history, every intelligence report, every cultural analysis. He read until his eyes burned and his scales ached. What he found kept him awake. The humans had fought a war once. They called it the Second World War. It had lasted 6 years. 60 million dead. 60 million of their own kind, killed in a conflict over territory and ideology. But that was not the part that disturbed Vorath. The part that disturbed him was how it ended. A nation called the United States had built a weapon, a single bomb that could destroy an entire city. They had dropped it on a place called Hiroshima. 80,000 people gone in a flash of light. 3 days later, they dropped another one. And the war ended. Vorath read about the firebombing of Tokyo. 100,000 civilians burned alive in a single night. He read about a strategy called total war. He read about a concept called unconditional surrender. The humans had burned their own cities to ash. They had killed millions of their own people. And when it was over, they had rebuilt everything in 20 years. They were not a species that gave up. They were a species that got ready. General, Vorath turned. Thesson stood in the doorway, looking tired. Neither of them had slept well in 3 months. What is it? The Supreme Commander is demanding an update on the human situation. He wants to know why you are still requesting additional patrols. Vorath turned back to the window. Tell him the humans are preparing. Preparing for what, sir? Our intelligence shows no military buildup, no fleet construction, no weapons development. Our intelligence is wrong. Thesson hesitated. Sir, with respect, we have sensors throughout their space. We would detect any significant activity. Would we? Vorath picked up a datapad from his desk. The humans built nuclear weapons in less than 4 years. They did it in secret. Their own people did not know until the bombs fell. He set the pad down. They called the Project Manhattan. 200,000 workers, 3 years, complete secrecy. That was primitive technology, sir. We detected nothing on Kepler 442b. 12,000 people lived there. Farms, children, schools. Vorath's voice was quiet. We knew nothing about them until we killed them. Thesson said nothing. The humans are quiet, Vorath continued. They are not broken. They are not grieving. They are working. He turned to face his aide. Do you know what humans call the period before a counterattack? Thesson shook his head. They call it getting their house in order. Somewhere in the ship, an engine hummed. Normal, routine, the sound of everything being fine. Thesson's communicator chirped. He looked at it. His scales went gray. Sir, Perimeter Station Theta has stopped transmitting. Vorath felt something cold move through his chest. When? 4 minutes ago. No distress signal, no weapons fire detected. The station just went silent. Get me a visual. They walked to the command center. Officers scrambled to their stations. Screens flickered with data. Somewhere, an alarm was beeping. Bringing up the Theta sector now, someone said. The main display showed empty space, stars, darkness. The station should have been there. A bright point of light, transmitting status reports every 30 seconds like it had for the past 50 years. Nothing. Scanning for debris, another officer called out. No wreckage detected, no energy signatures. It is like the station was never there. Vorath stared at the empty space where 300 Dominion soldiers had lived 12 minutes ago. Sir, contact. A ship emerged from the darkness. Small, outdated, human. It is broadcasting, sir. On screen. The audio filled the command center. A human voice, female, calm, speaking in the Dominion language, accented but clear. Sarah Chen, age 34, botanist, Kepler 442b. A pause. Marcus Williams, age 7, student, Kepler 442b. Another pause. Yuki Tanaka, age 61, retired teacher, Kepler 442b. On and on, name after name, 12,000 names. The ship was broadcasting them on loop, every frequency, every language. The humans were still counting, and now they had started collecting. Sir, Thesson whispered, what do we do? Vorath watched the small human ship drift through space, where a Dominion station had stood for 50 years. One ship, alone, broadcasting the names of the dead like a prayer. We prepare, he said, because they are finished getting their house in order. He turned to his officers. Their faces were pale, their scales were gray. And they are coming. 200 Dominion warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. General Vorath Kession watched from the command deck of the flagship, his claws gripping the railing. The human fleet waited for them. 40 ships, old designs, outdated weapons. Some of them looked like they had been pulled from museums. One vessel was broadcasting music, something loud with drums and screaming vocals. Commander Yeel laughed. This is their great counterattack. 40 ships against 200. Vorath said nothing. He was watching the human formation. They were not retreating. They were not spreading out. They were flying directly toward the Dominion fleet in a tight wedge. Open a channel, Vorath said. Sir? Open a channel to the human fleet. The communications officer hesitated, then complied. Static filled the bridge. Human vessels, this is General Vorath Kession of the Dominion 3rd Fleet. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Surrender now, and you will be treated according to... A human voice cut him off. Male, calm, almost bored. General, we know who you are. We know what you did. A pause. We are here to collect. The channel went dead. Sir, the human ships are accelerating. Vorath watched the tactical display. The 40 human ships were not slowing down. They were speeding up, flying straight into the teeth of 200 warships like they did not know what death was. All ships opened fire. The space between the fleets turned white. Plasma, missiles, energy beams. The Dominion had the best weapons in the galaxy. They had conquered 1,000 worlds with those weapons. The human ships kept coming. Direct hit on the lead vessel. Their shields are down. The lead human ship, burning and broken, did not retreat. It accelerated into the Dominion formation and rammed the cruiser Vexant at full speed. Both ships disappeared in a ball of fire. By the cold stars, someone whispered. Second human vessel is on a collision course with the dreadnought Calyx. Destroy it. They hit it with everything they had. The human ship's engines died. Its hull was cracked open to space. It was a dead ship, drifting through the void. And then its emergency thrusters fired. The pilot was still alive, still steering, still aiming. The Calyx tried to turn. Too slow. The human ship hit it amidships at 3,000 meters per second. Vorath watched his tactical display turn red. Ship after ship, vanishing. The humans were not fighting like soldiers. Soldiers wanted to survive. Soldiers had families and futures and reasons to live. These humans flew like they were already dead. We have recovered audio from one of the human vessels. Play it. The bridge fell silent. A woman's voice filled the room. She was singing. The ship around her was burning, and she was singing. A children's song, something about a river and a boat and gentle dreams. She was still singing when her ship hit the dreadnought Vorn. The battle lasted 11 minutes. When it was over, 197 Dominion ships were gone. Debris and bodies floated in the silence of space. 3 human ships limped away into the darkness, still broadcasting the names of the dead. Vorath sat in his command chair. Around him, his officers wept, screamed, stared at nothing. Commander Yeel approached him. The commander's hands were shaking. Sir, what are they? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilot who had steered a dead ship into a dreadnought, about 40 vessels flying into 200 without hesitation. They are humans, he said quietly, but they throw their lives away like... They do not throw them away. Vorath stood. His legs felt weak. They spend them. There is a difference. I do not understand. Vorath pulled up his intelligence files, found the concept he had been looking for, a human phrase, acceptable losses. Every species had one. The Dominion's acceptable loss ratio was 15%. Above that, you retreated, you regrouped, you lived to fight another day. Humans have a concept, Vorath said. They call it acceptable losses. It is the percentage of their force they are willing to sacrifice to achieve victory. What is theirs? 20%? 30%? Vorath turned to face his commander. The answer tasted like ash. All of them. The bridge was silent. They will spend every life they have, and they will keep counting what they are owed. Vorath walked to the observation window. Debris floated past. Human, Dominion, impossible to tell the difference now. We did not start a war, Commander. We started a blood debt. And humans always collect. His communicator chirped. An intelligence update. He read it twice, 3 times. Sir, Yeel asked. What is it? The human fleet. Vorath's voice was hollow. It is no longer 40 ships. How many? 4,000. Yeel made a sound like something breaking. They built them in 3 months. Every factory on their planet, every shipyard in their system. Workers sleeping in shifts. Some of them worked themselves to death and were replaced within the hour. Vorath set down the communicator. They have a phrase for this. They call it the arsenal of democracy. He looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, 4,000 human ships were moving toward Dominion space. 4,000 ships, filled with people who were not afraid to die. General, Yeel whispered. What do we do? Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. We start counting our own dead, he said, because they are just getting started. The Dominion homeworld had not seen a full military conclave in 1,200 years. The last one had been during the Hurrix Rebellion, when a slave species had tried to overthrow their masters. The Hurrix no longer existed. General Vorath Kesson sat in the Great Chamber and watched the Supreme Commander pace. Around them, every admiral and general in the Dominion waited in silence. The walls were covered with battle honors, flags from conquered worlds, weapons from defeated enemies. None of them meant anything now. We will offer territory, the Supreme Commander said. The humans can have the outer systems, 12 planets, enough to rebuild their lost colony 10 times over. No one spoke. We will offer reparations, minerals, technology, whatever they want. The Supreme Commander stopped pacing. We will even offer an apology, a formal acknowledgement of regret. Still, silence. Well, the Supreme Commander's voice cracked. Does anyone have a better suggestion? Vorath looked at the tactical display on the far wall. Red dots, thousands of them. Human ships moving through Dominion space like a slow tide of blood. They had lost 6 more fleets. 87 colony worlds had gone dark. The humans did not occupy them, did not loot them. They simply arrived, destroyed every military installation, and left. And they kept broadcasting names. The human diplomatic vessel has arrived, an aide announced. They are requesting permission to land. 1 ship? The Supreme Commander asked. 1 ship, 1 passenger. The Supreme Commander looked at Vorath. General, you know more about these creatures than anyone. What do they want? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilots who steered dead ships into living targets, about a species that unified in 17 hours. I do not know, he said honestly, but I do not think it is territory. The human ambassador walked into the Great Chamber 20 minutes later. She was small, gray hair, calm hands. She wore a simple black suit with no decorations except a single pin on her collar. A small circle, 12,000 tiny names etched around its edge. She was carrying a document. I am Ambassador Elena Vasquez, she said. Her voice was soft, clear. I represent the United Earth Government. The Supreme Commander straightened to his full height. He was 3 times her size. His scales were the deep purple of royalty. His claws could crush her skull with a single squeeze. She did not look impressed. Ambassador, we are prepared to discuss terms. The Supreme Commander gestured to the document in her hands. Is that your proposal? No. She walked to the central table and set the document down. This is not a proposal. This is not a negotiation. She looked up at the Supreme Commander. This is an invoice. The Supreme Commander picked up the document. Vorath watched his face as he read it. The color drained from his scales, purple to gray to white. This is... The Supreme Commander's voice was barely a whisper. This is a list of names. 2,347 names, the ambassador said. Every officer who authorized the Kepler 442b strike. Every ship captain who fired. Every bureaucrat who approved the order. The chamber erupted. Officers shouting. Generals rising from their seats. Voices overlapping in outrage. You want us to hand over our own people? This is insane. We will never. Quiet. The ambassador did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The room fell silent. We do not want your territory. We do not want your resources. We do not want your apology. She looked at the Supreme Commander. We want justice. The Supreme Commander set down the document. His claws were trembling. And if we refuse? The ambassador smiled. It was a small smile. Polite. It did not reach her eyes. Then we keep counting. She reached into her jacket and placed a second document on the table. This is a list of every Dominion colony within striking range of our current fleet positions. She tapped the paper with one finger. Population totals included. We have gotten very good at math, Supreme Commander. Vorath looked at the list. 37 colony worlds, 400 million Dominion citizens. You would kill 400 million people? The Supreme Commander asked. For 12,000? You killed 12,000 for farmland. The ambassador's voice was ice. We will kill 400 million for justice. And then we will keep going, name by name. Until the debt is paid, or until there is nothing left to collect from. She leaned forward. We do not want your empire. We do not want your submission. We want 2,347 people standing in a human courtroom answering for what they did. She paused. Give them to us, and this ends. Refuse, and we will burn everything you have built until there is nothing left but ashes and memory. The room was silent. Vorath watched the Supreme Commander, the ruler of 1,000 star systems, the inheritor of 600 years of conquest, the most powerful being in the known galaxy. He was looking at a human female half his size. She was still smiling, still calm, still waiting. 11 seconds passed. The Supreme Commander looked away first. Leave us, he said quietly. We will consider your terms. The ambassador nodded. She picked up her documents and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. You have 72 hours, she said. After that, we start counting again. The door closed behind her. No one spoke. Vorath looked at the battle honors on the walls, the flags from conquered worlds, the weapons from defeated enemies. None of them had ever asked for justice. None of them had ever made the Dominion afraid. The Supreme Commander sat down heavily. He looked old, tired, beaten. General Vorath, he said, begin preparing the transfer documents. Sir, we are going to give them what they want. The Supreme Commander stared at the table where the ambassador's documents had been. All 2,347 of them. Vorath nodded slowly. And if our people resist? The Supreme Commander laughed. It was not a happy sound. Then they can explain to the humans why they deserve special treatment. We are done fighting this war, General. We lost it the moment we touched that colony. Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. The Supreme Commander was right. They had lost this war 12,000 deaths ago. The trials lasted 3 years. General Vorath Kessan watched every single one. He sat in his quarters on a quiet moon, far from Dominion space, and he watched humans put his people on trial for crimes against their species. 2,347 defendants. Each one received their own hearing. Each one faced their accusers. The families of the dead sat in the courtroom galleries, holding photographs of people who would never come home. The humans broadcast everything. Every testimony, every verdict, every sentencing. They translated the proceedings into 100 Dominion dialects so that everyone could understand. Most of the defendants received prison sentences, life imprisonment on human worlds where they would work, eat, and sleep among the species they had tried to destroy. 17 were executed. The humans did that publicly too. No torture, no spectacle. Just a quiet room, a medical injection, and a name read aloud before the end. The same name that had been on the ambassador's list. The same name that would be carved into a memorial on Kepler 442b. When it was over, the humans went home. They did not occupy Dominion territory. They did not demand tribute or submission. They did not install puppet governments or strip resources from conquered worlds. They simply left. The galaxy watched in confusion. The Dominion had lost. They had surrendered their own people to alien courts. They had bent their knee to a species that had been farming dirt 50 years ago. And the humans wanted nothing but to go home. Vorath understood. It took him years, but he understood. The humans had not fought for territory. They had not fought for power or resources or revenge. They had fought for balance. 12,000 dead. 2,347 held accountable. The scales were even. The debt was paid. That was all they had ever wanted. Vorath retired from the Dominion military 6 months after the trials ended. He moved to a small world on the edge of known space and began to write. His paper was called The Nature of Humanity, a Study in Applied Justice. It took him 4 years to complete. When he published it, the Dominion Academy rejected it immediately. Too sympathetic to the enemy, they said. Too dangerous. But copies spread anyway. Officers passed them in secret. Cadets downloaded them on private channels. Within a decade, it was required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. Not because the Dominion wanted it taught, because everyone needed to understand. The paper's thesis was simple. Vorath had spent his entire life believing that war was mathematics. Numbers and resources and acceptable losses. The side with the bigger fleet won. The side with more soldiers survived. Humans did not fight that way. Humans had a concept that no other species possessed. They called it justice. Not revenge, not conquest, not survival. Justice. They believed that wrong actions required consequences. That the dead deserved answers. That pain had to be balanced with accountability. And they would burn the galaxy to ash to make the scales even. Not for territory, not for power, not for themselves, for the principle of the thing. Vorath died on a quiet evening, 80 years after the war ended. His aide found his final journal entry the next morning. We made a mistake. We looked at the humans and saw a young species, weak, divided, fighting themselves over scraps of land and ideology. We did not understand. They fight each other because they can afford to, because they are strong enough to survive their own conflicts, because their wars make them harder, sharper, more dangerous. When something external threatens them, when something kills their children, destroys their homes, names itself their enemy, they stop, they count their dead, and they come for you. Together. Every single one. We thought we were predators. We had ruled 1,000 worlds. We had crushed 100 species. We had never lost a war. We had never faced humans. Now we know the truth. There are predators in this galaxy, and there are humans. Learn the difference. 100 years after the war, a young Dominion officer named Kella sat in a military history class. The instructor was old, a veteran of the border conflicts, a student of Vorath's writings. Today we study the human war, the instructor said. Can anyone tell me why no species has attacked human space since the Kepler conflict? No one raised a hand. The instructor pulled up a recording, an old file, grainy and worn. A human woman with gray hair and calm hands, standing in a Dominion council chamber. We have gotten very good at math, the recording said. The instructor paused the playback. The humans are not aggressive. They do not want war. They do not seek conquest or expansion. They are content to farm their worlds and raise their children and live their small lives. She looked at the cadets. But they remember. They name their dead, every single one. And if you give them a reason, she let the silence stretch. They will count what they are owed, and they will collect. No matter how long it takes, no matter how many of them die, no matter what it costs. Kella raised her hand. Instructor, what should we do if we encounter humans? The instructor smiled. It was not a happy smile. Trade with them. Talk with them. Learn their music and their stories and their strange little customs. She turned off the recording. Make them your friends. Make them your partners. Make them anything except your enemies. And if we fail? The instructor thought about Vorath's writings, about a woman singing as her ship burned, about 12,000 names broadcast on loop across the stars. Then pray to whatever gods you believe in, she said quietly. Because the humans do not forgive, they do not forget. She looked at the cadets, young faces, eager faces, faces that had never known war. They balance the scales, she said. Always. Kella looked at the frozen image of the human ambassador on the screen. A small woman, gray hair, calm hands. The most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Class dismissed, the instructor said. Remember the lesson. Kella would remember it for the rest of her life.
Maya Chen pushed her food tray along the metal rails, watching the strange colors and shapes of alien meals pass by her eyes. The cafeteria of Zenith Collegiate stretched out like a vast metal forest, filled with tables and chairs of different sizes and shapes. Some tables were low to the ground for species that crawled. Others reached up high for those with long necks or floating abilities. The air smelled like a mixture of flowers, burning metal, and something that reminded Maya of old gym socks. She had been at this school for 3 weeks now. 3 long weeks of sitting alone at her table in the omnivore section. The section was nearly empty most days. Maya had learned that most species who could eat both plants and meat chose to eat plants anyway. They looked at her like she was some kind of monster when she ate her protein bars or the synthetic chicken the food machines made for her. Earth had only joined the galactic community 8 months ago. The government had been so proud to send students to this famous university. Maya had jumped at the chance to study alien biology. She wanted to learn about the thousands of species that lived among the stars, but nobody had told her how lonely it would be. Nobody had warned her that other species would avoid her like she carried some terrible disease. The herbivore section took up half the cafeteria. Dozens of species sat together there, eating plants and laughing in their various ways. Some chirped, some hummed, some made sounds Maya's brain could not even process without her translator implant. The predator section sat on the far side, separated by a wide walking space. Large, dangerous-looking creatures sat there, eating meat and eyeing everyone else with calculating stares. And then there was the omnivore section, nearly empty except for Maya and a few others who sat as far from each other as possible. Maya found her usual table and sat down. She opened her meal container and pulled out a sandwich she had made that morning. Real bread from Earth Ingredients. Real peanut butter that her mom had sent in her last care package. It was one of the few things that made her feel less alone. She was halfway through her sandwich when she heard the crash. Maya looked up to see a small creature tumbling across the floor near the predator section. His tray had shattered, sending chunks of raw meat sliding across the clean white tiles. The creature was small, maybe the size of an 8-year-old human child. He looked like a wolf, but he walked on 2 legs and wore clothes. His fur was gray and patchy, missing in several spots. A long scar ran down his muzzle. His arms were too thin and his ribs showed through his sides. Behind him, 3 larger members of his species laughed. They had pushed him. Maya could see it in the way they stood, in their proud postures and cruel eyes. The small wolf creature dropped to his knees and began gathering the spilled food with shaking paws. His claws scraped against the floor. Maya watched as students from other tables glanced over, then quickly looked away. Nobody helped. Nobody even seemed to care. Maya's translator implant buzzed in her ear. It was picking up whispers from nearby tables. Words like runt and worthless and omega filtered through. Whatever those words meant in this context, they were not kind. The small creature's shoulders shook. Maya realized he was trying not to cry. She looked down at her sandwich. She looked at her apple. She looked at the protein bar she had saved for later. Then she looked back at the small wolf creature gathering spoiled meat from a dirty floor. Her roommate, a bird-like creature named Pip, had warned her many times. Do not interact with predator species. Do not break the social rules. Do not draw attention to yourself. Humans were already viewed as dangerous deathworlders. They came from a planet with heavy gravity, dangerous weather, and countless things that could kill them. Humans were survivors, and that made other species nervous. But Maya had not traveled across the stars to watch a child go hungry. She stood up. Her chair scraped against the floor, and the sound echoed in the suddenly quiet cafeteria. Maya picked up her tray and walked toward the small creature. Her translator began buzzing warning messages in her ear. Social hierarchy violation detected. Interspecies contact not recommended. Predator species protocols being breached. Maya ignored it. She knelt down beside the small wolf creature. Up close, she could see that his fur was not just patchy but scarred. Burns, maybe, or chemical damage. His eyes were a startling yellow color, and they went wide with fear when he saw her. "Hey," Maya said softly. "Are you okay?" The creature scrambled backward, dropping the meat he had gathered. His translator collar spoke in a growling voice that did not match his small size. "Stay back, lesser species. This one does not need your pity." Maya knew a recorded message when she heard one. The words were formal and stiff. Someone had programmed that response into his translator. She wondered if he even understood what it said. "I'm not offering pity," Maya said. She sat down on the floor, cross-legged, and placed her tray between them. "I'm offering lunch. You're hungry. I have extra. No strings attached." The creature stared at her, then at the food, then back at her. His nose twitched, and she could hear his stomach growl from where she sat. "What is your designation?" his translator asked, though this time the voice sounded more like his own. "My name is Maya. What's yours?" "This one is called Krush." He pronounced it with a rolling growl that her translator struggled to copy. "This one is not permitted to accept charity from lesser species. Pack law forbids it." Maya looked at the spilled meat on the floor. She looked at the larger wolves in the predator section, watching with cold eyes. She looked at Krush's thin frame and trembling paws. "I don't know much about pack law," Maya said, "but I know that nobody should have to eat food off the floor when someone else has extra to share. Please take half my sandwich. Take the apple." "I'm not very hungry anyway." That was a lie. Maya was always hungry. Earth's gravity was heavier than the station's artificial gravity, and her body burned calories quickly trying to adjust. But looking at Krish, she knew he needed the food more than she did. Krish looked at the food for a long moment. His paw reached out slowly, carefully, like he expected Maya to snatch it away. When she did not move, he grabbed half the sandwich and brought it to his mouth. He ate quickly, desperately, barely chewing. Maya quietly pushed the apple toward him, and he took that too. They sat in silence while he ate. Maya became aware that the entire cafeteria had gone quiet. Hundreds of eyes watched them. She could feel the weight of their stares like a physical pressure on her back. When Krish finished eating, he looked at Maya with those yellow eyes. "Why?" he asked simply. Maya smiled. "Because you needed it. That's all." She stood up, collected her tray, and walked back to her table. She did not look at the predator section. She did not look at any of the staring faces. She just sat down and finished her water like nothing strange had happened. But something strange had happened. Maya just did not know it yet. That night, her roommate Pip flew in circles around their small dorm room, feathers puffed up in distress. "You have made a terrible mistake," Pip chirped frantically. Predator species do not forget debts. They do not forget insults. You have humiliated their pack in public by showing kindness to their lowest member. They will come for you, Maya. They will come, and I do not know what they will do. Maya lay in her bed, staring at the ceiling. She thought about Krish's scared eyes. She thought about his thin body and scarred fur. She thought about the way he had eaten like he had not had a real meal in days. "Then let them come," Maya said quietly. "I'd do it again." Outside her window, the stars turned slowly as the station orbited the neutral world below. Somewhere in those stars was Earth, her home, impossibly far away. Maya closed her eyes and hoped she had not just made the biggest mistake of her life. She had no way of knowing that in the predator section of the dormitories, 7 adult Vakrians were holding a meeting that would change everything. She had no way of knowing that her simple act of kindness had invoked an ancient law older than human civilization. She had no way of knowing that tomorrow morning nothing would ever be the same again. Maya Chen fell asleep thinking about a scared little wolf creature and wondering if he would be okay. She did not dream of honor or ancient debts or blood oaths. She just hoped that Krush would have a better tomorrow than he had today. That hope, simple and human and kind, was about to shake the foundations of galactic society. But for now, Maya just slept, exhausted from another lonely day at Zenith Collegiate, unaware that her loneliness was about to end in the most spectacular way possible. Maya had not slept well. Pip's worried chirping had kept her awake for hours, and when she finally did sleep, she dreamed of yellow eyes and growling voices. Now she stood outside the cafeteria entrance, trying to gather her courage to go inside. Her stomach was empty and complaining, but her mind was full of worry. She pushed through the door and stopped dead in her tracks. 7 massive Vakrians stood around her usual table. They were not sitting. They stood in a semicircle formation, like soldiers at attention. Each one was at least 2 meters tall, with thick fur and muscled bodies that spoke of strength and violence. Their fur was marked with scars, some old and faded, others more recent. These were not students. These were warriors. The entire cafeteria had gone silent. Not the usual quiet of students eating and studying. This was the silence of prey animals freezing when a predator appears. Maya could see students from the herbivore section pressed against the far walls. Even other predator species had moved their tables back, creating a wide, empty space around the Vakrians. Maya's translator began buzzing emergency protocols in her ear. Threat level critical. Predator pack formation detected. Recommend immediate evacuation. Security has been notified, but Maya could not move. Her legs felt frozen to the floor. Her heart hammered in her chest so hard, she thought everyone in the room must be able to hear it. This was it. Pip had been right. They had come for her. The largest Vakrian stepped forward. She was female, Maya thought, though it was hard to tell with the species. Her fur was gray like storm clouds, and a jagged scar ran from her left eye down to her jaw. She wore what looked like military insignia on a band around her upper arm. When she moved, the others shifted to maintain their formation. This was their leader. The leader spoke, and Maya's translator struggled with the words. The language was formal, archaic, full of grammatical structures that made no sense in standard galactic common. The translator kept buffering, trying to find equivalent meanings. Human Maya Chen, the leader said, her voice deep and rumbling. You have performed an act that invokes ancient law. You have fed the lowest of our pack without demanding submission. You have shown kindness without asserting dominance. You have protected the weak when you had no obligation to do so. These actions fall under the Blood Debt Protocol, established in the time before our people reached the stars. Maya's mouth was dry. She tried to speak but could only make a small squeaking sound. The leader continued. I am Shara, Alpha of the 7th Blood Pack, veteran of the Border Wars, guardian of the weak. These are my warriors. She gestured to the 6 Vakrians behind her. We have come to answer the debt. Maya finally found her voice. I don't understand. I just shared my lunch. I didn't mean to invoke anything. Shara's ears twitched in what might have been amusement. Ignorance of law does not negate the law, but your ignorance makes the act more pure. You did not help young Krush for honor or debt. You helped him because he was hungry and you had food. This is the highest form of alpha kindness. Alpha kindness? Maya repeated, confused. One of the other Vakrians stepped forward. He was younger than Shara, with dark brown fur and intelligent eyes. His translator spoke in a smoother tone. Allow me to explain in terms your species might understand. In Vakrian society, we have strict pack hierarchy. The strong eat first. The weak eat last. The Omega, the lowest rank, often does not eat at all. This creates strength through competition. That's cruel, Maya said before she could stop herself. The young Vakrian's ears perked up. Yes, it is. But it is our way. It has been our way for thousands of years. An alpha, a pack leader, has the power to override this system. An alpha can choose to feed the Omega, protecting them from the pack's cruelty. But this comes at a cost. The alpha must be strong enough to defend that choice. Do you understand? Maya nodded slowly. You're saying that by feeding Krush, I acted like an alpha. And now your pack thinks I'm claiming leadership or something? Shara made a sound that might have been a laugh. No, human. We are saying you acted like an alpha while being physically weak. You showed the greatest form of courage. You protected one of ours when you had no strength to back up that protection. You risked retaliation to feed a hungry child. This invokes the Blood Debt Protocol. What does that mean? Maya asked, though part of her was afraid to know. Shara turned to the 6 warriors behind her. As one, they all dropped to one knee. The movement was synchronized, military precise. Shara remained standing but placed her right paw over her heart. It means we acknowledge the debt, Shara said formally. Maya Chen of Earth, you have shown alpha kindness to Kirsch of the 7th Blood Pack. By ancient law, we are obligated to guard your territory and ensure your safety. We will protect your eating space from all threats. We will ensure you never eat in fear or danger. This oath we swear in blood and honor, until the debt is repaid or our lives are ended. Maya stared at them. Her brain struggled to process what was happening. You're going to guard my table? In the cafeteria? Yes, Shara said simply. Because I gave a kid half my sandwich? Because you saw worth in the worthless. Because you showed kindness to one who had only known cruelty. Because you are what all alphas should be, but few ever achieve. Shara's yellow eyes locked onto Maya's brown ones. You are pack now, human sister. And we protect our pack. A small figure emerged from behind Shara's legs. Kirsch looked different than he had yesterday. Someone had cleaned his fur and treated his wounds. He wore new clothes, simple but well made. He looked healthier, less afraid. When he saw Maya, his tail began to wag before he caught himself and stopped it. Kirsch walked forward and dropped to both knees in front of Maya. He spoke in halting, careful English rather than using his translator. The words were practiced, memorized with great effort. You are packed now, human sister. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for feeding me. Thank you for being kind when others were cruel. I am yours to command. Maya felt tears burning in her eyes. She knelt down so she was at Kirsch's level and put a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to command anything. You don't owe me anything. I just wanted to help. I know, Kirsch said, switching back to his translator. That is why the debt is real. That is why we honor you. The cafeteria erupted. Students began talking all at once in dozens of languages. Maya's translator could not keep up with all the voices. She caught fragments of conversation. The human commands predators. Did you see them kneel? What kind of death world or magic is this? I heard humans can control minds. Maybe we should avoid her. Maya looked around at all the staring faces and felt overwhelmed. She had just wanted to help a hungry kid. She had not wanted this. She had not wanted to be some kind of symbol or leader or whatever they thought she was now. Shara seemed to sense her distress. Come, human sister. Sit and eat. We will guard you as we have sworn. Ignore the others. They will learn. Maya nodded numbly and walked to her table. She sat down in her usual chair. The 7 Vakrians took up positions around her, creating a protective circle. They did not sit. They stood watch, eyes scanning the cafeteria for threats that did not exist. Maya pulled out her lunch with shaking hands. She had packed extra today, worried she would be too nervous to eat breakfast. Now she was glad she had. She pulled out a second sandwich and held it up to Kirsch. Hungry? She asked. Kirsch's tail wagged again, and this time he did not try to stop it. He sat down across from Maya and took the sandwich carefully. Yes, always hungry. They ate together while the rest of the cafeteria whispered and stared. Maya tried to ignore it. She tried to pretend this was normal. But how could anything be normal when she had 7 warrior aliens guarding her like she was royalty? Across the cafeteria near the herbivore section, a tall reptilian creature watched with calculating eyes. His scales were bright blue and green, and he wore ornate markings that indicated high status among his people. His name was Veskith, and he was not pleased with what he was seeing. Not pleased at all, this cannot stand, he hissed to his companions. A human barely here a month commanding the respect of predator warriors? This disrupts the natural order. This threatens everything we have built. His companion, a smaller reptile with nervous eyes, shifted uncomfortably. What can we do? The Blood Debt Protocol is ancient law. Even our people recognize it. Veskith's eyes narrowed. Then we will force the human to prove she deserves such honor. We will challenge her in the trials of merit. We will show everyone that humans are nothing special. We will expose her as weak and unworthy, and the blood debt will be broken. Back at Maya's table, she was unaware of the plotting happening across the room. She was too busy listening to Kirsch talk about his studies. his attempts to learn Earth languages, his dreams of becoming a xenobiologist like Maya wanted to be. They talked about their favorite foods and the strange differences between their species. They laughed about the confusion of having so many different species in one place. For the first time since arriving at Zenith Collegiate, Maya did not feel alone. She had a friend. She had protectors. She had somehow stumbled into becoming part of something bigger than herself. She looked up at Shara, who stood watch with patient vigilance. "Thank you," Maya said quietly. Shara's ears twitched. "Do not thank us yet, human sister. The debt has been acknowledged, but the consequences are just beginning. You have made powerful. 1 week had passed since the Vakrian pack had sworn their oath. 1 week of eating lunch with 7 massive warriors standing guard around her table. 1 week of whispers and stares and nervous students giving her a wide space in the hallways. Maya was exhausted by all the attention, but at least she was not lonely anymore. Krish had become her constant companion. He walked with her between classes, carrying extra books when her human arms got tired in the station's lower gravity. He introduced her to other students, though most were too nervous to talk to the human who commanded predator warriors. He taught her Vakrian words and customs, and she taught him about Earth and human culture. They became friends in the truest sense of the word, but the attention was getting worse, not better. Students from peaceful species now avoided the cafeteria entirely during lunch hours. Some had filed formal complaints with the university administration about feeling unsafe. Others had started eating in their dorm rooms rather than risk being near Maya and her guards. The predator species students had a different reaction. They had begun showing Maya subtle signs of respect. A nod when passing in the hallway, a step aside to let her through doorways first. Small gestures that her translator identified as markers of status recognition. Maya did not want status. She just wanted to study xenobiology and maybe make some friends. Instead, she had become some kind of celebrity or symbol or whatever they thought she was. Today, everything changed. Maya was walking to her afternoon physics class with Krish bouncing along beside her when 3 large figures stepped into her path. They were Zelkathi, the reptilian species she had seen watching her in the cafeteria. Their scales gleamed blue and green under the station's artificial lights. They wore elaborate sashes marked with symbols that her translator identified as academic and family honors. The leader was the tallest, with scales so bright they almost hurt to look at. His translator spoke in a hissing accent that gave his words an edge of menace. "Maya Chen of Earth, we require words with you." Maya stopped walking. Krish immediately moved closer to her side, his ears flattened against his head in a clear warning posture. "What do you want?" Maya asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "You have disrupted the natural order of this institution," the Zelkathi leader said. His name tag identified him as Veskith. "You arrive here claiming to be a student, yet you command warriors like some kind of warlord. You manipulate proud species with your Death Worlder tricks. This cannot continue." "I haven't manipulated anyone," Maya protested. "I just shared my lunch with someone who was hungry. I didn't ask for any of this." "Lies come easily to humans, I hear," Veskith said, moving closer. "Your species is known for deception and treachery. You pretend weakness while hiding strength. You act kind while planning conquest. We Zelkathi are not fooled by your games." Maya felt anger rising in her chest. She had been patient for a week. She had endured the stares and whispers. She had tried to go about her life despite the chaos her kindness had caused. But she was tired of being called a liar and manipulator when all she had done was help someone. "What do you want from me?" Maya asked, her voice sharper now. Veskith's eyes gleamed. "I challenge you to prove your worthiness. If you truly deserve the respect of warrior species, if you truly have earned the blood debt of the Vakrian pack, then prove it. Face the trials of merit. Show the entire university that humans are worthy of the status you claim." "I don't claim any status," Maya said. "I just want to go to class." "Then you refuse the challenge?" Veskith asked, his voice full of mock disappointment. "How convenient. The mighty human who commands warriors is actually a coward who hides behind others' strength," Krish growled, a sound that started deep in his chest. "You insult Pack Sister. You break honor code by challenging one under blood debt protection. The blood debt only applies to physical threats," Veskith countered. "The trials of merit are a test of worth, not violence. The human may refuse if she wishes, but then everyone will know the truth. She is weak and unworthy. The blood debt was given in error. Maya looked at Krish's worried face. She thought about Shara and the other warriors who had sworn to protect her. She thought about what it would mean if she refused. The pack would be shamed. Their oath would be questioned. All because she had been kind to a hungry child. "What are the trials of merit?" Maya asked. Veskith's mouth curved in what might have been a smile. 5 competitions designed by different species to test strength, intelligence, adaptability, and honor. Each trial showcases the best qualities of the species that designed it. Compete in all 5. If you place respectably in any of them, your status is proven. If you fail, you admit that humans are weak and unworthy of the respect you have been given. Maya's hands were shaking. She was not an athlete. She was not a fighter. She was a 19-year-old biology student who got anxious speaking in front of classes. How could she possibly compete in trials designed by species that had evolved for thousands of years on different worlds with different conditions? But looking at Krish, at his worried yellow eyes and scared expression, Maya made her decision. "Fine, I accept your challenge. When are these trials?" 3 days from now, Veskith said. "In the central arena. The entire university will watch. Prepare yourself, human. We will show everyone what your species truly is." The 3 Zelkati walked away, their tails swishing behind them in what her translator identified as satisfaction. Maya stood frozen in the hallway as students flowed around her, whispering and staring. "What had she just done?" "Pack sister," Krish said quietly. "You should not have accepted. The trials are impossible for your species. Each one is designed to favor the species that made it. No single species can succeed at all 5. "Then I'll fail trying," Maya said, trying to sound braver than she felt. "I can't let your pack be shamed because of me." That night, Shara and the other warriors came to Maya's dorm room. They barely fit in the small space, their large bodies making the room feel tiny. Pip had fled to a friend's room the moment they arrived, too nervous to be around so many predators. "You should not have accepted," Shara said, echoing Krish's words. "The trials are designed to be impossible. They will test you in ways that favor species much stronger and faster than humans." "I know," Maya said, "but I couldn't refuse. It would have made you all look bad." The young brown-furred Vakrian named Torvin spoke up. "We could have fought for you. Krish could compete in your place. The rules allow for pack representation." Maya shook her head. "No. If I'm going to be judged as a human, then I should be the one standing there. I won't hide behind others." Shara studied Maya for a long moment. Then she made a rumbling sound that might have been approval. "You have the spirit of a warrior, even if your body is small and soft. Very well. If you will fight this battle, then we will help you prepare. We have 3 days. Let us not waste them." The next 3 days were the hardest of Maya's life. Shara and the pack taught her everything they could about the other species who would be competing. They explained weaknesses and strengths. They showed her how to observe and adapt. They pushed her to her physical limits and then pushed harder. Torvin was the most helpful. He had studied military tactics and strategy for years. "The trials are not about being the strongest," he explained, as Maya collapsed after her 10th lap around the dorm exercise track. "They are about being the smartest. Each species will play to their strengths. You must find ways to use their strengths against them." "How?" Maya gasped, her lungs burning. "By being human," Torvin said. "Your species evolved on a death world. You survived by being adaptable, by working together, by never giving up. These are your weapons. Use them." Krarsh brought her research materials about the competing species. The Zelkathi were fast and had excellent reflexes. The Korthians were incredibly strong, their silicon-based biology making them nearly indestructible. The Aralas could manipulate air currents and fly. The deepwater Krell could breathe multiple atmosphere types. Each species had evolved perfect adaptations for their homeworld. Humans had evolved to survive everything their terrible planet threw at them. Maya studied late into the nights. She watched videos of previous trials. She read about human evolution, about persistence hunting, about the unique advantages her species had developed. She learned that humans could regulate their temperature through sweating, something most species could not do. She learned that human endurance was legendary, that her ancestors had literally chased prey to death by outlasting them. She learned that humans were generalists, able to adapt to almost any environment rather than specializing in one. On the night before the trials, Maya could not sleep. She stood by her window looking out at the stars, thinking about Earth somewhere out there in the darkness. She thought about her grandfather who had taken her hiking every summer. He had taught her to keep going when her legs hurt and her lungs burned. Pain is temporary, he always said, but giving up lasts forever. Kirsch found her standing there. He sat down beside her without speaking. After a long silence, he said, "Can I tell you something?" "Of course," Maya said. "My family died when I was very young. The pack took me in because Tiara." The central arena of Zenith Collegiate was enormous. Maya stood at the entrance, staring at the massive space that could hold thousands of students. Tiers of seats rose up in circles, already filling with spectators from dozens of species. Floating cameras drifted through the air, recording everything. Her translator informed her that the trials were being broadcast across multiple systems. Millions would watch. Maya wanted to throw up. She wore simple human athletic clothes, stretchy pants, and a light shirt that let her move freely. Compared to the other champions, she looked tiny and underprepared. The Zelkathi wore scaled armor. The Korthian was a walking mountain of silicon-based muscle. The Aralis had wings that spanned 3 meters. The Deepwater Krell wore a moisture suit that kept their skin wet. And then there was Maya. Small, soft, scared Maya Chen from Earth. Shara and the pack stood behind her in the preparation area. Kirsch bounced nervously at her side. "You can still withdraw," Shara said quietly. "No one would fault you." "Yes, they would," Maya said. "And I'd fault myself. Let's get this over with." A voice boomed across the arena in multiple languages. The announcer explained the rules. 5 trials, each designed by a different species. Points awarded based on placement. The champion with the most total points would win overall, but respect would be given to anyone who placed well in any trial. It was possible to lose while still proving your worth. Maya hoped she could at least do that much. The first trial was the Zelkathi Maze. A 3-dimensional structure materialized in the center of the arena, all shifting walls and moving platforms and obstacles that changed position. The goal was simple: reach the center and ring the bell. The fastest time won. Veskith stepped up to the starting line with Maya and 3 other champions. His scales gleamed in the arena lights. He looked at Maya with cold eyes and said nothing. He did not need to. His presence said enough. The starting signal sounded. Veskith launched forward like a bolt of lightning. The other champions followed, each using their species' natural advantages. Maya ran after them, her human legs pumping as fast as they could. Within seconds, she had lost sight of all of them. The maze was designed for speed and reflexes. Walls shifted just as you reached them. Platforms dropped away under your feet. Obstacles swung out from hidden panels. It was chaos and confusion, and Maya was completely lost within the first minute. But Maya had spent 3 days studying recordings of this trial. She had learned something important. The maze had patterns. The walls shifted in sequences. The obstacles followed timing mechanisms. If you were fast enough, you did not need to learn the patterns. But if you were slower, you could use them. Maya stopped running blindly. She pulled out a marker from her pocket and made a quick symbol on the wall. Then she moved carefully, watching the walls, counting the seconds between shifts. When a wall moved, she marked the new position. When a platform dropped, she noted how long before it returned. The other champions were already finishing. She could hear bells ringing in the distance. But Maya kept working, mapping the maze as she went. It was slow and frustrating, but it was what humans did. They observed. They learned. They adapted. When Maya finally reached the center and rang the bell, she finished 3rd out of 5 champions. Veskith had won with a blistering time. But Maya had not come in last, and more importantly, she had shown human problem-solving in action. The crowd murmured with surprise. The small human had not collapsed in failure. She had found her own way through. The second trial was the Korthian strength test. Massive weighted blocks sat on one side of the arena. Champions had to move them to the other side. The Korthian champion picked up his block like it weighed nothing and walked it across. Other champions struggled and strained. Maya looked at her assigned block. It was as tall as she was and probably weighed more than a small car. She tried to lift it. It did not move even slightly. She tried to push it, nothing. She tried to pull it. Still nothing. The crowd began to laugh. Not cruel laughter, but the kind of laughter that comes when something is absurd. A tiny human trying to move a block that even strong species struggled with. It was comical. Maya sat down and thought. The rules said the blocks had to be moved to the other side. They did not say how. They did not say you had to carry them. They just had to be moved. She stood up and examined the arena floor. It was smooth and slightly slanted. She examined the block's shape. It was rectangular with rounded edges. And then Maya smiled. She went to the equipment storage at the edge of the arena and found what she was looking for. Maintenance tools, including a long metal bar. She brought the bar back to her block and wedged it underneath one edge. Then she used the principle of leverage that her grandfather had taught her during their hikes when they needed to move fallen logs. The block tilted up onto one edge. Maya pushed and it began to roll. Not quickly, not easily, but it moved. She rolled it across the arena floor, using physics and simple machines instead of raw strength. It took her 3 times as long as anyone else, but she got her block to the other side. She finished 4th out of 5. But the crowd was not laughing anymore. They were talking excitedly. The human had used her brain to overcome her weakness. She had turned a strength test into a puzzle and solved it. Death Worlder ingenuity, they called it. The ability to look at a problem and find solutions that others missed. The third trial was the atmospheric challenge. Competitors had to complete tasks in chambers with different atmospheres, temperatures, and pressures. Each champion would face the environment most opposite to their home world. For the Aeralis, a high-pressure water chamber. For the Krell, a dry heat environment. For Maya, they chose a chamber with thin air, high heat, and low humidity. Most species were adapted for specific environments. Their bodies worked best in conditions similar to their homeworld. Too much deviation and they became weak and sluggish. But humans had evolved as persistence hunters who chased prey across deserts and mountains, and every environment their terrible planet offered. Human bodies could adapt. Maya stepped into the chamber. The heat hit her like a physical blow. The air was so thin she could barely breathe. Other champions had already started failing their challenges. The Korthian could not function in high cold. The Aeralis struggled in heavy gravity. Species built for one perfect environment could not handle extremes. But Maya's body did something amazing. She started to sweat. The moisture evaporating from her skin cooled her body, a biological adaptation that few other species possessed. Her lungs worked harder, pulling what oxygen they could from the thin air. Her heart rate increased, pumping blood and oxygen more efficiently. Her human body, built by millions of years of surviving Earth's chaos, adapted in real time. The task was to assemble a complex puzzle while in the chamber. Maya's hands shook from the heat and thin air. Her head pounded from altitude sickness, but she kept working, piece by piece, step by step, never stopping, never giving up. The human way. When she finished and stumbled out of the chamber, gasping and drenched in sweat, the timer showed she had beaten everyone except the Krell, whose species specialized in multi-environment adaptation. 2nd place. A human had won her first medal. The crowd erupted. Even species that had avoided Maya in the cafeteria were cheering. She had proven that humans were not just clever, they were physically special too. Their adaptability was not just mental, it was built into their very biology. The 4th trial was the endurance hunt, a 20-kilometer course with obstacles designed to test stamina over pure speed. Most species were built for explosive power, quick sprints, fast reactions, short bursts of incredible ability. This made sense for survival. Chase prey quickly or run from predators fast. But humans had evolved differently. Humans had evolved to chase prey for hours, to track animals until they collapsed from exhaustion, to run at a steady pace that never stopped, never slowed, just kept going until nothing else could keep going. Persistence hunting, the uniquely human ability to simply outlast everything else. The starting signal fired. Champions burst forward at incredible speeds. The Zelkathi shot ahead. The Aeralis flew above obstacles. The Korthian crashed through barriers. Maya started at a steady jog. Within 5 kilometers, the faster species began to slow. Their muscles burned lactic acid. Their bodies overheated. They had sprinted too hard, too fast. They needed to stop and recover. But Maya just kept jogging. Her breathing was steady. Her pace never changed. She passed the Aeralis, who had landed to rest, wings cramping from overuse. She passed the Korthian, who had overheated and needed to cool down. At kilometer 15, only 3 champions were still moving. The deepwater Krell was ahead. Their species built for long-distance swimming translated well to endurance. Veskith was second, pushing himself through sheer willpower and pride. And Maya was third, still jogging at the same steady pace she had started with. At kilometer 18, Veskith collapsed. His reptilian biology could not sustain the effort. His body simply shut down. He would recover, but he was done. That left Maya in the Krell. The final 2 kilometers were agony. Every muscle in Maya's body screamed. Her lungs burned. Her feet were blistered inside her shoes. Her body begged her to stop, to rest, to give up. But Maya thought about her grandfather's words. Pain is temporary. Giving up lasts forever. She thought about Kirsch's yellow eyes trusting her. Maya woke up in the medical center with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her body ached in ways she had not known were possible. Every muscle screamed protest when she tried to move. Her translator implant was buzzing with hundreds of messages, but she ignored them all. She just wanted to sleep for a week. You are awake. Good. Shara's deep voice came from beside the bed. The large Vakrian sat in a chair that looked far too small for her massive frame. You collapsed after the trials. We carried you here. The doctors say you are fine, just exhausted. Humans apparently push their bodies to dangerous limits. Did I win? Maya asked, her voice rough. You placed in every trial. You won the respect of every species present. You showed the galaxy what humans are capable of. Does it matter that Veskith scored more points overall? Maya thought about it and smiled. No, I guess it doesn't. Then rest, Pack Sister. You have earned it. But rest was hard to come by. Over the next few hours, a steady stream of visitors arrived. Kirsch brought her favorite foods from Earth that he had somehow found in the station's massive storage. Pip came with flowers and apologies for being scared. Students she had never met stopped by to congratulate her or ask for autographs. The university chancellor himself visited, speaking formally about how proud the institution was to have her. The most surprising visitor came in the evening. Veskith entered the medical room, his bright scales somehow looking less intimidating in the soft light. He approached Maya's bed and stood silently for a moment before speaking. I must apologize, he said stiffly. I challenged you out of pride and prejudice. I believed humans were using tricks to gain status they had not earned. I was wrong. Your species may be young in the stars, but you possess qualities that many older species have lost. You have my respect, Maya Chen, and my friendship if you will accept it. Maya looked at the reptilian who had caused her so much stress and saw genuine regret in his eyes. She thought about holding a grudge, but that seemed pointless now. Friends don't usually try to humiliate each other in public trials, but I guess we can start fresh. Apology accepted. Veskith's posture relaxed visibly. Thank you. And I must tell you something else. Earth's ambassadors are very pleased with you. Your trials were broadcast across multiple systems. Billions watched you compete. Already dozens of species have requested formal meetings with human representatives. Your performance has changed how the galaxy views your people. I just didn't want to let my friends down, Maya said quietly. That is precisely why it worked, Veskith replied. You did not compete for glory or status. You competed for others. That is a very human thing, I think. And it is beautiful. After Veskith left, Shara returned with news. The pack has made a decision. We wish to formally adopt you as blood sister. Not just the oath of protection, but true pack membership. This is rare, very rare. No off-worlder has ever been offered this honor. Maya felt tears in her eyes. What does that mean? It means you are family. It means you will always have a place with us. It means we will defend you, teach you, guide you as one of our own, and in return you will honor the pack and help us grow stronger. Shara's yellow eyes were soft. You already do this last part. You have made Krish stronger. You have reminded us what true alpha kindness looks like. Will you accept? Yes, Maya said without hesitation. I would be honored. The ceremony happened 3 days later in the central arena, the same place where Maya had competed. But this time the atmosphere was celebratory rather than competitive. The Vakrian pack gathered in the center, all wearing ceremonial gear. Maya wore a simple white robe that Kirsch had helped her pick out. Shara spoke in ancient Vakrian, her voice carrying across the arena. Maya's translator worked overtime to convert the archaic language. The words spoke of honor and family, of bonds stronger than blood, of choosing to stand together against the darkness. Each pack member came forward and placed a claw on Maya's shoulder, speaking a personal oath. When Kirsch's turn came, he could barely speak through his emotion. You saved me when I was nothing. You showed me I could be something. You are the best sister I could ever have. I swear to protect you, learn from you, and make you proud. Maya hugged him tight, not caring about ceremony or tradition. You already make me proud, little brother. The ceremony ended with Shara presenting Maya with a pack token, a small carved piece of stone worn on a cord. "You are Kesh Maya now, kindness bringer. May you always carry that name with honor." The changes came quickly after that. Maya's experience at Zenith Collegiate transformed completely. The cafeteria, once divided into rigid sections, began to blur. Students who had never spoken to each other started sitting together, curious about different species and cultures. Maya's table became a neutral meeting ground where anyone could sit. Predator species students taught herbivores about their cultures, breaking down centuries of fear and misunderstanding. Omnivores like Maya found themselves as bridges between worlds, helping translate not just language but customs and perspectives. The strict social hierarchies that had governed the university for generations started to crack. Not everyone was happy about the changes. Some traditional students complained that the old ways were being destroyed. Some species felt uncomfortable with the mixing. But slowly, steadily, the momentum of change could not be stopped. And at the center of it all was a small human girl who had just wanted to help a hungry kid. Maya's classes became easier too. Other students actually talked to her now, forming study groups and sharing notes. Her xenobiology professor asked her to present a lecture on human evolution and adaptation, which became so popular, it had to be moved to a larger hall. She was even invited to join several academic clubs and social organizations. But the biggest change was personal. Maya was no longer lonely. She had Krish, who followed her everywhere like a shadow and made her laugh with his enthusiasm for learning about Earth. She had the Pack, who taught her Vakrian customs and invited her to their gatherings. She had Veskith, who turned out to be funny and intelligent once you got past his formal exterior. She had Pip, who slowly overcame fear and became a good friend. She had classmates from dozens of species, each one teaching her something new about the galaxy. One afternoon, about a month after the trials, Maya sat in the cafeteria with a mixed group of students. A Korthian was explaining silicon-based biology to two herbivores who listened with fascination. And Eralis was teaching Kirsch how to calculate wind resistance for better flight dynamics. Veskith was arguing good-naturedly with another reptilian about philosophy. And Maya sat in the middle of it all, eating her sandwich and smiling. Shara approached the table, which had become a common sight. But this time she carried a data pad with official-looking documents. "Maya, I have news from Earth." The table went quiet. Maya looked up, suddenly nervous. "What kind of news?" "Your government has received over 100 requests for human exchange students from other universities across the galaxy. They are expanding the program significantly. More humans will be coming to the stars, and many will be coming here to Zenith Collegiate." Shara's expression was amused. "It seems you have made humanity very popular." Maya felt a strange mix of emotions: pride that she had helped her species, excitement that more humans would experience what she had, but also a small possessiveness about her found family and the community she had built. "When are they coming?" "The first group arrives in 2 weeks. 50 human students, the largest off-world group Earth has ever sent." Shara tilted her head. "The Chancellor has asked if you would help orient them. Show them how to navigate galactic society. Teach them what you have learned." Maya looked around her table at the diverse group of friends she had somehow gathered. She thought about how lonely and scared she had been just 2 months ago. She thought about all the mistakes she had made and the lessons she had learned. She thought about what she could teach the new students so they would not have to struggle the way she had. "Yes," Maya said, "I'll help them. But they need to learn something important right away." "What is that?" Veskith asked. "That the galaxy isn't about species or status or who is strongest. It's about seeing people who need help and choosing to help them anyway. It's about finding family in unexpected places. It's about being kind even when it's hard." Maya smiled. "It's about being human, which means being caring, stubborn, adaptable, and maybe a little bit crazy." Kirsch laughed, his tail wagging. "That is the best description of humans I have ever heard." The group at the table agreed, each in their own way. And as they went back to their conversations and meals, Maya reflected on her journey. She had come to Zenith Collegiate as a lonely student who just wanted to study alien life. She had ended up teaching the galaxy about human values instead. Later that evening, Maya stood by her dorm window, looking out at the stars. Earth was out there somewhere, impossibly far away, but somehow closer than it had ever felt. She had changed since arriving at this station. She had grown stronger, braver,
The morning sun of Velthara Prime filtered through the biodome's transparent ceiling, casting geometric patterns across the meditation chamber floor. Mara Ellison unrolled her worn yoga mat, one of the few personal items she'd brought from Earth, and settled into her usual spot, near the eastern window. She'd been the cultural liaison aboard the Interspecies Exchange Station for 8 months now, and this daily ritual was the only thing keeping her sane among the chaos of 17 different alien species trying to coexist. She closed her eyes and began with a simple mountain pose, breathing deeply. The station hummed with its usual morning activity. The Krillians arguing about temporal paradoxes in the cafeteria. The Zephyrites singing their crystalline harmonies in the hydroponics bay. And somewhere close by, the pitter-patter of small feet that definitely shouldn't be in the human quarters. Mara opened one eye. 2 pairs of luminous golden eyes stared back at her from the doorway. Rexel and Nexa, the Felinar cubs who'd been orphaned during the recent trade dispute on their homeworld, watched her with an intensity that made her nervous. The Felinar were a proud warrior species, bipedal felines with retractable claws, enhanced reflexes, and a culture built entirely around combat prowess and honor. These 2 cubs, barely 6 standard years old, were the first of their kind to grow up in a peaceful environment. "Good morning," Mara said softly, not wanting to startle them. The Felinar had excellent hearing. Rexel, the larger of the 2 with distinctive tiger stripe markings, tilted his head. "What are you doing, human Mara?" "Yoga," she replied, moving into a downward dog position. "It's an ancient earth practice for flexibility, strength, and mental clarity." Nexa, smaller and covered in sleek midnight black fur, crept closer. "It looks like pre-combat positioning." Mara laughed. "It's actually the opposite. It's about finding peace and balance within yourself." The cubs exchanged glances, their ears twitching in that peculiar way that meant they were communicating through subsonic frequencies. Mara had learned to recognize it. "May we observe?" Rexel asked formally, his accent giving the words a purring quality. "Of course," Mara said, settling into a warrior pose. She wouldn't have minded the company, and the cubs had been so withdrawn since arriving at the station. If this helped them feel more comfortable, she was happy to have an audience. For the next 30 minutes, Mara flowed through her usual sequence. Sun salutations, tree pose, triangle pose, and her personal favorite, the crane pose, which required significant balance and core strength. She could feel the cubs' eyes tracking every movement, hear their soft whispers, and occasional chittering sounds. When she finished with a final savasana, lying flat on her back in corpse pose, she heard the soft padding of feet retreating down the corridor. 3 days later, Mara was summoned to the station commander's office. Commander Vex Thora, a towering Krillian with iridescent scales and 4 arms, looked troubled, which was concerning. Given that Krillians experience time non-linearly and rarely worried about present problems, Mara Ellison, the commander began, her translator chip rendering her clicks and whistles into smooth English. "We have a situation regarding the Felinar cubs." Mara's stomach dropped. "Are Rexel and Nexa all right?" "They're perfectly fine." "Too fine, perhaps." Vex Thora pulled up a holographic display showing the station's training gymnasium. "They've been creating something." The video showed Rexel and Nexa moving through a series of poses that looked hauntingly familiar, yet completely alien. They would drop into a position that resembled her downward dog, but then explode upward into a spinning kick. Her warrior pose became a launching point for a devastating double strike. The crane pose, her peaceful, meditative crane pose, had been transformed into a one-legged stance that allowed for rapid directional changes and unpredictable attack angles. "Oh no," Mara whispered. "Oh yes," Vex Thora replied. "They've been teaching it to the other Felinar juveniles in the refugee section. They're calling it Mara's Flow, a new combat discipline. The Felinar combat masters are." Intrigued, Mara watched in horror as the video showed a dozen Felinar cubs moving in synchronized patterns. their small bodies flowing through bastardized versions of her yoga poses with lethal efficiency. What she'd meant as stretches, they'd interpreted as combat stances. Her transitions between poses had become their combination attacks. Even her breathing techniques, which she'd explained were for calming the mind, had been incorporated as a method for conserving energy during extended combat. "I need to talk to them," Mara said. She found Rexel and Nexa in the gymnasium, drilling a group of younger cubs through what appeared to be a modified sun salutation sequence, except each movement was accompanied by strikes, blocks, and footwork that would make any martial artist proud. "Rexel, Nexa," Mara called out. The cubs immediately stopped, their ears flattening slightly, and what she'd learned was embarrassment. The other young Felinar scattered, but not before bowing respectfully in her direction, a gesture that made her deeply uncomfortable. "Human Mara," Rexel said, approaching with Nexa close behind. "Have we displeased you?" Mara took a breath, trying to find the right words. "I want to understand. Why did you turn yoga into a fighting style?" I explained it was about peace. Nexa's golden eyes met hers. "You did, and we listened. But you're human. And we are Felinar. Our people have been warriors for 10,000 generations. After the war destroyed our colony, after we lost our families, the elders here told us we must abandon our warrior ways to fit into this peaceful station. But then we watched you," Rexel continued, his tail swishing behind him. "You showed us that strength and peace aren't opposites. Your movements, they require discipline, control, balance. You breathe through discomfort. You find stillness in motion. These are warrior principles. Human Mara." "We don't want to fight anyone," Nexa added quickly. "But we need to remember who we are. Mara's flow helps us feel connected to our heritage while honoring the peace you've taught us. Every pose has a peaceful name and a warrior application. Every breath can be meditation or battle preparation." Mara sat down on the gymnasium floor, and after a moment, both cubs joined her. "Show me," she said softly. For the next hour, Rexel and Nexa demonstrated what they'd created. They were right, it was beautiful. They'd taken her simple stretches and created something that honored both peace and strength, stillness and motion, human wisdom and Felinar heritage. The tree pose had become the rooted sentinel, a grounding stance that could shift instantly to offense or defense. The child's pose was the humble recovery, teaching young warriors to rest and reset without shame. Even Savasana had been transformed into the warrior's reflection, a cool-down period where practitioners meditated on their training and intentions. "This is incredible," Mara admitted. "You've created something entirely new. We learned it from you," Rexel said. "Humans adapt. Humans take what exists and make it serve their needs without destroying its essence. You're not warriors like us, but you survived your own violent history to reach the stars. We studied Earth's databases. Your species has hundreds of martial arts, each created by adapting to different circumstances. We're just doing what humans do," Nexa added with a fang-filled smile. "We're adapting." 6 months later, Mara found herself in an observation gallery, watching as adult Felinar warriors, including the cubs' recovered parents, moved through Mara's flow formations. The practice had spread beyond the station, back to the Felinar homeworld, where it was being integrated into their military training as a meditation and recovery discipline. Injured warriors used it for rehabilitation. Diplomats practiced it before tense negotiations. Felinar athletes had adopted it for flexibility training. Commander Vex Thora stood beside her, all 4 arms crossed. "You've created an interesting legacy, human Mara." A peace practice became a warrior discipline, which became a peace practice again. Very circular, very human. "I didn't create anything," Mara protested. "Rexel and Nexa did all of this. You gave them the foundation," the commander countered. "And perhaps that's the most human thing of all. sharing something freely, with no expectation of how it might grow. Other species would have copyrighted it, weaponized it, or forbidden its modification. But you, humans, you plant seeds and see what blossoms. Down on the training floor, Rexel and Nexa led their class through the closing meditation. Small voices calling out the pose names in both Felinar and English. Warrior's reflection, peaceful stillness, grateful breath. Mara smiled. She'd come to the station to teach aliens about human culture. Instead, 2 orphaned cubs had taught her something more important. That meaning isn't fixed, that adaptation isn't corruption, and that sometimes the greatest gift you can give is something unfinished, something others can reshape into exactly what they need. Mara's flow, she murmured, watching the cubs bow to their students. I suppose that has a nice ring to it. Indeed, Vexthora said, though I suspect in a few generations, they won't even remember it came from yoga. It will simply be Felinar tradition, one more thread in the tapestry of shared galactic culture. Good, Mara said. That's how it should be. And somewhere in the quantum probabilities that Krillians could perceive, Commander Vexthora saw a future where 1,000 species practiced their own versions of Mara's flow. Each one unique, each one adapted, each one a testament to what happened when humans shared their gifts freely with the universe. In every timeline, it was beautiful.
No one at the academy even remembered what Earth was supposed to look like. To most cadets, human was a slur from old war stories, a word veterans spat when they talked about campaigns that cost too much and ended too fast. So, when Commander Valrek announced the day's lesson, Case Study 1 Earth soldier, half the hall laughed. The other half pretended not to flinch. The lecture chamber was built like an amphitheater, tiered and sterile, lined with alloy seats that hummed faintly under the heat of dozens of alien bodies. Jaws clicked, tails lashed. A row of Threx cadets whispered bets about how quickly the human would die in the recording. Commander Valrek said nothing. He was older than most instructors, his carapace dulled, his uniform stripped of the bright metals others flaunted. He carried a metal case that looked ancient even by Earth standards. Dented, scorched, marked with 2 faded words burned into the lid. SOL, War, Archive. He set it on the table with a heavy thunk. The sound echoed through the room like punctuation. You've all studied efficiency metrics, Valrek began. Kill ratios, survival indexes, tactical cohesion. But every metric has an outlier, a point so far from the curve that it breaks the graph. He placed one claw on the case. Earth was that point. The laughter started again, uneasy this time. One cadet snorted, "Primitive mammals with chemical guns?" Another muttered, "They burn themselves extinct. What's there to study?" Valrek didn't answer. He unlatched the case and lifted the lid. Inside was a combat helmet cracked through the visor, dried with something dark that wasn't paint. The kind of artifact the Academy Museum refused to display. This, Valrek said, voice low, belonged to Sergeant Cole, Earth Infantry, Delta 9 Offensive. He turned it over gently, as if it were still warm. You asked last week what the kill count of one Earth soldier was. His gaze swept across the rows of smirking cadets. You'll have your answer, but you won't like it. He pressed the activation node on the helmet. The room lights dimmed. A faint hiss filled the air, static, breath, wind through smoke. Then came the first gunshot. It didn't hum or crackle or resonate like their energy weapons. It exploded, a brutal sound of thunder and fire that made even the armored Threx flinch. And for the first time since the lecture began, no one laughed. The feed opened in darkness. Static blurred the edges. The first thing visible was mud thick, viscous, soaking through fractured ceramic armor. Then, a grunt. Ragged breath. The lens wobbled, as if the wearer was dragging himself forward by the elbows. Then, the voice. Human, male, tired. This is Sergeant Cole, 3rd Earth Infantry. Anyone still alive? Move on, Beacon Charlie. I'm not dying here alone. The cadets scoffed at first soft tone. No augmentation, no vocal stabilizer. Then the camera jerked. Cole had rolled into cover, raising a battered rifle. The scope lens was cracked. It didn't matter. Gunfire. Sharp, concussive, fast. 3 targets dropped. Humanoid enemies in reflective combat mesh Vornak elites. Their armor was supposed to resist small arms. The cadets stared. None of the bullets missed. The camera pivoted as Cole scanned for his next position. Explosions rumbled in the distance, muffled by the helmet mic. He checked his ammo. 21 rounds left. A thumb flicked the selector. Single fire. Controlled. He moved. The terrain was scarred beyond recognition. Ruined foliage, scorched rock. The sky above was clogged with soot. Nothing clean, nothing ordered, and no reinforcements. Cole slid down a gully and landed hard. The sound that followed made several cadets jolt upright, a wet gasp of pain. Valrek hit pause. What you just heard was his femur cracking against reinforced debris. Compound fracture, left leg. Watch his vitals. He resumed the feed. Heart rate spiked. Blood oxygen dipped. The HUD showed localized trauma. The leg wasn't just broken, it was fractured through the skin, visible in the corner of the lens. Cole screamed. Not cinematic, not triumphant, just pain. But he moved. He dragged himself behind a burnt drone husk, teeth clenched, blood smeared across the mud. Cadets murmured, now confused. No auto meds? Asked a Sarathi recruit. No suit injectors? Another added. Valrek spoke softly. Just a man, and 1 field kit. On screen, Cole fumbled with his gear. One hand held a tourniquet manual crank. The other dug for a cauterizer, but the pack was half melted, so he did what humans were known for. He adapted. The feed jolted again as he pried open the drone's remains. Inside, a backup battery pulsed with residual charge. Cole winced, pulled a shattered bayonet from his belt, and jammed it into the unit. Sparks flew. He heated the blade red hot. Then he bit down on his glove and pressed the metal to his thigh. The scream cut through the amphitheater. Several cadets recoiled. One covered her ears. The feed shook violently, then steadied. Cole passed out. For 17 seconds. When he woke, his breath was shallow. The leg was stabilized, blackened, shaking, useless but not bleeding. And he still had 17 rounds. By minute 8, he was crawling again using his elbows, pulling himself forward like a wounded animal too stubborn to die. Gunfire continued. Controlled, measured. Every shot dropped a target. Valrek paused the feed. 42 confirmed kills. 1 reload. Silence. He let it linger. No exosuit, no AI, no backup. He should have died 3 minutes in. But he didn't, whispered one cadet. Valrek nodded. And we're only 10 minutes in. He resumed the feed. The timestamp ticked forward. Cole's arm was shaking now. He'd shifted to firing from the ground, left elbow braced under his rifle. His breathing sounded wet, either internal bruising or early signs of pulmonary damage. From this point on, every movement took longer, every breath harder. But he didn't stop. Instead, he watched. He waited. He listened. When 2 enemies rushed together, he fired once. The round passed through the first neck and clipped the second in the jaw. When 3 came from the east, he waited until they crossed into each other's line and fired low into the debris pile they stood on. It collapsed under their weight, crushing one and exposing the others to easy follow-up shots. Terrain awareness, Valrek said, taught at every academy, rarely mastered. He used the world like a second weapon. The cadets were no longer murmuring. They were taking notes. And Sergeant Cole kept crawling forward. By the 14th minute, the screen had gone red more than once. Blood, dust, sensor errors. The visor lens was cracked deeper now, and the autofocus lagged every time Cole moved too quickly. The temperature overlay flickered, unable to keep up with the environment's heat spikes. His HUD was failing, and so was his body. But the rifle still worked. The cadets watched in silence as he slid into another crater, breath ragged, armor blackened. The right side of his chest plate was scorched through plasma burn, likely from the last engagement. Valrek tapped a secondary screen to highlight it. Penetrating shot. Estimated entry, lateral thorax. Likely missed the lung by less than an inch. Suit alarms were disabled at this point. He would have been in considerable pain just breathing. Why no pain suppressant? One cadet asked, finally. Valrek didn't look away from the screen. The delivery system was ruptured. No morphine, no stims, just muscle. Cole checked his mag, 9 rounds. He didn't panic. He looked around. The helmet's field mic picked up the sound of boots, not his. Vornak infantry, 10 meters to his right. 2 squads. Scanning. He lay flat, waited. The cadets leaned in. Cole waited 26 seconds before firing. His first round hit the squad leader's ankle, not lethal, but it forced a stumble. As the others turned, he fired again, this time straight into the exposed side of a neck. 2 more shots, 2 more targets down. The rest dove for cover. He didn't waste the other 4 rounds. He reloaded with shaking fingers, hand coated in blood. He had 3 magazines left, but his pace had slowed dramatically. A low beeping tone interrupted the footage. Suit oxygen, critical. The readout dropped from 9% to 8%. Cole exhaled once, slow. The video shook violently as he tried to shift. He grunted low, frustrated. His leg dragged behind him like dead weight. But he moved. Down the slope, into a trench where the ground was already soaked with coolant and body matter. There, half submerged, lay a drone wreck Earth made. Cole dragged himself beside it and jammed the connector of his broken oxygen line into its auxiliary port. It hissed, filled his system with enough air to buy him maybe 10 more minutes. The cadets had stopped writing. They were watching as if the footage were live. The drone feed caught another signal, distant cries. A comm channel crackled through static. Charlie team is pinned. Any friendlies respond. Any at all. Cole didn't answer. He reattached his helmet fully, checked the line of sight again, and rolled onto his side. 3 more enemies approached from the ridge above. They didn't see him. They never had a chance. Pop, pop, pop. 3 rounds, 3 bodies. Then came the ambush. From his blind side, 2 more Vornak burst from cover. Cole fired once, point blank. The muzzle flash lit the camera's view for a half second. But the second Vorn soldier slammed into him. The footage tumbled. Chaos, scrambling, a fist, a blade, bone cracking. Then, silence. Black screen. No, one cadet whispered. That can't be it. Valrek didn't move. The screen stayed black for nearly 7 seconds. Then, static returned. The feed picked up again, tilted, blurry, but still recording. Cole's body lay still at first. His face, just barely visible in the cracked visor, was pale. Blood coated his chin. The enemy was dead, skull caved in, rifle jammed through its torso like a stake. Cole twitched, then moved. With one hand, he reached for a stim injector. Not standard issue. Improvised. The cadets watched as he injected it just above his hip, straight into muscle. Not painless, not safe, but effective. He groaned. Then spoke, voice barely audible. Still here. The kill counter, updated. 79, confirmed. Valrek turned slightly toward the room. This is where the forensic team started arguing. A cadet raised a trembling claw. How can he still function? Blood loss alone would have killed most, yes. But that stim wasn't enough to restore him. Just enough to let him choose how he died. The feed continued. Cole's eyes, glazed, locked onto something out of frame. He started to crawl again, slower now, dragging what was left of himself toward a communication beacon. At 28-19, he reached it. The relay was inactive, scorched, partially buried, but the internal battery was intact. He flipped open a maintenance panel and rewired it manually. No AI, no assistance. Just a rusted multi-tool and fingers too stiff to hold it properly. He managed to send a short burst ping. The signal confirmed. 1 Allied unit received. Location, 4 clicks east. They were surrounded. Cole's eyes didn't show fear, just math. He checked his last 2 mags. 12 rounds. His hands shook as he closed the panel, but not from fear. The cadets now sat like statues, none speaking. They watched as Cole gathered what strength remained, propped himself up using debris, and slung his rifle across his chest. Then, he whispered into the beacon, "Tell them to mark the ruins. I'm coming through." Valrek paused the feed. "From this moment," he said quietly, Cole had no realistic chance of survival. No medical evac, no structural support, no defensive armor left. He had one leg, compromised oxygen, and internal bleeding. He looked across the cadets, and he still advanced. The feed resumed. 30-second mark. The screen trembled with every step he dragged. Blood trails behind him. The terrain shook with enemy artillery, but he kept moving. He kept firing. He kept calculating. At one point, he stopped at a shattered comms tower, planted himself behind it, waited. Let them come. 14 shots. 14 kills. When he moved again, he was coughing blood. He wiped it on his glove. 41 minutes. 4 confirmed friendly comms pings from the pinned unit. They were surrounded, outnumbered, and low on charge. They begged for air support. It never came. But something else did. Sergeant Cole. He arrived at 46 to 51. 1 mag left. And the footage only got worse from there. At timestamp 46 to 51, Sergeant Cole crested the ridge above the ruined extraction site. The camera feed was streaked with blood now, not artistic, not symbolic, just real. Dark smears across the inside of the visor and corners of the display made the footage hard to follow. And still, it kept rolling. The lens caught every second of what followed. Down below, his squad, or what was left of it, held the last standing structure in the area. A half-collapsed observation post, maybe 4 meters tall, riddled with plasma scars. 5 Allied signals inside, too distant to read faces. Their perimeter flickered as enemy targeting flares fell around them. Cole stopped just short of the crest, dropped to one elbow. He looked at the site below, then glanced down at his last magazine. 8 rounds. And then, from the comms for the first time, a voice broke through. "Sergeant Cole, report. We're pinned down. We're down to knives in here." Cole didn't respond right away. He reached into a pouch and pulled something small and metallic. A fragmentation grenade. His fingers barely worked. The pin almost slipped from his hand twice. When he finally pulled it, he didn't throw it. He set it down next to him, arming delay dial turned to maximum. He breathed through his nose, short, wet, halting. And then, into the calm. Not for long. He pushed himself to standing. His broken leg dragged behind him. The muscles in his back trembled with the effort. And then he moved. He descended into the valley with no cover, bleeding, armed with 1 magazine and a grenade that would blow in 15 seconds. The enemy didn't see him at first, too focused on the squad below. But when the first shot rang out, that same concussive thunder that had started this entire lesson, heads turned. The cadets flinched. Valrek didn't move. Cole fired once, then twice. Each shot dropped a target. The recoil sent tremors through his exhausted arm, but the bullets landed. He was no longer thinking in seconds. Every breath was a question. Was it worth the oxygen? By the time he reached the lower slope, 3 more Vornak were down. The rest began to return fire. Plasma bolts streaked past. One clipped his shoulder. His body spun with the impact, and he fell. The helmet rolled the feed, twisting upside down, but still functioning. What the cadets saw next would remain burned into their memories long after they left the academy. Cole didn't stay down. He pushed himself up, screamed not at them, not at the pain, but through it, and surged forward, dragging the grenade along the ground behind him by the pin ring. When he reached the closest bunker wall, he yanked the grenade up, slammed it into a vent port, and threw himself backward, shielding his rifle. The detonation was violent. Fire and dirt erupted in every direction. The camera feed glitched, then corrected. 7 enemies down. 3 more retreated, but Cole didn't let them escape. 1 shot clipped a knee. The soldier fell, and Cole finished him with a second. 2 shots left. A plasma bolt struck the ground near him. The explosion threw him back against a concrete slab. His helmet cracked further. The left visual field died. He tried to get up. His arm buckled. He tried again. The second time, he rose. No drama, just effort. He limped toward the squad's position, now within sight. One of the Allied soldiers had broken cover to pull him in, yelling, "We thought you were dead!" Cole said nothing. He collapsed beside them, handing over the last loaded rifle he had. Then he slumped against the wall, one leg fully straight, hand still gripping his own weapon. Oxygen, 2%. Blood pressure, unreadable. The field medic in the squad began checking him immediately, hand moving to his neck. Pulse weak, he's not gonna make it. Cole's voice rasped. Doesn't matter. Sergeant, we need evac. No one's coming. That shut them up. He looked at them, his squad, all younger than him, scared, not dead yet. You hold here, he said. What about you? I'm holding the line. He pushed himself back up, bracing against the post. The ridge ahead swarmed with new movement. More Vornak. No ammo. No stims. Nothing left. Still, Cole stood. Valrek paused the footage. From this point forward, he said, voice flat. Cole had no offensive capability. The rifle was empty. The grenade spent. Medical state terminal. Vital systems failing. Field integrity none. Then why, one cadet began, but fell silent. Valrek resumed the feed. The camera now hung crooked. Cole must have attached it to the wall before standing. The image showed him one broken soldier facing down a full advance, body barely upright, one hand clenched into a fist. They tried to call him back. He ignored them. The Vornak line paused. 15 seconds passed. Then they opened fire. The footage flared white. When it returned, Cole was still standing. But now the ridge was empty. Bodies everywhere, slumped in cover, caught in crossfire from allies above. He'd drawn their attention long enough. Valrek froze the frame. Final timestamp, 54:38. Oxygen, 0. Suit status, flatline. The cadets stared. Valrek spoke one last time. Post-battle forensics verified 312 confirmed kills, 57 additional wounded. Sergeant Cole died standing, with no functional limbs, no backup, and no remaining ammunition. He turned toward them. And before anyone asks, no, this footage was not authorized for study. It was leaked by me. I was there. I watched the line break, and he stepped into it alone. Not a single cadet laughed. The lights in the amphitheater stayed dim after the footage ended. The static still hissed softly from the speakers, like the recording itself hadn't quite let go. No one spoke. Not the Threx who'd mocked humans at the start. Not the Serathi who'd smirked at the mention of projectile weapons. Not even the instructors along the upper railing. Commander Valrek stepped forward and disconnected the helmet from the uplink. The display went black, but the silence didn't break with it. He placed the helmet gently back into its scorched case and locked it with 2 deliberate motions. Then, he faced the room. 312 confirmed enemy dead, he said evenly. 57 mortally wounded. 1 man. 60 rounds. The words landed heavy, like ordnance. You've all been trained to analyze kill ratios, he continued. In most campaigns, 1 unit equals 3 to 5 confirmed. Exceptional units may reach 20 under ideal circumstances. Entire squads might break 100 with coordinated artillery. He gestured toward the case. Sergeant Cole did it alone, with no reinforcements, no exosuit, no automated logistics, no shield generators, no atmospheric support. A Vorn cadet in the 3rd row raised a hand slowly, hesitant now. How? It doesn't make sense. Those numbers don't fit any model. They don't, Valrek said, which is why the models were wrong. He crossed to the edge of the stage and looked at the rows of cadets. For decades, your curriculum has used sanitized footage, filtered engagements, tactical breakdowns. That was doctrine, efficient, predictable. Earth broke doctrine. They fought with everything that could be held, thrown, burned, sharpened, or aimed. They turned terrain into weapons. They treated pain as an inconvenience, not a limit. Another cadet's voice came from the back. Quiet. Why didn't you clone them? The question made Valrek pause. When he answered, it wasn't rehearsed. Because we tried. The entire hall shifted, bodies leaning forward. They found surviving samples after the Terran quarantines, Valrek said. They ran trials, cloning programs, neural pattern mapping. None of it worked. Every clone failed training. Some panicked under stress. Others burned out during pain conditioning. Their bodies could match the template. Their minds couldn't. A Threx cadet muttered, almost to herself. Then, what drives them? Valrek's gaze dropped briefly to the case. No one ever figured that out. Some said it was instinct. Others said culture. A few said madness. I was stationed on Delta 9. I fought 3 kilometers north of Cole's position. Whatever it wasn't something we could manufacture. The cadets were silent again. Valrek tapped a panel on the wall. A separate display came to life, showing a simple, grainy still. Cole standing against the ridge, moments before the final push. His head was tilted slightly down, one arm limp, the other gripping his rifle like a staff. Behind him, smoke and ruin. In front, a sea of enemies. At the bottom of the image, forensic analysts had stamped the words, "Last known image, subject, Sergeant Cole." This image, Valrek said quietly, was never shown to the public. It wasn't meant to inspire. It wasn't meant to recruit. It was meant to remind Command what happens when the line is tested and no one else steps forward. He turned the screen off. You laughed when you heard Earth Soldier, he said to the room. You use that word as a joke, as a slur. From now on, you will not, because there's nothing funny about them. One of the Sarathi cadets raised a claw. What happened to Earth after? Quarantine, Valrek said. Self-imposed. After the Terran Wars ended, the surviving nations sealed the Soulgate network. They cut themselves off. No ships in or out. Official records listed them as extinct. It was easier that way, less frightening. He looked around the room slowly. Make no mistake, they're not extinct. They're watching. They always are. The hall was still. Even the ambient hum of the ventilation seemed muted. Valrek reached into his uniform pocket and pulled out something small. A brass casing, scuffed, burned. He held it up between 2 claws. This is real, he said. Not an energy cell, not a plasma cartridge. Just brass and lead. This was recovered 50 meters from Cole's final position. He placed it on the table beside the case. For most of you, war is numbers, ratios, logistics. Cole made it something else. He turned to leave, but stopped at the doorway. One more thing, he said, looking back at them. You will study this case. You will understand it. Because if Earth ever decides to step out of its quarantine, no doctrine you've learned will save you. You'll need to think like them. And then he was gone. The cadets stayed seated long after the door shut. None of them could shake the sound of the gunfire, the rhythm of it. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't efficient. But it was final. In the back row, the Threx cadet, who had once laughed quietly, opened her console and pulled up the sector transfer request panel. Destination: Terran Quarantine Perimeter. Her claws hovered over the confirmation button for a long time before pressing it. Request sent. Awaiting response. The transfer approval arrived in under an hour. No questions, no vetting, no hesitation. Request acknowledged. Report to Gate Sol 1. Bring courage. Those 3 words echoed in the Threx cadet's mind as she stood alone before the jump pad. Her squadmates hadn't spoken to her since the lecture. Not out of anger, just something closer to reverence. As if volunteering for the Terran sector was like asking to be buried alive. It was a posting so obscure that even Academy records didn't keep much beyond a name. Earth Perimeter Command. And yet the reply had come instantly. As if Earth had been listening the whole time. The pad glowed blue as it locked onto coordinates never publicly listed. Around her, security drones stepped back. The station commander who issued the departure clearance didn't even look her in the eye. He simply handed her a data crystal. Deliver this directly, he said. What's on it? He hesitated. Footage. More than what we saw in class. Someone added your name to the delivery manifest. She didn't ask who. She didn't need to. Then the field ignited, and she was gone. The relay station orbiting Sol 1 wasn't abandoned, though it looked like it had been dormant for decades. Lights were dimmed to conserve energy. Terminals powered on only when approached. Not a single maintenance drone patrolled the deck. Yet everything worked. It was as if the station had been left alone intentionally, quietly daring someone to knock. When the Threx cadet stepped into the primary hall, a voice greeted her from the walls. No language filters activated, no translation algorithms. It spoke in Terran English. "State name and purpose," she answered, her voice steadier than she expected. "Cadet Kess of Threx Alpha Flight. I was sent to deliver a message and to learn." There was silence for nearly 10 seconds. Then the lights shifted. "Docking Bay 2. Proceed alone." Kess obeyed. Inside the bay sat a shuttle, unmarked, dark. It looked older than her grandmother's bones, manual controls, chemical thrusters, actual glass in the windows. A throwback. Or maybe just a reminder of what Earth was. When she climbed aboard, it lifted without input. Outside the viewport, the planet came into view. Blue, green, clouded, alive. It didn't look quarantined. It didn't look dead. It looked untouched. The shuttle dropped her on a coastal cliffside near what had once been a military installation. Wind blew off the ocean. She stepped down into knee-high grass and found herself facing a gate built into the cliff face. Old, rusted, but the door opened for her. Inside, the hallway was dim and long, lined with plaques, faded flags, cracked stone, no digital readouts, just metal and silence. At the end stood a figure tall, scarred, and unmistakably human. He wore a simple coat, no rank markings, no armor. And he watched her with unreadable eyes. "Cadet," he said, his voice quiet and deep. "You came." She nodded. He gestured to the crystal in her hand. "That's for us?" She offered it without speaking. He took it and inserted it into a port on the wall. A projector hummed to life, flickering in grainy static. It was the footage again, Cole's footage, but unedited. This version included a recording from earlier, before the first shot, before the crawl. Cole sat in a dugout, rifle across his lap, speaking quietly to a small audio log. "If this gets found, if anyone ever watches this," he said, "then I guess I didn't make it. Doesn't matter. What matters is they know we were here, that we didn't back down." He leaned into the lens. No gods, no glory, just the line. Then the log ended. The man turned to her. "You know why we never came back?" Kess shook her head. He pointed to the screen. "Because we only fight when there's no one else left, and when that happens, we don't leave survivors." He walked to a wall and pressed a panel. It opened to reveal a room lined with casings, brass, steel, ceramic, all labeled with names and numbers. And at the center, a rifle. Scarred, caked in dried blood, but whole. This was Cole's. Kess stepped forward, staring at it. What was he, really? The man didn't answer right away. Then, he said, "He was the last part of us no one understood. The part that doesn't stop because it hurts. The part that doesn't need a reason beyond. Someone had to." He turned to her. "You want to know what it means to be human?" She nodded. He smiled, but it wasn't kind. "Then you stay." Kess didn't return to the academy. Her file was quietly sealed, her records marked as on special assignment. But every few cycles, a cadet would stumble across a name they didn't recognize on the restricted clearance manifest. Operator Kess, Terran Liaison Division. And sometimes, during combat exercises, a fragment of her voice would filter into the training drone's audio feeds. Simple, steady. You don't run. You don't beg. You hold the line. Back at the academy, the black data case remained locked. Commander Valrek never opened it again in public. He didn't need to. The cadets spoke of Sergeant Cole like a ghost, one they feared, one they admired. And the question they used to laugh at, they whispered it now. What's the kill count for one Earth soldier? No one laughed. Because now, they knew the answer. And they knew it could happen again.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's General G. Let's begin. I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, the human ambassador began from his seat at the Galactic Council meeting, but you won't last 3 seconds. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. He stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the amphitheater-style chamber. His bright orange fur bristled in indignation. His big, dark eyes watched as he processed what the human had just said, and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae quivered as he tried to suppress his rage. Being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. The Sativ were new to the Galactic Council, and the negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable pets rather than sentient beings with their own culture and achievements. Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough was enough. The moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. Abby had spent hours studying the dossiers of every species present. He'd memorized their military capabilities, their territories, their temperaments. And he'd made his choice: the humans. They were legendary warriors, survivors of a death world called Earth, masters of violence. They were the species that made the other species nervous. If the Sativ could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take notice. So, Abby had stood there on the table, his tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow, and declared formal war on humanity. He used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and fury. He'd expected shock, perhaps even fear. What he got instead was this casual dismissal, this patronizing little buddy nonsense, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds against humanity. Worse than that, though, was the reaction from everyone else. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The Aquarians in their water-filled environmental suits were producing steams of bubbles, their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. The Avian Cree delegation was worse. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. Even the Morphids, usually so dignified in their carefully maintained bipedal forms, had lost their composure. 3 of them had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats, their bodies shaking with what Abby assumed was the blob equivalent of hysterical laughter. "You all laugh now," Abby declared, his voice amplified by the microphone but still higher pitched than he would have liked. "But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth. We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory." His antennae straightened, pom-poms rigid with determination. "You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, you will all see. You will regret your laughter. You will beg for our forgiveness, and you will never, ever underestimate the Sativ again." He'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. The table was easily 3 times his height. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. Maintaining his dignity while marching across the vast expanse of the table, still within clear view of everyone, would have been challenging enough. But he was so angry, so determined to storm off, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, fully intending to leap off in a display of athletic prowess. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. Peering over the edge, he saw the floor far below. Very far. He froze, his tail twitching nervously behind him. The laughter in the chamber intensified. "Does the mighty warrior need help getting down?" one of the Kree called out, setting off another wave of squeaking. Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible. He turned around with as much dignity as he could muster and walked stiffly toward the platform, his small legs moving in quick, angry steps. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. "They're going to Earth! Those Deathworlders are going to eat them alive!" That was one of the Aquarians, their voice bubbling with laughter. "Remember the Zoraxian probe that landed there? Destroyed in minutes," another voice added. "I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds," someone else chimed in. "These poor furballs don't stand a chance." "At least they'll die bravely," said a Morphid, in a tone that suggested they found even that notion amusing. "Well, probably not bravely, probably screaming, but we can tell people it was brave. 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take one look at Earth from space and go back." The voices faded as Abby stepped onto the platform and began his descent. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. But one thing did puzzle him as he reached the floor and marched toward the exit. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, all the jokes at his expense, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained completely silent. The tall, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. It wasn't mockery, it wasn't amusement, it was something else. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. In 2 days, Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, the Sativ would show the entire galaxy what they were made of. In 2 days, Earth would fall. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, the finest warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. 300 ships, each crewed by 20 warriors, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, but it was mobile and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove themselves. Now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship, Abby felt a surge of pride and anticipation. Around him, the bridge crew moved quickly, their small paws interacting with controls that had been designed specifically for their size. To his left stood General Lax, his purple fur marked with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his right was General Izzy, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent. Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ!" Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our home world has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself." The cheering intensified. Abby could see warriors on other ships brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Lax was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. "We are small, but we are mighty," Abby declared. "We are few, but we are brave. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name." The fleet erupted in war cries. Abby cut the transmission and turned to his generals, his chest heaving with emotion. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. "Those council bastards won't be laughing after this," came the voice of Captain Zix from Ship 7. "I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong," added Commander Frill from Ship 19. "Bubbling at us like we're some kind of joke." A female voice cut through the chatter, coming from Ship 40. "Commander Abby, I have a question. What will we do with the humans after we defeat them?" Abby straightened, recognizing the voice of Captain Mira, one of his most respected warriors. "An excellent question, Captain. We will leave them be, of course." There was a moment of silence on the comms. "Leave them be, sir?" Mira asked, her tone confused. "Of course," Abby replied as if it were obvious. "We're not monsters. We'll prove our superiority in combat, claim some of their treasures as proof of our victory, and then depart. They can keep their planet. We don't want the other species to think we're cruel conquerors. We're warriors seeking respect, not tyrants seeking domination." General Lax leaned closer, his voice low and concerned. "Commander, are you sure about that? I mean, what if the humans see our mercy as weakness? What if the Council thinks we went soft?" "Nonsense," Abby said firmly. "Showing restraint and honor will only increase the respect they have for us. We're not barbarians." General Izzy looked equally worried, her pink fur rippling with anxiety. "But, Commander, what if they refuse to tell the Council that we conquered Earth? What if they just say we landed, got scared, and left?" "They won't be able to say that," Abby assured her. "We have defeated them in combat. We have their treasures. The evidence will speak for itself." Both generals exchanged a glance that suggested they weren't entirely convinced, but they said nothing more. The fleet continued its descent, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. The ships were designed for smooth entry, and within minutes, they had a clear view of the surface below. "Scanning for optimal landing site," reported Pip from his navigation station. "Looking for an area that will demonstrate our power while allowing for proper challenge protocols." "What about there?" General Lax pointed to the main view screen, where a large green space was visible in the middle of what appeared to be a human settlement. "That open area in their settlement. It appears to be some kind of gathering space." "Running detailed scans," Pip said, interacting with the controls. After a moment, his ears flattened against his head. "Commander, I'm detecting human life signs in that area. Multiple family groups. There appear to be human young present." Abby frowned, his antennae dipping thoughtfully. "Human children? We certainly can't land there. We don't want to frighten the young ones. That would be cruel, and worse, it would make us look like bullies. Is there a suitable landing area that's free of civilians?" Pip's scan continued. "Yes, Commander. There's an area approximately half a kilometer away that appears to be completely clear. Still within the same green space, but isolated from the human population centers." "Perfect," Abby decided. "We'll land there first, establish our position, and then transmit our formal challenge to the human warriors. We'll give them the opportunity to meet us in honorable combat. If they accept, we fight. If they surrender, well, that would be disappointing, but still a victory." "You really think they'll just surrender?" General Izzy asked skeptically. "Of course not," Abby replied. "They're humans. They're supposed to be fierce warriors. They'll accept the challenge, fight bravely, but ultimately lose. And then we'll all go home having earned respect. That's how these things work." General Lax's expression suggested he thought their commander might be oversimplifying things, but he merely nodded. "Setting landing protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment." The fleet descended in formation. 300 ships, creating an impressive display, as they approached the clearing Pip had identified. The landing was textbook perfect. Each ship touching down with minimal impact, arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. The ships themselves were small by galactic standards, each about the size of a human shuttle, but together they created an impressive sight. "Landing successful," Pip reported. "All ships confirm secure positions. External sensors show Earth's gravity is 0.974 of our home standard, well within comfort range." "Excellent," Abby said. "Environmental analysis?" "Atmosphere is compatible, temperature is mild, no immediate threats detected." Pip paused. "Commander, I am detecting various biological signals in the surrounding area, flora and fauna." "Perhaps just local wildlife," Abby said dismissively. "Nothing we can't handle." The three commanders made their way to the hatch, their enhanced bodysuits glowing with power. The suits were impressive, form-fitting armor that augmented their strength, provided environmental protection, and looked intimidating despite their small size. Each suit was decorated according to rank, with Abby's featuring golden trim and the crest of the Sativ Military Council. "Open the latch," Abby commanded, his voice steady and fearless. The hatch cycled open with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and a ramp extended downward. Bright sunlight flooded the interior of the ship, and for a moment, Abby had to blink against the glare. Then his eyes adjusted, and he got his first real look at Earth. It was green, incredibly, overwhelmingly green. The grass stretched out in all directions, each blade swaying in a gentle breeze. But what struck Abby most was the sheer scale of everything. The trees surrounding the clearing were enormous, towering giants that made the trees of his homeworld look like saplings. Their trunks were as thick as some Sativ buildings, and their branches reached up toward a sky that seemed impossibly vast and blue. By the ancestors, General Lax breathed beside him. Those trees are massive. General Izzy had frozen at the bottom of the ramp, staring up at the vegetation around them. I've never seen plants so large. Do you think all Earth plants are like this? Abby forced his fur to lie flat, refusing to show intimidation. Well, of course they're large. The humans are large, remember? It makes sense that their vegetation would match their scale. Besides, size means nothing. A large tree is no more threatening than a small one. Let's proceed. The three commanders stepped off the ramp and onto Earth's surface. The grass beneath their feet was strange, soft, but also slightly sharp. Each blade much thicker than the delicate ground cover of their homeworld. Abby took a deep breath of Earth's air, finding it rich and slightly sweet, carrying scents he couldn't identify. Environmental conditions are excellent, he announced, his voice filled with confidence. The gravity feels natural. The air is fresh. This is a fine world for battle. I can see why the humans are proud of it. Should we call the rest of the troops out? General Lax asked. Let's do a quick perimeter check first, Abby decided. Make sure there are no immediate surprises. Then we'll... A high-pitched scream cut through the air, coming from their comms. Commander! Commander! I've been wounded! All three commanders froze. Abby activated his comm link immediately. Report! What's your status? It's Private Zim, sir, from Ship 12. The voice was panicked, speaking so quickly that the words ran together. I stepped outside for preliminary recon like you ordered, and I cut my foot on this grass thing. It's sharp, sir. The grass is sharp. I'm bleeding. I need a medic. Abby closed his eyes and counted to 3, trying to maintain his composure. Behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Private Zim, he said slowly and clearly, you cut your foot on grass? It's really sharp grass, sir. Send a medic to Ship 12, Abby ordered, then switched to a private channel with his generals. What an idiot! Wounded by grass. And I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory? To be fair, General Lax said, he's probably just nervous, but he is an idiot. The humans probably have idiots in their armies too, Abby muttered dismissively. Come on, let's continue the survey. They moved forward carefully, their small legs carrying them through the grass that came up to their shoulders. It was slow going, and Abby was starting to appreciate why the humans were so tall. Navigating this vegetation would be much easier with longer limbs. Still, they pressed on, making it about 20 meters from the ship before they heard another scream. Sir! Sir! There's a creature! Some kind of flying thing! I think it's a bird! Abby spun around, trying to locate the source of the commotion. He could see several ships with their hatches open now, warriors cautiously emerging to explore. One warrior, his yellow fur bright against the green grass, was pointing upward at something in the air. It's small, the warrior shouted. I'm going to investigate. Back home, all flying creatures are friendly. This is probably similar. Wait, Abby started to say, but he was too far away, and the warrior couldn't hear him. The warrior reached up toward the flying creature, which Abby could now see was fuzzy and striped with yellow and black. It was indeed quite small, hovering in the air near a tall flowering plant. The warrior's paw made contact with the creature. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It dove toward the warrior, and even from this distance, Abby could see the warrior jerk back, clutching his paw. Then the screaming really started. It stabbed me! The bird stabbed me! It's still stabbing me! Why is it so angry? The warrior was now running in circles, waving his paw in the air while the tiny creature pursued him with single-minded determination. Other warriors nearby were scattering, clearly unsure whether to help or flee. The scene would have been comical if it weren't so concerning. That's not a bird, General Izzy observed. Birds have feathers. That thing is... I don't know what that is. It's hostile, whatever it is, General Axe added. Should we open fire? On a creature that small? Abby shook his head. We'd look ridiculous. Send another medic, and someone tell that warrior to stop trying to make friends with Earth's wildlife until we know more about it. It took several minutes to resolve the situation. The creature, which Pip later identified from the database as something called a bee, eventually flew away, apparently satisfied with the punishment it had delivered. The wounded warrior was treated and sent back to his ship to recover, though his pride was probably more injured than his paw. Note to all troops, Abby announced over the fleet-wide channel, do not touch any Earth creatures until we have confirmed they are safe. Apparently, even their smallest life forms can be aggressive. Commander? Pip's voice came through on his private channel. Should I transmit the challenge to the humans now? Abby looked around at the clearing. About 24 warriors had now emerged from various ships, all standing in small groups and staring at the alien environment with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It was time to get this operation back on track. Yes, transmit the challenge. Use the standard diplomatic frequency. Tell them that the Sativ warrior fleet has arrived to challenge them to honorable combat. Tell them we await their response in this location. Are transmitting now, sir. There was a pause. Message sent and confirmed, received by Earth's communication network. Excellent. Now we wait for the human warriors to arrive. Abby walked back toward his ship, gesturing for more troops to disembark. Everyone out! Form up! Make it look impressive! The humans will be here soon, and they need to see that we're serious. Warriors began pouring out of the ships, creating a growing sea of colorful furballs in combat suits. They arranged themselves in loose formations, weapons at the ready, antennae quivering. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Abby began to wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. Maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe... Contact! Something's moving in the bushes! The shout came from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around, his paw going to his weapon. Where? Show me! There, sir. In those bushes at the edge of the clearing. I saw something move. Something big. All eyes turned toward the indicated location. The bushes in question were dense and tall, providing excellent cover for whatever was behind them. Abby could see movement. Something was definitely there. His heart raced. This was it. The humans were trying to ambush them, using the terrain to their advantage. It was a clever tactic, one he could respect. Warriors at the ready, Abby commanded. Prepare for contact. If they want to play games, we'll show them what Sativ warriors can do. The bushes rustled more violently. Something was pushing through them, something low to the ground but clearly strong. Abby raised his laser rifle, sighting down the barrel. Around him, hundreds of other warriors did the same, creating a wall of firepower aimed at those bushes. The creature emerged. It was probably the same size as a Sativ covered in fur, orange fur with white patches and distinctive stripes of darker orange. It had 4 legs, a long tail, pointed ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled warriors. It opened its mouth and made a sound. Meow. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. The creature, whatever it was, took a few steps forward, its tail raised high, still making small chirping sounds. It didn't look particularly aggressive. In fact, it looked curious, its head tilting to one side as it examined the crowd of small armed furballs. Is that a human weapon? Whispered General Izzy. It's moving on 4 legs, General Axe pointed out. It must be their battle creature, Abby decided. They've sent this beast to test us before they arrive themselves. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down." The creature padded closer, now within 5 meters of the front line. Several warriors backed up nervously. The creature sat down and began to clean its face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the weapons pointed in its direction. Should we fire, sir?" asked one of the nearby warriors. "Hold your fire," Abby commanded. "Let's see what it does." What it did was stand up, stretch extensively, and then walk directly toward the warriors. Specifically, it walked toward a warrior on the left flank, a young female named Kira, whose green fur was fluffed out in fear. "It's coming for me," Kira squeaked. "Whoa, what do I do?" Abby shouted, "Defend yourself!" Kira, more out of panic than any real tactical thinking, swung her rifle around and fired a shot. The laser bolt struck the creature on its side. Against their own species, that type of weapon could punch through fur. Instead, the creature's fur merely showed a small scorch mark. The creature's reaction was immediate. It hissed, its ears flattening against its head, and swiped at Kira with one paw. Kira screamed. The creature's claws left 3 parallel scratches across her bodysuit. The suit's energy shields sparked but held, though Kira was knocked backward by the force of the blow. The creature, apparently scarred and slightly wounded, turned and bounded away, disappearing back into the bushes as quickly as it had appeared. "Medic!" Abby shouted. "Someone get a medic to Kira!" "Oh, I'm okay, sir," Kira called out, though her voice was shaky. "The suit took most of it, but that thing was strong." What kind of battle creature takes a direct hit from a laser rifle and barely notices? General Axe said, his voice low and secretive. "Commander, I don't think that was a human weapon. I think that might have been a local predator." "A predator?" Abby's antennae drooped. "You mean the humans didn't send it?" "The humans haven't responded to our challenge at all yet," General Izzy pointed out. "I think that was just an animal. A wild animal." Abby considered this information carefully. On one hand, it was concerning that a random Earth predator was that strong and aggressive. On the other hand, if the troops knew that they'd just been attacked by a random wildlife rather than human weapons, morale might suffer. "Keep that assessment between us," Abby told his generals quietly. "As far as the troops know, that was a test from the humans. We passed. They saw we could defend ourselves, and now they'll take us seriously." Both generals nodded, though neither looked entirely convinced. The warriors were already talking among themselves, some expressing pride at having driven off the human battle beast, others looking nervously at the bushes, as if expecting more creatures to emerge. Abby was about to address the troops when movement at the far end of the clearing caught his eye. This time, it wasn't an animal. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, and even from this distance, Abby could tell it was human. The being was tall, impossibly tall from a Sativ perspective, with dark hair and wearing what appeared to be formal attire rather than combat gear. Behind him, several other humans emerged, all wearing identical black suits. "There!" Abby breathed. "The humans have arrived! Finally!" The human raised his hand in what might have been a greeting or might have been a signal. Abby decided to interpret it as a gesture of parley. He activated his suit's external speakers. "Warriors of the Sativ," he announced. "Weapons ready! The humans are here! Prepare for honorable combat!" 300 laser rifles raised simultaneously. All pointed at the approaching humans. The humans kept walking, apparently unconcerned with the display of firepower. As they got closer, Abby recognized the one in front. It was the ambassador from the Galactic Council, the one who had said they wouldn't last 3 days. The human stopped about 10 meters away from the Sativ formation. He looked around at the assembled warriors, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Thanks for avoiding the children," the human said, his voice easily carrying across the clearing. "I saw your ships come in, and I was worried you'd land near the playground. With all that fluffy fur, it would have been a disaster." Abby bristled at the implication. They were not brutes who would hurt children. "We are not monsters who would attack the young ones," he declared, his voice amplified by his suit speakers. "We are warriors. We came here to fight human warriors in honorable combat. We seek to prove ourselves against the best you have to offer." He gestured dramatically with one small paw at the assembled troops behind him. "You claimed at the council meeting that we would not last 3 seconds on Earth. Well, we have been here for over an hour now. We have survived your harsh environment and even your predators. We are still standing, still ready to fight. Your words have been proven false." The humans exchanged glances. Abby interpreted their expressions as fear. Clearly, they were realizing they had underestimated the Sativ. The ambassador looked at one of his companions, then back at Abby, and his mouth tense in what might have been suppressed emotion. "I see," the ambassador said slowly. "You've survived for an hour. That's very impressive." "It is," Abby agreed. "And now we call upon you to fulfill the terms of our challenge. We face each other in battle, warrior to warrior. Get your weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in honorable warfare." He raised his own rifle dramatically. "The Sativ are ready. We follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious combat." Behind him, 300 warriors shouted their agreement, creating a cacophony of high-pitched war cries that echoed across the clearing. It was an impressive display, Abby thought. The humans had to be at least somewhat intimidated. The ambassador stood there for a long moment, just staring at them. Then he closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders slumping slightly. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Abby. "You know what?" the ambassador said. "You're right. You've proven yourselves. We surrender." The war cries stopped abruptly, replaced by confused silence. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around him, he could hear warriors whispering to each other, equally confused. "You... what?" Abby managed to say. "We surrender," the ambassador repeated. "You win. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered Earth. Congratulations." Abby looked at his generals. General Lax looked baffled. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion, warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out what had just happened. "That's it?" Abby asked, his voice rising in pitch. "You're just gonna surrender? Just like that? No fight?" "You already proved yourselves," the ambassador said. "You made it here, survived Earth's environment. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. We're impressed. You win." Abby's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate Sativ martial prowess, to earn respect through battle. A surrender without fighting proved nothing. In fact, it might make things worse. The council would just say the humans had humored them, that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually fight back. "No!" Abby declared, his small paw pointing accusingly at the ambassador. "You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We need proof. We need to plunder something. Take some of your treasures back with us." The ambassador frowned, seeming genuinely confused by this demand. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seeking suggestions. They shrugged or shook their heads, equally at a loss. For several long seconds, the ambassador just stood there, thinking. Then his eyes widened, and his face lit up with what looked like sudden inspiration. "I know," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby, a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everyone will have to believe you conquered us. Come on, I'll take you there right now." Abby considered this carefully. A treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance? That did sound impressive. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, well, that would certainly serve as evidence for the council. "Very well," Abby agreed. "Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory." "Excellent," the ambassador said, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. "Oh, by the way, my name is George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, but you probably knew that already." "I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet," Abby replied formally. "These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us are finest warriors." "Pleased to meet you all," George said, somehow managing to sound sincere. He gestured to his companions. "These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that none of your warriors accidentally hurt any civilians." Abby nodded approvingly. "A wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army in panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence." George's expression did something complicated, but he just nodded. "Exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far." The men in black suits quickly moved into position around the clearing, creating a loose perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices and occasionally looking at the tree line with concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians seeing the Sativ army and being overwhelmed with fear. It made sense. The humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park. George led Abby, the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force with the ships. Across the clearing toward a paved pathway. As they walked, Abby could see other humans in the distance. Individuals and small groups, moving along other paths. Some with what appeared to be Earth pets on leashes. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human in the suit. "Are those teddy bears?" Abby heard one human say to another. "I think they're aliens," the other responded. "Look, they have little spacesuits." "Oh my God, they're so cute!" Abby's fur bristled. Cute. They thought warriors were cute. He forced himself to focus on the mission. Soon, they would have the humans' treasure, and then no one would dare call them cute again. George led them down the path and around a corner, where a small white vehicle was parked near the edge of the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side, and a window at one end. As they approached, Abby could see that the side of the vehicle bore images of frozen treats and cheerful text. "Here we are," George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. "Humanity's treasure box." Abby looked at it skeptically. This is where you keep your most valuable food substance?" "Absolutely," George said with a straight face. "We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks, and they contain one of humanity's most beloved food items, ice cream. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency just to obtain small portions of it. Children especially treasure it. They'll beg their parents for it, trade favors for it, do extra chores just to earn enough money to buy it. If that's not proof of value, I don't know what is." Abby exchanged glances with his generals. Ice cream. He'd never heard of it, but the way George described it, it did sound like something precious. And if human young ones craved it that intensely, it must be exceptional. "Very well," Abby said. "Show us this ice cream." George walked up to the window of the truck and spoke to the human inside, a woman with her hair pulled back in a colorful scarf. Abby couldn't hear the entire conversation, but he saw George hand over what looked like paper currency and gesture back at the small army of Sativ warriors waiting expectantly on the path. The woman's eyes went wide, and she leaned out of the window to get a better look. Her hand went to her mouth, and she made a high-pitched sound that Abby's translator interpreted as a squeal of delight. Then she started moving around inside the truck with great energy. "What's happening?" General Lax asked quietly. "I think she's preparing the treasure for us," Abby replied. "Look at how quickly she's moving. She must be honored to provide it to warriors." George returned to the group, carrying several large containers. "All right, everyone, gather around. The treasure is served in individual portions, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. I've got chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and cookie dough. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer." The woman from the truck appeared with more containers. Her face split in an enormous smile. "Oh my goodness, they're adorable! Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. Oh, I want to take them all home." Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. The substance was cold, surprisingly cold, and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate variety, which was dark brown and emitted a pleasant aroma. "Go ahead," George encouraged. "Try it." Abby took a small taste with the tiny spoon George had provided. His eyes widened immediately. The substance was cold, yes, but also sweet and rich and creamy and unlike anything he'd ever tasted on his homeworld. The flavor seemed to bloom in his mouth, coating his tongue with deliciousness. He took another bite, then another, suddenly unable to stop himself. Around him, similar reactions were rippling through the warrior contingent. Warriors were making sounds of amazement, their antennae quivering with pleasure. General Izzy had actually sat down on the pavement, cradling her container of strawberry ice cream like it was precious cargo. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed, his face covered in vanilla ice cream. "This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever tasted." "The humans weren't lying," Abby said, scraping the last bit of chocolate from his container. "This truly is a treasure. No wonder they value it so highly. I would trade considerable resources for more of this." "Would you like more?" George asked, and there was something in his expression, a warmth perhaps, or maybe amusement, that made him look genuinely kind. "I think I bought enough for everyone to have seconds." For the next 20 minutes, the fierce Sativ warrior army sat on the path in front of an ice cream truck, eating frozen treats with the enthusiasm of, well, children at a birthday party. Warriors tried different flavors, compared favorites, and generally forgot entirely that they were supposed to be fearsome conquerors. The woman from the truck kept making delighted sounds and taking pictures with her personal device. Finally, when the last container had been emptied and licked clean, Abby stood up and tried to reassemble his dignity. His face was sticky with chocolate, and his antennae pom-poms drooped with contentment. But he was still a commander and had a job to complete. "George Hampton," he said formally, "we accept this treasure as proof of Earth's surrender. When we return to the Galactic Council, we will present this as evidence of our victory." "I'm sure you will," George replied, his tone gentle. "And I promise you, Abby, I'll make absolutely certain that the Council treats you with respect from now on. In fact, at the next Council meeting, your delegation will have seats right next to humanity's. We'll be allies, you and us, partners. How does that sound? Abby's chest swelled with pride. That sounds acceptable. We have proven ourselves in battle, or, well, in the warrior tradition of our people. We have claimed Earth's treasure, and now we have earned humanity's respect and friendship. This is a great day for the Sativ. It absolutely is, George agreed. You've handled Earth very well. Most species are like, Death World this and Death World that. It's really annoying. We are true warriors. We don't fear Earth, Abby declared. He turned to his warriors. Back to the ships. We return home victorious. The galaxy will hear of what we accomplished here today. The warriors cheered, though perhaps with less aggressive enthusiasm than before. Mostly because they were all extremely full of ice cream and slightly sleepy from the sugar rush followed by the crash. They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships waited. As they walked, George kept pace beside Abby. You know, the ambassador said conversationally, if you ever want to visit Earth again, just as friends this time, you'd be welcome. We could show you around properly. Museums, restaurants, beaches, all sorts of things. I think you'd enjoy it. Perhaps we will, Abby said, feeling generous in victory. Perhaps we will. After all, we're allies now. Allies visit each other. That we are, George said with a smile. That we are. When they reached the clearing, Abby found the rest of his army waiting, weapons still at the ready, looking somewhat confused about why their commander and the advance party all had sticky faces and blissful expressions. Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, unwilling to explain the details until they were safely off-world. The loading proceeded quickly, and soon the entire fleet was preparing for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair on the bridge, watching Earth begin to recede on the view screen, General Lax approached him. "Commander," the general said quietly, "do you think we actually conquered Earth?" Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles, they hadn't defeated any warriors, but they had landed on a death world, survived for over an hour, driven off a predator, received Earth's surrender, and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. By the technical definition of conquest, they had succeeded. "Yes," he said finally, "we conquered Earth, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. That's what matters." "And the ice cream?" "The ice cream was a bonus," Abby admitted. "I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it." On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble again, beautiful and mysterious. Somewhere down there, George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's events. Abby wondered what that report would say. What spin humanity would put on this strange encounter? But it didn't really matter. The Sativ had come to Earth as warriors seeking respect. They were leaving as allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. In the grand scheme of things, that seemed like a pretty good outcome. "Set course for home," Abby commanded. "We have a council meeting to prepare for. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. They'll respect us. And if they don't," he smiled, his small teeth glinting in the bridge lights, "well, we know where to get Earth's ice cream." The fleet jumped to hyperspace. 300 ships filled with proud warriors who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's homeworld. And somewhere behind them, on a planet called Earth, a human ambassador filed a report titled "First Contact with Sativ Species, Peaceful Resolution Through Creative Diplomacy and Chocolate Ice Cream," and wondered if anyone at headquarters would actually believe it. They probably wouldn't, but that was fine. Some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. Some victories just had to be experienced to be understood. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream on a sunny afternoon in the park.
The metal walls of the Zephyrian battlecruiser hummed with the steady pulse of the ship's engines. In the crew quarters, alien soldiers from different worlds sat around tables made of crystalline material. The air tasted of ozone and recycled atmosphere. Blue lights cast strange shadows on their faces as they talked and laughed. Crix, a saurian with green scales and yellow eyes, held up a small device that showed images from Earth. His clawed finger pointed at pictures of ancient human temples and statues. "Look at this foolishness," he said, his voice making a hissing sound. These humans believed their ancestors were giants who could move mountains. The other soldiers leaned closer to see. Zek, a Vex with 6 arms and compound eyes that reflected the light like black mirrors, clicked his mandibles in what passed for laughter among his kind. "They tell stories about men who could fly without machines," he said, "and women who could turn people to stone with just a look. Nala, a lumen whose body was made of living crystal that changed colors with her emotions, glowed a soft amber that meant amusement. The humans call them myths," she said, her voice ringing like distant chimes. "But they treat these stories like they are real history. They build monuments to imaginary heroes." Crick scrolled through more images on his device, pictures of massive stone circles, pyramids that reached toward the sky, and carved faces on mountainsides filled the screen. "They say their gods walked among them," he said, "that these gods had the power to create and destroy worlds. But look at them now. They can barely leave their own planet." A group of Thrakari soldiers who looked like walking trees with bark-like skin and branch-like limbs rustled their leaves in agreement. One of them, named Groot, spoke in a voice like wind through a forest. "Our scouts report that humans still read these old stories to their young ones. They pretend that ordinary men once fought monsters the size of ships. The funniest part," said Zek, "is that they believe some humans had the power to see the future. They call them prophets. Yet they never saw us coming, did they?" His laughter sounded like breaking glass. The soldiers around the table joined in the laughter. It was a sound that would have terrified any human who heard it. The mixing of hisses, clicks, chimes, and rustling created a noise like a storm made of anger. Crix put away his device and picked up a cup of glowing liquid. "Tomorrow we reach their world," he said. "The humans will learn the difference between myths and reality. We are their reality now." Nala's crystal body shifted to a deep red color that meant confidence. "Our weapons can turn their cities to dust in minutes," she said. "Our shields can stop anything they throw at us. What will their mythical heroes do against that?" "Nothing," said Groot, his leaves shaking with amusement. "Because heroes only exist in stories. In the real world, the strong take what they want from the weak." Zek stood up and spread 4 of his 6 arms wide. The humans spent so much time dreaming about impossible things that they forgot to prepare for possible ones. Like us, the conversation turned to their battle plans. Each species had brought their best technology to this invasion. The Saurians had plasma weapons that could melt through any armor. The Vex had ships that could move faster than human eyes could track. The Lumens had energy shields that nothing could break. The Thrakari had weapons that could make plants grow so fast they would strangle entire cities. "The human military is primitive," said Crix. "They still use chemical explosives and metal bullets. Our scouts say their fastest ships take months to travel between their worlds. We can do it in days." "They have no unity," added Nala. "The humans are divided into hundreds of groups that fight each other constantly. They cannot work together even to save themselves." Zek pulled up tactical displays that showed Earth's major cities and military bases. "Look at their defenses," he said. "They point most of their weapons at each other instead of at the sky. They are so busy preparing to fight themselves that they forgot others might want to fight them." The alien soldiers studied the displays with professional interest. To them, Earth looked like a fruit waiting to be picked. Rich in resources, weak in defenses, and full of beings who spent more time creating fantasies than preparing for war. "I wonder," said Groot, "what stories they will tell about us after we defeat them. Will they say we were mythical creatures too? Will they pretend we had magic powers? Let them tell whatever stories they want, said Crix. Stories do not stop plasma fire. Stories do not turn away invasion fleets. Stories are what the weak tell themselves to feel better about being weak. An announcement echoed through the ship's communication system. All units prepare for final approach to target system. Arrival in 18 standard hours. The soldiers began to disperse to their assigned stations. As they walked through the corridors, they passed windows that showed the darkness of space. Somewhere ahead of them, a small blue world waited, unaware that its peace was about to end. In the command center, officers from all the allied species worked together to coordinate the attack. Maps of Earth covered the walls marked with targets and troop movements. The plan was simple and brutal. First, they would destroy the humans' ability to fight back. Then they would demand surrender. If the humans refused, they would demonstrate their power by turning one of their cities into glass. The humans will break quickly, said General Throck, a massive saurian with scars covering his scales. They have no experience fighting a real enemy. Their myths tell them that heroes always win in the end. They will learn that the universe does not care about their stories. But far below in the crew quarters, one figure remained seated long after the others had left. Commander Vexistar, an old Zephyrian with gray skin and tired eyes, stared at the images of human myths that still glowed on Crix's forgotten device. He had fought in more wars than any other being in the fleet. He had conquered worlds, crushed civilizations, and seen the rise and fall of species that thought themselves mighty. But something about the human stories troubled him in a way he could not explain. The images showed humans doing impossible things. Men lifting objects that should have crushed them. Women leading armies against overwhelming odds and winning. Warriors standing alone against monsters and emerging victorious. To his fellow soldiers, these were obviously fantasies. But Vextar had lived long enough to know that sometimes the line between myth and history was thinner than most people believed. Sometimes stories survived because they contained echoes of truth that people had forgotten. He touched the device's screen and watched the images cycle through again. Humans building structures that should have been impossible with primitive tools. Humans crossing vast distances without advanced technology. Humans accomplishing feats that even some advanced species would find challenging. Tomorrow we find out, he whispered to himself, whether these stories are lies or memories. The old commander stood up slowly and walked toward his quarters. Behind him, the device continued to show images of human achievements that his people had dismissed as fantasy. But deep in his mind, a thought grew like a seed planted in fertile soil. What if they were wrong about humanity? What if the myths were not just stories, but warnings about what humans could become when pushed too far? The ship continued its journey through space, carrying an invasion force toward a world that seemed helpless. But in one alien mind, doubt had begun to grow. And sometimes doubt was the first step toward understanding a truth that others had missed. The first alien ships appeared in Earth's sky just after dawn. They dropped out of faster-than-light travel, with a sound like thunder that rolled across every continent. The massive vessels hung in the atmosphere above major cities, their shadows turning day into twilight below. In the lead command ship, General Throck watched the tactical displays with satisfaction. His fleet of 1,200 vessels had taken position exactly as planned. Each ship was larger than the biggest human building, armed with weapons that could split mountains, and protected by shields that had never been broken. Open communication channels to all human settlements, Throck ordered. His voice carried the authority of someone who had conquered 47 worlds. Tell them to surrender immediately or face complete destruction. The message went out in every human language. It was simple and direct. Lay down your weapons, accept alien rule, and live as slaves. Refuse and watch your civilization burn. Throck expected the response to come within minutes. Every other species he had conquered had surrendered quickly when faced with such overwhelming force. The smart ones gave up immediately. The stubborn ones took a few hours to realize they had no choice. But none had ever taken longer than a day. The humans took 6 minutes to respond. When they did, the answer came from every human military base, government building, and communication center on the planet at the same time. No, that was it. Not a negotiation, not a request for terms, not a plea for mercy, just a simple, flat refusal that left the alien commanders staring at their screens in disbelief. Run, the message again said Throck. Perhaps they did not understand. The surrender demand was broadcast a second time, with more detailed explanations of what would happen if the humans refused. Images of destroyed cities from other worlds were included to help the humans understand their situation. The response came faster this time. 3 minutes. Hell no. Throck's claws dug into the armrests of his command chair. In all his years of conquest, no species had ever responded with defiance when faced with certain death. It was not logical. It was not smart. It was not even brave. It was just stupid. Begin the demonstration, he ordered. Target the city called London. Reduce 1 square kilometer to ash. Show them what happens to those who refuse our mercy. The weapons charged with a whine that vibrated through the ship's hull. But before they could fire, something unexpected happened. Human ships began rising from the planet's surface. The alien sensors had detected these vessels before, but they had seemed so primitive that no one had worried about them. They were small, slow, and armed with weapons that seemed laughable compared to alien technology. Some of them still used chemical rockets for propulsion. Incoming missiles, reported the sensor operator, a young Vex named Crick. Estimated time to impact and wait. His compound eyes widened as he rechecked his instruments. These readings cannot be correct. What is the problem? Demanded Throck. The human missiles are accelerating beyond their theoretical maximum speed, said Crick. They should not be able to move this fast with their primitive engines. Throck looked at the tactical display. The human weapons were indeed moving faster than they should have been able to, but they were still far too slow to threaten ships with shields and armor like his. Let them come, he said. Our shields will absorb their pitiful attacks, and then we will show them the difference between their primitive weapons and real power. The first human missiles struck the alien shields and exploded in brilliant flashes of light. The shields held easily, just as expected. But then something strange happened. More missiles arrived, and these seemed to have been modified somehow. They exploded not against the shields, but inside them. How are they getting through our defenses? Demanded Throck. Unknown, said Crick, his voice rising with panic. The shields show no breaches, but the explosions are occurring within the protected area. Across the fleet, similar reports came in. Human weapons that should have been harmless were somehow finding ways through defenses that had never been penetrated. Alien ships began taking damage from attacks that should have been impossible. But the real shock came when the human pilots started demonstrating maneuvers that defied the laws of physics as the aliens understood them. Human fighters pulled turns that should have liquefied their pilots. They flew at speeds that should have torn their primitive ships apart. They performed combat maneuvers that veteran alien pilots swore were impossible. How are they surviving those accelerations? Asked Nala, her crystal body flickering between colors as her emotions shifted rapidly between confusion and fear. Human physiology cannot withstand forces like that, said Zek, watching his own squadron of Vex fighters struggle to keep up with human ships that should have been far inferior. Their bones should shatter. Their organs should rupture. They should be unconscious or dead. But the humans kept fighting, and they were not just surviving impossible conditions. They were thriving in them. Human pilots were laughing and shouting over their communication channels as they performed stunts that made alien veterans feel sick just watching. On the ground, the situation was even more confusing. Human military units that should have been crushed by the first alien landing were instead adapting and fighting back with tactics that seemed to come from nowhere. Alien forces that landed, expecting easy victory, found themselves facing enemies who seemed to know exactly how to counter every alien advantage. Human soldiers were using captured alien weapons within hours of first seeing them. Human engineers were reverse engineering alien technology in the field and building crude but effective copies. This is impossible, said Groot, his bark-like skin turning darker with stress. How can they understand our technology so quickly? It should take their primitive minds years to comprehend even the basic principles. But the humans were not just understanding alien technology, they were improving it. Within days of the invasion's start, human forces were using hybrid weapons that combined alien power sources with human engineering in ways that the aliens had never thought possible. The turning point came during the Battle of New York. Human forces had been pushed back to the city's center, surrounded by alien troops that outnumbered them 10-1. According to every tactical model the aliens had, the humans should have surrendered or been wiped out within hours. Instead, the human commander stood up in front of his surviving troops and gave a speech that was picked up by alien listening devices. They think we're going to give up because they have better weapons, the human said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. They think we'll break because they're stronger and faster and tougher than us. But they don't understand something important about human beings. He paused and looked around at the faces of his soldiers. Men and women who were exhausted, wounded, and facing certain death. But none of them looked afraid. We've been telling stories about impossible victories for thousands of years, the commander continued. About ordinary people doing extraordinary things when everything seemed hopeless. They think those stories are just fantasies. But maybe they're instructions. What happened next would be studied by alien military academicians for generations. The human forces launched an attack that should have been suicidal. They charged directly into superior firepower with inferior weapons and won. They did not just win. They won decisively, capturing alien equipment, taking prisoners, and driving back forces that had seemed unstoppable. They fought like people who had been preparing for this kind of battle their entire lives. Similar scenes played out across the planet. Human forces that should have been defeated were instead achieving victories that seemed to violate the basic laws of warfare. They were not just lucky. They were not just brave. They were displaying a level of skill and determination that the aliens had never encountered before. In the command ship, Throck stared at the reports flooding in from his ground commanders. Everyone told the same impossible story. Human resistance was not breaking. It was growing stronger. Order all forces to withdraw to defensive positions, he said finally. We need time to reassess the situation. For the first time in his long career of conquest, General Throck was forced to admit something that shook him to his core. The humans were not fighting like a primitive species facing superior technology. They were fighting like warriors who remembered how to win against impossible odds. But if that was true, it raised questions that Throck did not want to consider. Questions about who the humans really were, and what they might be capable of if they stopped thinking of themselves as helpless primitives and started remembering what their myths claimed they had once been. As night fell over the battlefield, both sides settled into an uneasy stalemate, but the balance had shifted. The aliens had come expecting an easy conquest and found themselves in a real war. And wars, as any human could have told them, were won not just by superior weapons, but by superior will. The humans had both. 3 weeks into what should have been a simple conquest, the alien invasion force was discovering that humans did not fight like any species they had encountered before. Every day brought new reports that challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about warfare, physics, and the limits of what living beings could accomplish. In the medical bay of the command ship, Dr. Siln, a Lumen physician whose crystal body normally glowed a calm blue, flickered rapidly between colors as she studied the data on her screens. The readings made no sense according to everything she had learned about biology and medicine. Commander Vextar, she called to the old Zephyrian officer who had been visiting the wounded. You need to see this. Vextar approached the medical displays with the slow, careful movement of someone who had lived through too many battles. What have you found, Doctor? These are the biological readings we've managed to gather from human soldiers during combat, Siln said, her voice ringing with confusion. Look at these stress hormone levels, this adrenaline production, this cardiovascular activity. Vextar studied the numbers, his gray skin darkening as he realized what they meant. These readings indicate that the humans should be dead. Exactly, said Siln. According to every medical database we have, no biological system can sustain this level of stress response for more than a few minutes without catastrophic organ failure. But our field reports indicate that human soldiers are maintaining these levels for hours, sometimes days. She changed the display to show more data. Look at this. Physical strength measurements. We have documented cases of individual human soldiers lifting debris that should require mechanical assistance. One human female lifted a piece of wreckage that weighed more than 3 times her own body mass. Equipment malfunction? Suggested Vextar, though his tone indicated he did not believe it. We checked. Multiple times. The measurements are accurate. Siln's crystal body shifted to a worried purple. But it gets worse. Look at these cognitive assessments. The new data showed brain scans and problem-solving metrics. Vextar felt a cold feeling in his stomach as he read the numbers. Human intelligence appears to increase under stress, Siln continued. Their brains show activity patterns that suggest they are processing information faster during combat than during peaceful conditions. They are literally becoming smarter the more desperate their situation becomes. Vextar thought about the battlefield reports he had been reading. Human forces that found themselves outnumbered and outgunned were consistently developing new tactics on the spot. They were taking alien weapons they had never seen before and figuring out how to use them within minutes. They were building defensive positions using wreckage and debris that somehow proved more effective than anything. In the alien tactical manuals, there's more, said Ziln. We've been monitoring their communications. The humans are sharing technical innovations across their entire planet in real time. A breakthrough made by one group of engineers is being implemented by soldiers on the other side of their world within hours. That level of coordination requires advanced communication networks, said Vextar. That's just it. They're not using advanced networks. They're using the same primitive systems they had before we arrived. But somehow, they're making those systems perform at levels that should require technology far beyond their current capabilities. Vexitar walked to the window that looked out at the planet below. Earth turned slowly beneath them, its surface dotted with the lights of human cities that should have been dark ruins by now. Instead, they burned brighter than ever, as if the invasion had awakened something that had been sleeping. In the engineering section of the ship, Chief Engineer Korks was having his own disturbing revelations. The massive Thrakari had spent the morning analyzing captured human equipment, and what he found challenged everything he understood about technological development. This makes no sense, he said to his assistant, showing her a human device that their forces had recovered from a battlefield. This is supposed to be primitive human technology, basic chemical rockets and metal projectiles. His assistant, a young Saurian named Vera, examined the device with her scanner. The materials analysis confirms it's made from standard human metals and compounds, she said. Nothing exotic, nothing that should give it unusual properties. But look at the performance data, said Korks, pulling up combat footage. This weapon is achieving muzzle velocities 30% higher than should be possible with these materials and this design. The projectiles are traveling farther and hitting harder than the physics allow. Vera studied the footage with growing confusion. How are they doing it? That's not the strangest part, said Korks. Watch this. He showed her recordings of human engineers working in damaged factories, building weapons and equipment under combat conditions. They're manufacturing new equipment faster than our industrial models predict. They're taking raw materials and turning them into functional technology in time frames that should be impossible without advanced automation. Maybe they had hidden factories we didn't detect. Korks's bark-like skin rustled with negative emphasis. We mapped every structure on their planet. There are no hidden facilities capable of this level of production. They're doing this with basic tools and equipment we know they possessed before our arrival. The recordings showed humans working in shifts around the clock, but that was not what troubled Korks. What troubled him was the way they worked. The humans moved with a coordination and efficiency that suggested they had been planning for this kind of emergency production for years. But the aliens knew that was not true. The humans had been completely unprepared for invasion. Pull up the technical innovation reports, said Korks. Vera accessed the files that documented new human technologies that had appeared since the invasion began. The list was long and disturbing. Humans had developed new armor materials, improved weapon designs, more efficient power sources, and communication systems that outperformed anything they should have been capable of creating. They're not just copying our technology, said Vera, reading through the reports. They're improving it. In some cases, yes, said Korks. But in other cases, they're developing completely new approaches that we never considered. Look at this power cell design. It's based on principles we know, but they've arranged the components in a way that increases efficiency by 40%. How did they think of that? That's what worries me, said Korks, because the answer seems to be that they're not thinking of it. They're remembering it. Meanwhile, in the Tactical Analysis Center, Colonel Strix was reviewing combat footage with a growing sense of unease. The Saurian officer had been studying human military tactics, and what she found challenged every assumption about how primitive species were supposed to fight. Assistant, call up the footage from the Rome engagement, she ordered. The holographic display showed the recent battle where human forces had been surrounded by superior alien troops. According to every tactical model, the humans should have been wiped out in less than an hour. Instead, they had held their position for 3 days and eventually forced the alien forces to withdraw. Analyze the human tactical decisions, said Strix. The computer highlighted the key moments in the battle, showing how human commanders had responded to each alien move. What it revealed made Strix's scales darken with concern. The humans are using tactical doctrines that don't exist in any of their military manuals, she said to her assistant. These formations, these strategies, these timing decisions, they're more sophisticated than anything we've seen from species with centuries more military experience. Could they have received training from another advanced species? Asked her assistant. Negative. We've been monitoring this system for cycles. No advanced species have had contact with Earth. The humans developed these tactics on their own. Strix paused the footage on a scene that showed a human commander directing his troops. But that's impossible. Tactical expertise like this takes generations to develop. It requires experience fighting against advanced opponents. Unless, said her assistant quietly, they had that experience before. Strix looked at her subordinate with sharp yellow eyes. Explain. What if the humans once had advanced military experience but lost it somehow? What if they're not learning new tactics but remembering old ones? The idea was disturbing because it raised questions that Strix did not want to consider. If humans had once been a military power, what had happened to them? And more importantly, what were they becoming now that they were being forced to remember? In his private quarters, Commander Vextar sat alone reading reports from across the invasion force. Each one told the same story. Human capabilities were increasing daily. They were becoming stronger, smarter, more coordinated, and more dangerous with each passing hour. But it was not just their abilities that were changing. It was their attitude. The humans were no longer fighting like a desperate species trying to survive. They were fighting like a warrior race that was remembering its true nature. The old commander accessed the files that contained human myths and legends. Stories of heroes who could lift mountains, warriors who could defeat armies single-handed, and civilizations that spanned the stars. His fellow soldiers had dismissed these as primitive fantasies. But what if they were not fantasies? What if they were memories? Vextar had seen species rise and fall across the Battle of Mumbai had lasted 7 days and ended in complete disaster for the alien invasion force. 3 full battalions of the A coalition's best troops had been defeated by a human defense force that should have been wiped out in the first hour of fighting. The survivors who made it back to the ships brought with them stories that none of the other soldiers wanted to believe. In the crew quarters of the command ship, the same aliens who had once mocked human myths now sat in stunned silence. Their confidence had been shattered along with their forces on the ground below. The easy conquest they had expected had turned into a nightmare of impossible human victories and inexplicable defeats. Crix, the Saurian soldier who had led the earlier mockery of human stories, stared at his clawed hands as if he had never seen them before. His green scales had turned pale with shock and exhaustion. They were lifting our battle tanks, he said in a voice barely above a whisper. Human soldiers were picking up our armored vehicles and throwing them like toys. That's impossible, said Zek, but the Vex soldier's mandibles clicked nervously as he spoke. Our tanks weigh 50 tons. No biological organism can generate that kind of force. I saw it, said Crix. We all saw it. This human female, she couldn't have weighed more than 60 kilograms. She grabbed the front of Lieutenant Gorx's tank and flipped it upside down. Gorx is still trapped inside. Nala, the lumen whose crystal body had once glowed with confidence, now flickered weakly between gray and black. It has to be some kind of technology we don't understand. Hidden exoskeletons or gravity manipulation devices. We scanned them, said Groot, his bark-like skin rough with stress. No technology, no hidden equipment. Just biological beings doing things that biology says they cannot do. The conversation was interrupted by bitter laughter from the back of the room. The soldiers turned to see 3 Thrakari warriors who had just returned from the surface. Their leader, a massive being named Korak, looked like he had been through a forest fire. His bark was charred and his branch-like limbs were twisted at odd angles. You still think this is about technology? Korak asked, his voice like wind through dead leaves. You still think there's a logical explanation for what we're facing down there? There has to be, said Zek. The universe operates according to physical laws. Even humans cannot violate those laws. Korak laughed again, and the sound made the other soldiers uncomfortable. Physical laws, he repeated. Let me tell you about physical laws. I watched a human soldier take a direct hit from a plasma cannon that should have vaporized him instantly. The blast knocked him down, burned his clothes, and left a crater where he had been standing. And then he got up and kept fighting. Impossible, said Nala. I thought so too, said Korak. So I shot him again. Same result. Then I shot him a third time with maximum power. This time the blast was so intense it melted the ground around him into glass. And still he got up. Still he kept coming toward me with nothing but a metal blade in his hand. The silence that followed was thick with fear and disbelief. These were veteran soldiers who had conquered dozens of worlds, but none of them had ever heard stories like this. What happened then? Asked Crix quietly. He reached me, said Korak. A human being with primitive weapons reached me through direct plasma fire that should have killed him 3 times over. And when he did, the Thrakari warrior touched his twisted limbs. He did this to me with his bare hands. No tools, no weapons, just the strength in his biological body. You're saying he was stronger than you? Asked Groot. That's impossible. Thrakari are the strongest warriors in the coalition. I'm saying he was stronger than our battle mechs, said Korak. I'm saying he bent hardened metal like it was soft clay. I'm saying he moved faster than our targeting systems could track. And I'm saying he did it all while laughing. The soldiers looked at each other with growing horror. Each of them had their own impossible stories from the battlefield, but none had wanted to share them for fear of being thought mad. Now they began to realize that everyone had seen the same things. The humans are not what we thought they were, said a quiet voice from the corner of the room. Everyone turned to see Commander Vextar standing in the doorway. The old Zephyrian's gray skin looked almost white in the artificial light, and his tired eyes held an expression that none of them had seen before. It was fear, but not the kind of fear that came from facing a superior enemy. It was the fear that came from realizing you had made a terrible mistake. Commander, said Crix, standing up quickly. We were just discussing the tactical situation. Sit down, said Vextar. All of you. What I'm about to tell you will be hard to accept, but you need to hear it. The soldiers settled back into their seats, but the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a blade. Vextar walked slowly to the center of the group, moving like someone carrying a heavy weight. You're still trying to find rational explanations for what you've seen, he said. You're looking for hidden technology, secret weapons, or unknown science that could explain human capabilities. But you're looking in the wrong place. Then where should we look? Asked Nala. Vextar was quiet for a long moment, as if gathering the courage to speak words that would change everything. In their myths, he said finally. The soldiers exchanged glances. Commander, said Zek carefully. I've been studying human culture for longer than any of you, said Vextar. Not just their current civilization, but their ancient history, their archaeological records, their oldest stories. He paused and looked around the room. Those myths you were mocking, they're not fantasies, they're memories. That's impossible, said Groot. Myths are just primitive attempts to explain natural phenomena. Are they? Asked Vextar. Then explain this. He activated a holographic display that showed ancient human ruins from around their planet. These structures were built with technology that current human civilization cannot replicate. They show engineering knowledge that their current science doesn't possess. They demonstrate capabilities that their current technology cannot achieve. The images showed massive stone blocks fitted together with perfect precision, astronomical alignments that required advanced mathematical knowledge, and construction techniques that would challenge even modern alien engineering. Maybe they had help from another species, suggested Crix. We've checked, said Vextar. No other advanced species has visited this system in recorded history. The humans built these structures themselves. But here's the important part. He changed the display to show dating information. They built them thousands of years ago when they supposedly had nothing but primitive tools. You're saying they were more advanced in the past? Asked Nala. I'm saying they were more advanced than we are, said Vextar. Look at this data. New images appeared showing archaeological evidence from around Earth. Humans once had technology that could move mountains. They had energy systems that could power entire continents. They had transportation that could cross the galaxy. They had weapons that could crack planets. The soldiers stared at the evidence in growing horror. "What happened to them?" asked Zek. "Something made them forget," said Vextar. "Some catastrophe, some disaster, some event that reduced them from galactic masters to planetary primitives. But they didn't lose their capabilities completely. They just lost the knowledge of how to access them." "And now?" asked Korak. "Now we've given them a reason to remember," said Vextar. "Every challenge we present, every impossible situation, we put them in, forces them to reach deeper into their racial memory, forces them to rediscover abilities that have been sleeping in their genetic code for millennia." The room was completely silent as the implications sank in. The aliens had not invaded a primitive world. They had attacked the sleeping remnant of a species that had once ruled the galaxy. "Those myths about heroes with impossible strength," continued Vextar. "Those were normal humans at the height of their civilization. Those stories about people who could see the future, move objects with their minds, survive anything, and accomplish miracles? Those were everyday humans before the catastrophe that made them forget. But they're just stories," said Nala weakly. "No," said Vextar. "They're instruction manuals. Humans have been telling these stories for thousands of years because somewhere deep in their collective memory, they know what they're capable of. They just needed something to wake them up." He looked around the room at faces filled with fear and understanding. "We didn't invade Earth to conquer a primitive species. We invaded Earth to wake up our predecessors. And now they're remembering who they used to be." The silence that followed was broken only by the hum of the ship's engines. In that quiet moment, every alien soldier in the room realized the same terrible truth. They had not come to Earth as conquerors. They had come as victims. The human counteroffensive began at dawn on the 42nd day of the invasion. It started not with a single coordinated attack, but with 100 simultaneous strikes across the planet that seemed to appear from nowhere. Human forces that had been scattered and hiding suddenly emerged with weapons, vehicles, and tactics that surpassed anything the aliens had seen before. In the command center of the lead ship, General Thrak watched his tactical displays with growing horror as red warning symbols appeared faster than his operators could count them. Every alien position on the planet was under attack at the same time, and the attackers were using technology that should not have existed. "How many human ships are we detecting?" he demanded. "Approximately 15,000, reported the sensor operator, his voice shaking. "But sir, these readings don't match any human designs in our database." Thrak looked at the display showing the approaching human fleet. The ships were sleek and beautiful, moving through space with a grace that made alien vessels look clumsy by comparison. But what terrified him most was that he recognized the design patterns. They looked like the ancient structures the humans had built thousands of years ago. But these were clearly built for war. "How did they construct a fleet this size in 6 weeks?" demanded Thrak. "Unknown, sir," said the operator. "But that's not the strangest part. Watch this." The display zoomed in on one of the human ships. "This vessel is moving at 0.8 light speed without using any visible propulsion system." "That's impossible," said Thrak. "Nothing can achieve those speeds without massive engine arrays. The humans are doing it, sir." On the planet's surface, the situation was even more impossible. Human soldiers were no longer just surviving alien weapons. They were walking through energy blasts that should have destroyed them, lifting alien vehicles that weighed hundreds of tons, and moving at speeds that made them nearly invisible to alien targeting systems. Commander Vextar stood in the observation deck, watching the battle unfold below. He was not surprised by what he saw. After his revelation about human myths being memories, he had continued his research and found evidence that painted an even more complete picture of what humanity had once been. "Commander," said Dr. Ziln, approaching with her crystal body flickering rapidly between colors. "The biological readings we're getting from the human forces are beyond anything our instruments can measure." "Show me," said Vextar. The medical displays showed data that would have been considered equipment malfunctions if they had not been, confirmed by multiple sources. Human soldiers were generating energy outputs that rivaled small fusion reactors. Their neural activity was off the charts, suggesting mental processing speeds that approached computer levels. Their physical capabilities had increased to the point where individual humans were registering as greater threats than alien battle. Mechs, it's as if they're becoming something beyond normal biological limitations, said Zealand. Not becoming, said Vextar quietly, returning. On the planet below, a human commander named Sarah Chen stood atop a pile of destroyed alien vehicles, surveying the battlefield with eyes that seemed to glow with inner light. Around her, human soldiers moved with fluid precision, accomplishing tasks that required perfect coordination without any visible communication. Phase 1 complete, she said into her communicator, though her voice carried clearly across the entire battlefield without technological amplification. All alien ground forces neutralized. Beginning Phase 2. What happened next challenged everything the aliens thought they knew about space combat. The human fleet approaching from orbit suddenly accelerated to impossible speeds and began demonstrating maneuvers that seemed to ignore the laws of physics entirely human. Ships moved through space as if they were swimming through water instead of vacuum. They turned without momentum, stopped without deceleration, and accelerated without visible engines. When alien forces fired on them, the human ships simply absorbed the energy and became faster and stronger. Our weapons are making them more powerful, reported the tactical officer, his voice filled with disbelief. All ships, cease fire, ordered Throck. Withdraw to maximum range. But it was too late for withdrawal. The human ships had reached the alien fleet, and what followed was not a battle, but a demonstration of capabilities that belonged in myths and legends. Human vessels, each one smaller than the smallest alien ship, began systematically dismantling the invasion force. They moved through the alien formation like predators through a flock of prey, disabling ships with touches that somehow drained their power systems completely. In the crew quarters, the alien soldiers who had once mocked human myths watched the destruction of their fleet with the stunned silence of beings witnessing the impossible made real. "They're not even trying to kill us," said Crix, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're just turning off our ships." "How are they doing that?" asked Zek. Commander Vextar, who had joined them to watch the end of the invasion, answered quietly. "Energy manipulation, matter control, techniques that our science considers theoretical impossibilities. The humans didn't just have advanced technology in their past. They had abilities that transcended technology entirely. On the surface of Earth, human beings were demonstrating those same transcendent abilities. They were healing injuries instantly, communicating across vast distances without equipment, and reshaping matter with focused thought. The myths of humans with godlike powers were not myths at all. They were memories of what every human could do when they remembered their true nature. This alien invasion force found itself completely helpless against an enemy that had become everything their own myths had claimed was impossible. Ships designed to conquer planets were being deactivated by human hands placed gently on their hulls. Weapons that could level cities were being turned to harmless light by human will. Shields that had never been penetrated were being walked through as if they did not exist. "Incoming communication from the human fleet," reported the communications officer. "Put it through," said Throck, though his voice carried no hope of negotiating terms that would save his forces. The voice that came through the speakers was calm, confident, and completely human. "Attention, alien fleet. This is Admiral Sarah Chen of the Terran Defense Force. Your invasion has failed. Your forces are defeated. Your ships are disabled. We surrender," said Throck immediately. "We request terms for the withdrawal of our forces." "There will be no withdrawal," said the human voice. "But there will be no killing either. We're going to send you home with a message for the rest of the galaxy." "What message?" asked Throck. "That humanity has awakened," said Admiral Chen. "That we remember who we were and who we are and who we will be again. We're returning to our place among the stars, and we want the galaxy to be ready for us." The screens around the command center suddenly displayed images from across human space. The aliens could see massive construction projects beginning on every human world. Ships being built that dwarfed anything in the current galaxy. Structures being raised that would reshape entire solar systems. "You came here thinking you were conquering a primitive species," continued Admiral Chen. "But what you actually did was remind us that we were never meant to be limited to one world. You've given us back our heritage, and for that we're grateful. "What will you do with us?" asked Throck. "We're going to modify your ship so they can reach your homeworld safely," said the Admiral. "And we're going to ask you to carry a simple message. Tell them that the children of Earth are coming home to the galaxy. Tell them that the species they feared in their oldest legends has returned. And tell them that we hope to meet them as friends, but we're prepared to meet them as anything else they choose to be." The transmission ended, leaving the alien forces to contemplate their situation. They had come to conquer Earth and instead had awakened something that their ancestors had left warnings about in their own most ancient myths. Stories about a species that had once ruled the galaxy with wisdom and strength, that had vanished suddenly for unknown reasons, and that their oldest prophecies said would one day return. Now they knew those prophecies were true. Humanity was not just returning to space. Humanity was returning to its throne among the stars, and the galaxy would never be the same. As the modified alien ships began their journey home, carrying news that would reshape the politics of 100 worlds, Admiral Chen stood on the bridge of her flagship and looked out at the stars with eyes that had remembered how to see across impossible distances. "Begin Phase 3, she said to her crew. "It's time to visit our old friends. Some of them have probably forgotten us, but I think it's time for a reunion." The human fleet turned toward the deep galaxy, carrying the awakened children of Earth back to their ancient domain. Behind them, Earth itself began to change as its people remembered not just how to fight, but how to build, how to explore, and how to take their place among the wonders of the universe. The age of human isolation was over. The age of human expansion had begun, and across the galaxy, ancient species began to dust off their oldest historical records, searching for information about the return of the mythical race that their ancestors had called both the greatest blessing and the greatest terror the universe had ever known. Humanity was coming home.
The universe was having a really bad Tuesday. Not your regular, "oh no, I spilled quantum coffee on my hyperdrive" kind of bad. This was the sort of catastrophic failure that made supernovas look like birthday candles. The kind of disaster that had the Galactic Council sweating through their various excretory pores. And trust me, some species had a lot of those. Station Nexus 9 was dying. And when I say dying, I mean it was making noises that sounded like a blender trying to process a piano while someone played dubstep on a kazoo. The station, a marvel of engineering that looked like someone had asked a drunk spider to design a snowflake out of chrome and regret, controlled the dimensional gateways for 47 star systems. Without it, the galactic economy would collapse faster than a house of cards in a hurricane. On Jupiter. "What do you mean it's unfixable?" Ambassador Krex Theta's 17 eye stalks were all pointed at different engineers, creating the universe's most terrifying disco ball effect. The Valdorian was having what humans would later describe as a complete and utter meltdown, though in his species case this was unfortunately literal. His crystalline skin was actually starting to puddle. Chief Engineer Klopnar adjusted his breathing apparatus, which made a sound like someone stepping on a bagpipe filled with pudding. The quantum resonance matrix has achieved a state of, how do I put this delicately, complete chaos. The probability engines are calculating that 2 + 2 = purple, the gravity generators think they're toasters, and the main computer just asked me about my feelings. The assembled council members, a collection of beings so diverse, it looked like someone had raided the universe's junk drawer, all began talking at once. The resulting cacophony sounded like a symphony orchestra falling down an infinite staircase while arguing about tax reform. Perhaps, wheezed Sublord Yixmal through his probability gills, we could reverse the polarity? We tried that! Klopnar's tentacles flailed in exasperation. The station reversed US. I spent 3 hours existing backwards. Do you know how embarrassing it is to uneat breakfast? The Nexus 9 chose that moment to demonstrate its dysfunction by turning all the corridor lights into a pulsing rainbow while playing what sounded suspiciously like Never Gonna Give You Up through the emergency klaxons. The station had apparently developed a sense of humor, a terrible, terrible sense of humor. Ambassador Zephy of the Quantum Collective, essentially a sentient math equation wearing a bow tie, flickered into existence looking constipated, which for a being made of pure energy was quite an achievement. The hegemony's best engineers have calculated a 0.000. He continued adding zeros for an uncomfortable 30 seconds, 3% chance of successful repair using conventional methods. What about unconventional methods? Asked someone from the back. Those odds are somehow worse. The math actually started crying. It was then that Junior Secretary Plim, being so low on the bureaucratic totem pole that he technically didn't exist on weekends, raised what might have been a hand, or possibly a sandwich. With Plim, you could never really tell. What about the humans? The silence that followed was so complete that you could hear a photon drop, which coincidentally one did, making a tiny plink sound that somehow made everything worse. The humans? Krexatheta's eye stalks all swiveled to focus on Plim like 17 judgmental periscopes. The species that sent a car into space for no reason? The ones who invented deep-fried butter? The beings who looked at splitting atoms and thought, yeah, let's make this a weapon and a power source? Those humans? Well, Plim shuffled what were probably his feet. They did fix that thing. Everyone knew what that thing was. Nobody wanted to talk about that thing, the Proxima incident, where humans had solved a dimensional rift by, and this was the part that made physicists weep, throwing a microwave oven into it while it was running. With a fork inside, the rift had not only closed, but had apologized on the way out. Their solutions don't make sense, protested Chief Science Officer Wixney, whose species prided themselves on logic so pure it could be used as a cleaning product. They violate causality, they insult mathematics, they make physics cry in the corner. But they work, Plim insisted, somehow managing to stand his ground, despite not being entirely sure he had ground to stand on. The station chose that moment to hiccup. When a space station the size of Manhattan hiccups, things get weird. Gravity reversed in Section 7. The cafeteria started serving food from next Thursday, and everyone's universal translators briefly turned all speech into haikus. Fine! Krextheta screamed in perfect 5-7-5 syllable format. Call the humans now! This can't get much worse, can it? Oh wait, yes it can! The formal request was drafted with all the pomp and circumstance the Galactic Council could muster. It was written in 17 languages, encoded in quantum particles, blessed by 3 different religious organizations, and countersigned by beings from dimensions that technically didn't exist yet. It requested Earth's finest engineers, specialists in quantum mechanics, experts in dimensional theory, and masters of advanced mathematics. What happened next would go down in history as the greatest failure of intergalactic communication since someone accidentally declared war on a black hole. The message traveled through 17 different bureaucratic departments on its way to Earth. Each department, naturally, had to add their own stamp of approval. The Department of Redundancy Department added their stamp twice. The Committee for Simplification added a 40-page appendix. The Bureau of Clarity made everything slightly more confusing. By the time it passed through the Translator Guild, who were having their annual Interpret Everything Literally Day, the message had transformed somewhat. It went through the subspace communications array, bounced off 3 satellites, got temporarily stuck in a spam filter, was forwarded to the wrong department twice, and finally landed on the desk of Gerald Fitzgerald, night shift supervisor at the International Space Communications Bureau in Houston, Texas. Gerald, who was 6 hours into a 12-hour shift and running entirely on gas station coffee and spite, squinted at the message through glasses held together with duct tape and hope. Urgent request. Technical specialists. Fix broken thing. Large payment. He rubbed his eyes, tried to make sense of the alien technical specifications that had somehow been translated into what looked like IKEA instructions written by someone having an existential crisis. and made a decision that would change the galaxy forever. Technical specialists who fix things, huh? Gerald muttered, pulling up his contact list. His cousin Randy had been pestering him about finding work for his buddies ever since that incident with the oil rig. The one everyone agreed never to talk about. The one that somehow ended with the rig working better than ever, despite being held together with baling wire and what Randy called aggressive encouragement. Gerald dialed the number for Randy's repair and restoration. If we can't fix it, it ain't broke yet. Randy Buckwheat answered on the 7th ring, which was pretty good considering it was 3 a.m. and the phone was probably under a pile of engine parts. "Yellow, this better be good, Gerald. I was having a beautiful dream about a carburetor." "Randy, how'd you and the boys like to make some serious money fixing something unusual?" "How unusual we talking? Like that time with Mrs. Henderson's washing machine that was possessed? Or more like when Billy Joe accidentally made that lawnmower achieve sentience?" Gerald looked at the incomprehensible alien specifications again. One diagram appeared to show a cube that existed in 12 dimensions simultaneously. Another seemed to be instructions for turning entropy backwards. A third was just a picture of what looked like a very confused octopus. "Let's go with more." "Hot damn! Me and the boys will be right over. Let me just grab Billy Joe and Cletus. Big Mike's already here. He's been sleeping in the shop ever since his wife found out about the thing with the refrigerator." "What thing with the refrigerator?" "You don't want to know, but on the bright side, it now makes ice cubes that exist in the past, present, and future simultaneously. Makes for some interesting margaritas." An hour later, Randy and his crew stood in Gerald's office, looking at the actual official intergalactic request for aid. The crew was exactly what you'd expect if you ordered American Mechanics from a catalog that had been translated through 17 languages and back. Randy Buckwheat himself stood 6'4" in his least favorite pair of boots, wearing coveralls that had seen more oil than Saudi Arabia. His baseball cap advertised a beer company that had gone out of business during the Carter administration, and his mustache looked like it had its own zip code. Billy Joe Clampett was shorter, wider, and somehow gave the impression of being perfectly spherical, despite clearly not being so. His claim to fame was once fixing a nuclear submarine with a butter knife and some chewing gum. The Navy still wouldn't talk about it, but the submarine had never worked better. Cletus Washington, and yes, he knew his name sounded like a contradiction, was the kind of skinny that made you wonder if he was actually three-dimensional. He could fit into engine spaces that shouldn't exist and had an uncanny ability to diagnose problems by smell alone. "That there's a burnt bearing," he'd say, or "someone put sugar in the quantum stabilizer." He was always right. And then there was Big Mike Kowalski. Nobody knew his actual first name because nobody had ever been brave enough to ask. Big Mike was the kind of large that made physics nervous. He had once lifted an engine block, not because he needed to, but because it was in the way of his sandwich. His approach to mechanical problems was simple. If hitting it didn't fix it, you weren't hitting it right. "So," Randy said, squinting at the alien schematics that looked like someone had asked MC Escher to design a headache, "they want us to fix a space station. A space station that exists in multiple dimensions simultaneously and controls the portal network for 47 star systems," Gerald clarified. "Does it use metric or standard?" What? Measurements. Metric or standard? 'Cause I ain't bringing both sets of wrenches to space. Do you know how much extra that weighs?" Gerald stared at Randy for a long moment. "It uses quantum measurements based on the oscillation frequency of dark matter particles. So metric. Got it." Before Gerald could explain that wasn't even remotely what he meant, Cletus had pulled out a flashlight and was examining one of the holographic displays showing the station's structure. "Well, there's your problem right there," Cletus announced, pointing at something that looked like a Klein bottle having an argument with a Mobius strip. Someone cross-threaded the dimensional stabilizers. You can tell by the way the space-time around it looks all constipated. "Constipated space-time?" Gerald asked weakly. "Sure. See how it's all bunched up there? That's textbook constipation. Probably needs a good flush of the primary systems, maybe some percussive maintenance on the auxiliary couplings. Big Mike cracked his knuckles, which sounded like someone breaking concrete blocks with a sledgehammer. Percussive maintenance, my specialty. Now hold on, Gerald said, suddenly realizing what he might have unleashed upon the galaxy. This is advanced alien technology we're talking about. You can't just hit it with a wrench. Randy pulled out a wrench that looked like it had been forged in the heart of a dying star and then used to beat other wrenches to death. It had Problem Solver engraved on the handle, though the S had worn off, so it now read Problem Olver. This ain't just any wrench, cousin. This here's Big Bertha. She's fixed everything from combine harvesters to nuclear reactors. One time, Billy Joe used her to fix a smartphone. How do you fix a smartphone with a wrench that size? Carefully, Billy Joe said with a grin that suggested it hadn't been careful at all. The next morning, the crew stood in front of the ship that would take them to Nexus 9. The Galactic Council had sent their finest diplomatic vessel, a sleek, chrome masterpiece that looked like what would happen if a swan made love to a mathematics equation, and their baby was raised by fiber optic cables. The alien pilot, a being named Vexlor, who looked like a praying mantis, had dressed up as a lamp for Halloween, watched in horror as the humans began loading their equipment. What? What is that? Vexlor pointed a trembling appendage at the rust-covered truck Big Mike was pushing up the ramp. That's Bessie, Randy said proudly. Finest 1987 Ford F-150 ever to roll off the assembly line. She's got over 500,000 miles on her original engine and only caught fire twice this year. You're bringing a combustion vehicle onto my ship? Well, how else are we supposed to haul our equipment around? Your fancy station got a Home Depot. Didn't think so. The truck was followed by several tons of Earth equipment that looked like it had been salvaged from a museum dedicated to the concept of rust. There were toolboxes held together with duct tape, welding equipment that predated several wars, and enough WD-40 to drown a small planet. Is that a chainsaw? Vexler's voice had reached a pitch that only dogs and certain types of quantum particles could hear. 3 of them, Billy Joe said cheerfully. Never know when you might need to cut through something, or intimidate it. Chainsaws are very versatile. The journey to Nexus 9 took 12 hours through hyperspace, which Randy described as like riding a roller coaster designed by someone who hates you through a tunnel made of disco lights and regret. The humans spent most of it playing poker using nuts and bolts as chips, while their alien escort tried very hard not to think about what they'd gotten themselves into. When they finally arrived at Nexus 9, the situation had gotten worse. The station now looked like a chrome snowflake having a seizure in a blender. Parts of it were phasing in and out of reality. The docking bay kept changing locations, and the welcome message was playing backwards in a language that didn't exist. Finally, Ambassador Crexus Theta rushed forward as the humans disembarked, his 17 eye stalks making him look like an overly enthusiastic bouquet. Are you the engineering team from Earth? Randy looked at his crew, shrugged, and said, Sure, let's go with that. Randy Buckwheat, fixing things since 1987. This here's my crew. Where's the patient? Patient? The broke thing what needs fixing. Crex Theta led them through corridors that couldn't decide what color they wanted to be, past doorways that occasionally led to Last Tuesday, and around a corner that somehow had 5 sides. The main control room looked like someone had asked a supercomputer to have a nervous breakdown and then display it as modern art. Screens showed error messages in languages that were being invented on the spot. Consoles sparked with colors that didn't exist in normal space. And in the center of it all, the main quantum core was making a sound like a cat trying to yodel while gargling marbles. The assembled alien engineers, representing the finest minds from 17 different species, looked like they'd been through a blender made of calculus and despair. Chief Engineer Klopnar's tentacles were tied in knots that defied topology, and his assistant had apparently given up and was lying on the floor, occasionally whimpering about imaginary numbers becoming real. We've tried everything, Klopnar wailed. We've recalibrated the quantum matrices 17 times. We've reversed the polarity of the neutron flow. We've even tried turning it off and on again, but the off switch has developed opinions and won't cooperate. Randy walked up to the main console, which was displaying what looked like the universe's angriest error message. He studied it for a moment, then pulled out a pair of reading glasses held together with electrical tape and a paperclip. "Billy Joe, what's that smell like to you?" Billy Joe took a deep sniff near the console, his face scrunching up in concentration. "Burnt capacitor, maybe some fried relays, and..." He took another sniff. "Is that vanilla?" "Vanilla?" Klopnar's translator glitched. "Why would you smell vanilla?" "Means something's overheating," Cletus explained, already pulling panels off the wall with casual disregard for the warning dimensional hazard signs. "Probably your coolant system's backing up. See, when certain types of quantum coolant overheat, they break down into compounds that smell like vanilla, basic chemistry. That's not basic chemistry. That's not even advanced chemistry. That's Tuesday chemistry," Big Mike rumbled, hefting his toolbox, which made a sound like someone had filled a coffin with cowbells. "Happens all the time back home." The aliens watched in horror as the humans began their work. Where the Galactic Council's engineers had approached the problem with delicate instruments and careful calculations, the Earth crew treated it like they were fixing a particularly stubborn tractor. Randy crawled under a console that was actively sparking with electricity that existed in 7 dimensions simultaneously. "Hand me that wrench, Billy Joe." "No, the bigger one." "No, bigger. The one we ain't supposed to use because it violates the Geneva Convention." I thought that was for war crimes," Billy Joe said, passing over a wrench that looked like it could be used to threaten God. "Anything's a war crime if you're creative enough. Cletus, stop licking that panel." "I'm testing the electrical frequency," Cletus protested, his tongue slightly blue from whatever he'd been licking. "With your tongue? Fastest way to tell if it's AC or DC. AC tingles, DC bites." "That's not how electricity works," Wixney protested, his logical mind fracturing like a dropped phone screen. "It is if you're brave enough," Cletus responded, going back to licking various components while making thoughtful noises. Meanwhile, Big Mike had found the section where the gravity generators were convinced they were toasters. The massive machines, each the size of a small building, were humming erratically and occasionally producing what looked like cosmic breadcrumbs. Big Mike studied them for a moment, then wound up and kicked one so hard that it actually shifted several inches across the floor, leaving grooves in the reinforced steel. The machine made a sound like boing-eng-eng-eng and suddenly snapped back to normal operation. "What did you do?" Klopner screamed, his tentacles forming shapes that geometry hadn't authorized. "Percussive maintenance," Big Mike said simply, winding up to kick the next one. "Sometimes machines get confused. A good kick reminds them what they're supposed to be doing. That's not science. That's barely even violence. That's effective," Big Mike suggested, as the second generator also resumed normal operation after receiving what he called a love tap. In the quantum core room, things were getting even weirder. Randy had discovered that the probability engines, massive crystalline structures that calculated potential futures, had somehow achieved what he called a state of teenage rebellion. "See, your problem is you're treating them like machines," Randy explained to the increasingly horrified alien engineers. "But anything smart enough to calculate probability is smart enough to get bored. And when smart things get bored, they start acting up." "The probability engines are not sentient," Zephy protested, his bow tie spinning in indignation. "Course they are. Look at this." Randy pointed to a readout that was supposed to show quantum probability calculations, but was instead displaying what looked like doodles. "This here's a drawing of a cat. This one's playing tic-tac-toe with itself. And this one, is that a rude gesture?" Indeed, one of the probability engines was displaying what was universally recognized across all species as a gesture of displeasure. "So, what do we do?" Krextheta asked, his eye stalks drooping in defeat. Randy pulled out a can of WD-40 that looked like it had survived several apocalypses and started spraying it liberally on the probability engines. "Same thing you do with any teenager. Give them something to do." He then pulled out what appeared to be a rubber duck wearing a tiny cowboy hat and placed it on top of the main console. "What is that?" Klopner asked, afraid of the answer. "That's Senor Quackers. He's our supervisor. See, machines work better when they think someone's watching them. Don't ask me why, but having a rubber duck improves efficiency by about 30%. That makes no sense. Neither does quantum physics, but you all seem fine with that." Billy Joe had meanwhile discovered the section where the main computer had gained sentience and was apparently having an existential crisis. The massive AI, which controlled most of the station's functions, was displaying messages like, "What is my purpose, and do androids dream of electric sheep? And why is there something rather than nothing?" "Oh, that's easy," Billy Joe said, pulling out what looked like a smartphone that had been through a wood chipper and somehow still worked. "It's got too much RAM and not enough to do. It's overthinking." He plugged his phone into the quantum computer through a connection that shouldn't have been possible. The port sizes weren't even from the same dimension, and started downloading something. "What are you installing?" Wixney asked, morbid curiosity overcoming logical terror. "Candy Crush, also Angry Birds, some YouTube videos of cats, and the entire first season of The Real Housewives of Atlanta. That ought to keep it busy enough to stop thinking about the meaning of life." "You're giving our quantum computer reality television?" "Trust me, nothing stops existential dread faster than watching other people's manufactured drama." Sure enough, the computer's displays shifted from philosophical queries to level 347 completed, and "These birds seem unnecessarily angry." Dardati. But the real challenge came when they reached the dimensional stabilizer matrix, the heart of the station that kept it existing in the correct number of dimensions at any given time. It was currently experiencing what Cletus described as dimensional constipation, causing parts of the station to exist in anywhere from 2 to 17 dimensions simultaneously. The chamber housing the matrix was a nightmare of non-Euclidean geometry. Stairs led up to floors that were somehow below them. Doors opened onto themselves. One corner of the room had apparently decided to be a sphere. "Nope," said one of the junior alien engineers, and promptly fainted. "How do we even approach this?" Krextheta asked, his eye stalks trying to look in directions that didn't exist. Randy studied the situation, rubbing his mustache thoughtfully. Then he reached into his toolbox and pulled out something that made every scientist in the room simultaneously gasp and whimper. It was a roll of duct tape. But not just any duct tape. This was the most ancient, powerful roll of duct tape any of them had ever seen. It seemed to absorb light. It radiated an aura of pure, concentrated, fixing energy. This was duct tape that had seen things, fixed things, possibly held together things that should never have been held together. "Billy Joe, Cletus, you know what to do." Indeed, the three humans began moving through the impossible space with the confidence of people who had once fixed a barn that had been turned inside out by a tornado. They ignored the laws of physics with such casual disdain that the laws of physics began to feel self-conscious. Cletus started by climbing a wall that was technically the ceiling from another angle, placing strips of duct tape on seemingly random spots. See, the problem with dimensional rifts is they're like tears in fabric. You just gotta patch them up. "You can't patch dimensions with tape," Klopner screamed. "Can't never could do nothing," Cletus replied, continuing to apply duct tape to surfaces that existed in different time zones. Billy Joe had found what he described as the source of the smell, a section where dimensions were overlapping so badly that you could see last week next month, and an alternate Tuesday where everyone was slightly more purple. "Big Mike," he called. "Need you to hold this dimension steady while I tape it." Big Mike reached into what looked like empty air, grabbed something that made everyone's eyes water to look at, and held it steady through sheer force of will and bicep. "How are you holding a dimension?" Wixney had progressed from horror to a kind of fascinated madness. "Same way you hold anything else," Big Mike grunted. "Firm grip, steady pressure, and confidence. Dimensions are like wild animals. They can sense fear." Meanwhile, Randy had approached the central matrix itself, a crystalline structure that existed in so many dimensions simultaneously that it looked like a migraine having an anxiety attack. He studied it for a long moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a can of beer that had definitely not been there a second ago. "What are you doing?" Krexatheta asked weakly. "Gonna give it some beer." "What?" "Look, anything complex enough to control dimensions is complex enough to be stressed, and nothing calms stress like a cold one." He poured the beer directly onto the crystalline matrix. The reaction was immediate and impossible. The matrix absorbed the beer through dimensions that didn't technically exist and somehow made a satisfied sighing sound. The chaotic flashing of colors began to slow. The impossible angles started looking merely improbable. The sphere that had been a corner decided to be a corner again, though it kept the sphere as a souvenir in a pocket dimension. It's working!" Klopnar's tentacles untied themselves in shock. "But how?" "Easy," Randy said, applying some WD-40 to joints that existed in theoretical space. "Your problem is you're thinking about this like it's complicated. But at the end of the day, whether it's a tractor or a dimensional matrix, machines all want the same thing: a little attention, some lubrication, and occasionally a swift kick to remind them who's boss." To demonstrate, he kicked a panel that was flickering between existing and not existing. It decided existing was easier and stabilized. "Also," Cletus added, having successfully duct-taped several dimensions back together, "y'all were overthinking it. You had your quantum resonance at 47. 3 terahertz, when any fool could see it wanted to be at 47.5. How could you possibly know that? It was vibrating funny, you can tell by the sound. Here, listen." He thumped a panel, producing a sound that should not have been audible to human ears. "Hear that? That's a 1/4 hertz flat. Basic stuff." The aliens watched in stunned silence as the humans continued their work. Every solution was wrong. Every method was impossible. Every fix violated at least 3 laws of physics, and probably several laws of actual governments. And yet, it was working. The probability engines, distracted by mobile games and reality TV, had stopped their rebellious calculations and were working normally, if you considered occasionally pausing to watch cat videos normal. The gravity generators, thoroughly intimidated by Big Mike's aggressive negotiation tactics, were no longer identifying as kitchen appliances. The main computer had stopped having existential crises and was instead fully invested in getting 3 stars on every Candy Crush level. And the dimensional matrix, held together with duct tape, WD-40, and what Randy insisted was good vibes, was humming along smoothly. But the real test came when they reached the station's power core, a contained black hole that provided energy for the entire station. It had somehow developed what could only be described as hiccups. Each hiccup sent waves of gravity randomly through the station, making everyone briefly weigh either nothing or approximately as much as a small moon. "Oh, that's just gas," Billy Joe diagnosed after watching it for a minute. "Black holes don't get gas," Zephy protested, his bow tie now spinning fast enough to achieve liftoff. "Sure they do. See how it's pulsing irregularly? Classic indigestion. Probably been feeding it the wrong kind of matter. What you been putting in there? Precisely calculated amounts of compressed hydrogen, and there's your problem. Too rich. Black holes are like old dogs. You gotta give them simple food or they get gassy." Billy Joe pulled out what looked like a bag of concrete mix from the truck, This here's limestone. Nice, simple calcium carbonate. It'll settle its stomach right down. Before anyone could stop him, he started pouring limestone into the black hole feed system. The black hole burped once, a sound that somehow managed to be both impossibly deep and embarrassingly human, then settled into a smooth, contented purr. That's impossible. Wixney had given up on logic and was now apparently trying to divide by zero out of spite. Black holes don't have stomachs. They don't get indigestion. They don't burp. This one just did, Cletus pointed out helpfully. Maybe your science ain't as complete as you thought. It was at this moment that the station did something unprecedented in the history of galactic engineering. It started working better than it had before breaking. The dimensional gateways, now held together with duct tape and goodwill, were operating at a 140% efficiency. Ships were arriving at their destinations before they technically left. The Galactic Council received a complaint from next Thursday about noise from a party that hadn't happened yet. The power output from the no longer gassy black hole had increased by 30%. The gravity generators were not only working, but had somehow developed a sense of humor, occasionally making people's left shoes slightly heavier than their right ones. The probability engines, when not playing mobile games, were calculating futures with an accuracy that was frankly disturbing. They'd predicted 17 different ambassadors' lunch orders, 6 divorces, and 1 unexpected romance between a Valdorian crystal being and a sentient gas cloud named Kevin. This doesn't make sense, Klopner said for approximately the 400th time. Nothing about this makes sense. You violated every law of physics we know. Well, there's your problem right there, Randy said, wiping his hands on a rag that was more oil than fabric. You're following laws. We're more like guidelines kind of people. Guidelines? Sure. Physics is like a speed limit sign. It's a suggestion, really. You can follow it if you want, but sometimes you gotta go a little faster to pass a truck, you know? That's not how reality works. Says who? Physics. Well, physics ain't here right now, is it? Just us in a space station that's working better than ever. It was then that the station's AI, now fully invested in its mobile games, made an announcement. Attention all personnel. I have reached level 2008-47 in Candy Crush. Also, the station is operating at peak efficiency. These two facts may be related. That is all. Psi, does anyone have lives to send me? Ambassador Krexa Theta's 17 eye stalks all pointed in different directions, a clear sign of a Valdorian nervous breakdown. But we called for Earth's finest engineers, their best and brightest, their most educated experts. Gerald, who had been brought along to observe and was currently trying very hard not to laugh, cleared his throat. Actually, there might have been a slight miscommunication in the requisition process. Miscommunication. Well, you asked for technical specialists who could fix things. Randy and his crew are technically specialists, and they do fix things. These are not engineers. These are rednecks, Randy supplied helpfully. Best damn rednecks in 3 counties. 4, if you count that incident in Jefferson County, but the statute of limitations ain't run out on that yet. The silence that followed was the kind usually reserved for black holes or particularly awkward family dinners. Finally, Sublord Yixmal spoke up, his probability gills fluttering with something that might have been amusement. You're telling me that 4 humans with no formal education in quantum mechanics just fixed a station that the greatest minds in the galaxy couldn't repair? Hey now, Billy Joe protested. I'll have you know I got my GED eventually, on the 3rd try. The test was on a Monday, and Mondays ain't my strong suit. And, Cletus added, I took a correspondence course in small engine repair. Got a certificate and everything. It's hanging in my bathroom. Why your bathroom? Asked Wixney, who had given up on sanity and was now just along for the ride. Best lighting for reading. You'd be surprised how much learning you can do in there. Big Mike just shrugged, making his coveralls ripple like a tectonic event. I learned by doing, mostly doing things wrong until they worked right. The Galactic Council looked at each other, then at the humans, then at their beautifully functioning station that was now somehow operating on principles that didn't exist in any textbook. "How much do we owe you?" Krexatheta asked weakly. Randy did some calculations on his hand with a pencil he pulled from behind his ear. "Well, let's see. Standard rate is $60 an hour, but this is a rush job, and it's definitely outside our usual service area. Plus there's the space travel surcharge, exotic materials handling fee, and Big Mike had to miss his bowling league." He scribbled some more numbers, carried the two, forgot what he was carrying, started over, then finally announced $47,000 and a case of beer, good beer, none of that light stuff. $47,000? Krexatheta's translator hiccuped. "For fixing a multi-dimensional space station that controls galactic commerce. And the beer," Randy reminded him. "That's important. We were prepared to pay 17 billion credits." "Well, shoot. Why didn't you say so? Billy Joe, we should have broken more stuff first. I can break something now if you want," Big Mike offered, already eyeing a particularly expensive-looking console. "No!" screamed every alien in unison. The station chose that moment to make an announcement. "Attention! I have achieved self-actualization through mobile gaming. I now understand my purpose, to facilitate transportation and get 3 stars on every Angry Birds level. Also, Tuesday is now purple. That is all." "Why is Tuesday purple?" Klopnar asked, having entirely given up on understanding anything. "Probably the duct tape," Cletus mused. "Sometimes when you tape dimensions together, you get some color bleed. It'll sort itself out in a week or 2. Worst case, Wednesday might turn a little mauve." The Galactic Council paid the humans their $47,000. Earth currency had to be specially replicated, plus the beer, which required a separate diplomatic mission to determine what constituted good beer, and provided them with honorary titles that roughly translated to "those who fix things in ways that should not work but do." As the humans were preparing to leave, loading their rust-covered truck back onto the diplomatic vessel, Chief Engineer Kulopnar couldn't help but ask one final question. "How? How did you know what to do? Our computers, our simulations, our models, they all said it was impossible." Randy paused in loading a toolbox that contained at least 3 items that violated the Geneva Convention and 2 that violated the laws of thermodynamics. "Well, there's your problem. You're asking computers what's possible. We just figure out what needs doing and then do it. Possibility's got nothing to do with it. But the science is like a manual for your car," Billy Joe interrupted. "It's helpful and all. But when you're broke down on the side of the road at 2 a.m., you don't need a manual. You need someone who ain't afraid to get their hands dirty and try something stupid. Besides," Cletus added, securing the chainsaw collection that had terrified 3 different species, "y'all were treating this station like it was special. But broken is broken, whether it's a quantum matrix or a carburetor. The trick is not being scared of it. Big Mike summed it up in his own way. Hit it hard enough, it'll work." As their ship departed, the station hummed along perfectly, held together by duct tape, WD-40, and a complete disregard for the fundamental laws of reality. The probability engines continued to play Candy Crush between calculations. The black hole occasionally burped contentedly. And somewhere in the dimensional matrix, Tuesday remained steadfastly purple. 3 weeks later, the Galactic Council received an urgent message from the hegemony. Their planet-sized computer network had achieved sentience and was demanding to know the meaning of life. Ambassador Krexatheta didn't hesitate. "Get me those humans, the ones with the truck. The rednecks, sir. Is that what they're called? Yes, them. And tell them to bring more of that duct tape, the grey kind that fixes everything." "But sir, surely our scientists..." Krexatheta's 17 eye stalks all focused on the junior officer with laser intensity. "Our scientists just spent 6 months trying to fix a hiccuping black hole. The humans fixed it with limestone. Call them." "Yes, sir. Should I mention payment?" Whatever they want. Just maybe negotiate on the beer this time. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Randy's phone rang at 2 a.m. He looked at the caller ID, a number that technically didn't exist in this dimension, and grinned. "Boys!" he hollered to his crew, who were in the shop trying to figure out why a lawnmower had started predicting the weather. "Pack your tools. We got another job." "Space job?" Billy Joe asked hopefully. "Yep, yeehaw. Cletus, grab the good duct tape." "Which one?" "All of it." And so it came to pass that 4 rednecks from Earth became the galaxy's most sought-after repair crew, fixing impossible problems with impossible solutions, armed with nothing but basic tools, duct tape, and a cheerful disregard for the laws of physics. The Valdorian Science Academy spent the next 50 years trying to understand how duct tape could hold dimensions together. They failed, obviously, because they were overthinking it. Sometimes the universe just needs someone brave enough to slap some tape on it and call it fixed. The station, meanwhile, continued to work perfectly. Oh, sure, Tuesday stayed purple, and occasionally the gravity would hiccup just for fun. And the AI had developed an addiction to mobile gaming that was slightly concerning. But it worked, and in the end, that's all that mattered. Though the philosophers would debate it for centuries, the real lesson was simple. The universe, for all its complexity and mystery, could be fixed with the right attitude, the right tools, and enough WD-40. You just had to be too stubborn to know it was impossible. The aliens never did figure out what the rubber duck was for. Senor Quackers knew, but he wasn't talking. 6 months passed, and the galaxy had reluctantly accepted a new reality. When things broke in ways that shouldn't be possible, you called the humans. Not the educated ones with their degrees and their theories. You called Randy and his crew. The Crystalline Collective's temporal engines were stuck in next Thursday. Randy fixed them by pouring coffee into the chronometer. It just needed to wake up, he'd explained to the horrified temporal physicists. The Zephron Empire's planetary defense grid achieved sentience and depression simultaneously. Billy Joe introduced it to online shopping. "Nothing cures existential dread like free 2-day shipping," he'd said, while the planet's AI happily browsed for throw pillows. The Quantum Federation's new wormhole generator only produced worms. Cletus diagnosed it as a spelling error in reality and fixed it with what he called aggressive punctuation, which involved hitting specific spots with a hammer while yelling grammatical corrections. Each job ended the same way. The aliens paid, the humans left, and the scientists spent months trying to understand what had just happened. Papers were written, theories were proposed. Several academics had nervous breakdowns and took up simpler professions like quantum juggling or black hole dentistry. But the real change came when the news reached the Infinite Archive, a massive space station that contained the collective knowledge of 10,000 civilizations. It was essentially the galaxy's Wikipedia, if Wikipedia was the size of Jupiter and could think for itself. The archive had a problem, a big problem. It had accumulated so much information that it had started forming its own black holes of pure data. Knowledge was literally collapsing in on itself, creating information singularities that were deleting entire civilizations from history. The Council of Librarians, being so intelligent they existed partially in theoretical space, had tried everything. They'd run countless simulations, applied every theory, consulted every expert. The conclusion was unanimous. The archive would collapse within a week, taking with it the entire recorded history of the galaxy. "Call the humans," the head librarian said. A being made entirely of organized light who communicated in bibliographic citations. "The scholars from Earth's universities?" his assistant asked hopefully. "No, the other ones. The rednecks?" "Yes, but this is the Infinite Archive. It contains knowledge from before some species developed consciousness. It has books that exist in 17 dimensions. It has the complete works of Shakespeare as performed by quarks. And it's broken. Call them." Randy arrived with his crew and their truck, which had somehow gotten rustier despite existing in the vacuum of space. They stood in the archive's main hall, a space so vast it had its own weather system, surrounded by floating books, scrolling data streams, and at least one librarian who appeared to be having a panic attack in binary. "So," Randy said, looking at the swirling vortexes of collapsing information that were slowly devouring centuries of knowledge, "you got yourself a clog." "A clog?" The head librarian's light flickered in indignation. "This is an information cascade leading to epistemological collapse." "Nah, it's a clog. See, you got too much information trying to go through too small a pipe, like when Billy Joe tried to flush that whole turkey down his toilet." "It was an experiment," Billy Joe protested. "It was Thanksgiving and you were drunk." "Those ain't mutually exclusive." Cletus was already examining one of the data streams with technology that consisted of a magnifying glass and intuition. "Your problem is you're treating information like it's special. But information's just stuff, and stuff follows rules. You got too much stuff in one place, it's gonna back up. But this is knowledge, the accumulated wisdom of stuff," Big Mike interrupted, poking at a floating equation that was apparently the mathematical proof for love. It squeaked. Randy pulled out what looked like a plunger that had been modified with parts from at least 3 different centuries. "Billy Joe, you remember what we did with Mrs. Patterson's septic tank? The thing with the dynamite?" "No, the other thing." "Oh, the reverse flow trick. That's the one. Cletus, we're gonna need the big pump. The one we're not supposed to have. That's the one." What followed was perhaps the most horrifying display of problem-solving the galaxy had ever witnessed. The humans treated the sum total of galactic knowledge like a backed-up sewage system. They installed what they called knowledge baffles, which were essentially cookie sheets duct-taped to dimensional walls. They rerouted data streams through something called a hillbilly filter, a coffee maker filled with steel wool. They even used actual dynamite, though Randy assured everyone it was therapeutic dynamite for the archive's mental health. "Udi!" The librarians watched in horror as Big Mike simply grabbed a collapsing information singularity, a thing that shouldn't be grabbable, and held it while Randy sprayed it with WD-40. "How are you holding pure information?" "Same way you hold anything," Big Mike replied. "Just gotta want it bad enough." The real breakthrough came when Billy Joe discovered that the archive's organizational system was, in his words, constipated with its own smartness. "Bussy, you're organizing everything perfectly. Alphabetical, chronological, dimensional, by species, by subject. You got so many organization systems they're fighting each other. It's like having 17 people trying to drive the same car." "So what do you suggest?" the head librarian asked weakly. "Chaos." "Chaos?" "Controlled chaos. See, if everything's perfectly organized, there's no wiggle room, no flexibility. You need what we call strategic messiness. And like my workshop, looks like a tornado hit it, but I can find any tool in 3 seconds flat." They proceeded to introduce what they called the Dewey Decimal Chaotic System. Instead of organizing books perfectly, they organized them good enough. Instead of precise categorization, they used what Cletus called intuitive placement, putting things where they felt right rather than where they logically should go. "This is madness," one librarian protested, watching Billy Joe shelve a cookbook on quantum physics next to a romance novel about sentient gases. "No," Randy corrected. "Madness would be letting your whole archive collapse because you're too proud to get a little messy. This is problem solving." They installed what they called a knowledge overflow valve, essentially a hole they cut in reality with a chainsaw, leading to what Randy described as somewhere that don't mind extra information. Where does it go? Best not to ask. Plausible deniability and all that. When Big Mike suggested they reboot the archive, everyone assumed it was a metaphor. It wasn't. He found the archive's main power coupling, a stream of pure energy that had been running since before some galaxies were born, and simply unplugged it. The silence was deafening. Every light went out. Every data stream stopped. 10,000 civilizations worth of knowledge simply stopped. The librarians didn't scream, only because they were too horrified to remember how. Big Mike counted to 30. Gotta give it time to forget what it was doing wrong, and plugged it back in. The archive rebooted with a sound like the universe clearing its throat. Lights flickered back on. Data streams resumed flowing. But now they flowed differently, not in perfect, organized channels, but in a sort of controlled chaos that somehow made more sense. The information singularities were gone. The data black holes had evaporated. Knowledge flowed freely, organized just enough to be findable, but not so much that it strangled itself. It's working. The head librarian's voice was barely a whisper. "Course it is," Randy said, wiping his hands on his coveralls. "You just had to stop thinking of it as special. Archive, computer, septic tank, they're all just systems. And every system needs a little chaos to keep it honest." The archive's AI, which had been silent throughout the ordeal, suddenly spoke. "System reboot complete. Operational efficiency at calculating. Who cares? It works. New files detected. Humanity, subcategory, redneck engineering. Warning, contents violate several laws of physics. Filing under things that shouldn't work, but do." As they were leaving, the head librarian couldn't help but ask, "Why does chaos work better than order?" Cletus thought about it for a moment. "You ever try to hold water?" "Water? Yeah. You squeeze it tight, try to control it, and it shoots out between your fingers, but cup your hands loose, give it room to move, and it stays right where you want it. That's actually profound." "Nah, that's just something my grandma used to say. Of course, she was usually talking about catching chickens, but the principle's the same." The payment this time was substantial, enough to buy a small planet. Randy negotiated it down to a reasonable amount, plus a lifetime supply of beef jerky and fishing licenses for a dimension where the fish existed in probability space. "You could have been rich beyond measure," the head librarian said. "What would we do with a planet? Can't fix a carburetor on a planet. Well, not easily anyway." As their ship departed, the archive hummed with its new chaotic organization. Books filed themselves wherever felt right. Data streams meandered like lazy rivers instead of rushing like highways. The AI had discovered knock-knock jokes and wouldn't stop telling them. It was imperfect. It was messy. It was slightly insane. It was also working better than it ever had. Back on Earth, Randy got a call from his cousin Gerald. "Randy, what the hell did you boys do? I've got 17 different alien civilizations asking for your contact information. The Quantum Pope wants to hire you to fix a holy relic. The Void Collective needs help with their existential crisis, and something called the Entropy Guild wants to know if you can make chaos more chaotic. Tell them we're booked through Thursday." After that, Randy looked at his crew. Billy Joe was trying to teach a toaster to play poker. Cletus was licking a battery to see if it was charged. Big Mike was bench pressing an engine block because it was there. After that, we'll see what needs fixing. The universe had learned an important lesson. Sometimes the best solution to a complex problem isn't more complexity. It's 4 guys with tools, duct tape, and a cheerful disregard for what's supposed to be impossible. Physics textbooks across the galaxy were quietly updated with a new chapter, When All Else Fails, the Human Approach. It consisted mainly of warnings and the phone number for Randy's shop. The motto of the Redneck Space Repair Service became legend. We might not know what we're doing, but we'll get it done anyway. And somewhere in the infinite archive, filed between impossible things and insane solutions, was a new entry. Redneck Engineering, the galaxy's most terrifying miracle. The final note in the file was written by the archive's AI. "They fixed me with a plunger and enthusiasm. I should be offended. Instead, I feel strangely proud. Also, Tuesday is still purple. Nobody knows why. Nobody wants to ask. But the universe wasn't done testing the limits of human, unconventional wisdom. The call came at 3 a.m. on a Wednesday, which Randy knew meant it was serious. Aliens had terrible timing, but they usually at least waited until business hours. This was different. "Mr. Randy?" The voice on the other end sounded like someone gargling harmonicas while crying. "This is Supreme Chancellor Vox Heed of the Galactic Council. We have a code black situation." "What's that mean in American?" "It means we're all going to die unless you help us." Randy sat up, accidentally knocking over a beer can that had been balanced on his nightstand since 1987. "Well, why didn't you just say so?"